go down, Reject go down, so 2 teams that had so just as Dogma and Reject is
shooting in his direction. Jimmy runs out of bullets and some, but will still be
骑马射箭
Tapi dia sempat masuk ke dalam, maka dia masih lagi.
ngay trong game chiến đấu đầu tiên sai lưng
10
หลังต้นไม้มีหนึ่งพอดี
begini một sự khác
Gua bakal berkata benda ni.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 km by 1 km map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 km by 1 km map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Bulan Bay, Telepak Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into 2. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Bulan Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's-eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepak Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. When it comes to moving between areas, we added a new two-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. Think you're playing the wrong game? Hold up, this is still PUBG Mobile. Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Nusa map. Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. Reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Zip lines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Nusa. But Arangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Arangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, it would definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure.
Smoke! Smoke!
What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor. Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or Livik. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As Livik has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that'll affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1,500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena's shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations, and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Welcome back to day number 2. This is the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. Can't wait to see what's going to happen today. Will teams on page 2 rise up?
I mean, like yesterday, I do want them to rise up, but the problem is mostly it's going to be the circle, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday's circle was just insane. It's so bizarre at the point that we barely actually see like Primorse as a circle, Milta Power as a circle, and at the end of the day, so many water in the ratio of the circle itself. So little space for the players to actually fight against, you know.
And that's what we like.
Yeah. We love it.
We love it. We can't deny it. But, well, we can't say the same for the players. I'm pretty sure the players will be like, okay, we want something nice, something normal, something not unusual. But hey, you know, it's just part of the game. You got to adapt to it.
And also, I'm not surprising there are teams that actually will perform today since they are revising a lot of team rotation yesterday. But for you guys watching at home, don't forget we have the collaboration with Bubble Boy for our first local animation collaboration has been announced and is coming soon in October, which could be next month 2022. So stay tuned for the PUBG MX Bubble Boy collaboration. What it is, We don't know. We don't have a clue.
Yeah, it's going to be a surprise for all of us. Even we don't know how it's going to look like. Are they going to be new voice packs? Or what kind of skins? Or will there be weapons with a Bobo Boy theme? We don't know yet. So do keep an eye of it in-game. It's going to happen coming in October very, very soon. And October is like, what, a week more to go. But what has always been happening is the Rabu Padu, ladies and gentlemen. So Phase 2 is still in effect. And every time you play, you get to collect points. But especially on Wednesday, when you play, you get to collect extra points. So you don't want to miss out on this, the opportunity to get freebies within the game. Whatever content that you do, if you do any clips, any graphics, any screenshots, don't forget the hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu so that we can all see what you guys do.
Yeah, but you only have like over a month right now to actually do Rabu Padu. There's only like, I think 4 or 5 more Wednesdays remaining. So make sure you don't miss any of the Wednesdays anymore. But here comes a new Nusa map right now online available for you guys. Let's Nusa, my friend. Where this is going to be one of the smallest, literally the smallest map for PUBG Mobile, which is going to be 1 kilometers by 1 kilometers. But at the same time, you can get yourself a chicken dinner in less or even more than a bit more, just a bit of a 5 minutes game.
Yeah, probably about that. Unless you happen to drop in and then you got too soon, then it's going to be like less than 2 minutes. But anyway, of course, everyone wants to aim for the chicken dinner. And not only for you guys to play to aim for the chicken dinner, our teams today as well will be aiming for those chicken dinners, but mostly about eliminations. If we saw yesterday, the trend is that you got to go for the eliminations with this sort of format in order to be on top.
That's kind of true. Speaking of which, chicken dinner is not really a priority these days. I mean, like, we saw so many teams, including, remember one time the LGD actually performed, I think it was around Wrangle, the fourth match, which is going to be the second last Wrangle. They got themselves like 40 eliminations, but they got their rank points at around 2 only. But here comes our so far for the tournament. Yesterday we're starting off, which is going to be 22nd of September, which was Thursday. Today is going to be a Friday with 5 matches going on. But the point system will be very different this time. Only 10 points will be given for chicken dinner. Then we reward second place with 6 points. Then we deduct 1 point up to 7th and 8th place will get themselves 1 point only. But 9 to 16, now this is very punishing, by the way. 9 to 16 will gain nothing unless they gain themselves elimination points, which is going to be each elimination for 1.
And not only the prize pool that they'll be going for throughout this tournament, but today a little bit special. By the end of the day, we'll check out, we will be looking at who will be the top 2, who will be playing that extra match tomorrow, and a chance to win $1,000 US. And here are the participating teams.
From Thai, we have Infinity, FaZe, and Bacon, who happens to be in the top 3 right now. Not forget to come up from China, SMG, Nova, LGD, one of the best in the world. And we have also for Indonesia, GIDS, Alter Ego, and Boom coming in very strong this time. Vietnam, the Xaviers, one of the champs in South Asia, Eagle Esports, and BN United. And also from Malaysia, we have Geek Fam rising up. Also Sam9 and 4 rivals. Whilst Myanmar, we're going to have Yangon Galacticos. But speaking of which, I'm not surprised that today, the other regions, yesterday we saw the Thai teams have been Titans, the top 3. But for today, it's going to be a different story possibly.
Yeah, the Titans, as we call it, right? So right now, this show match will be played tomorrow as the first game. It will be played in Nusa, and the chance for the teams to win $1,000 if they get their winner chicken dinner. So the participating teams have already been invited. It will be SMG, GIDS, the Infinity, the Xavier, Geek Fam, as well as Yangon Galacticos. And this is what I talked about earlier on. The top 1 and 2 will receive this invite as well for tomorrow. But in case the Infinity is still on top, the slot will go down to the next eligible team.
Yeah, man, speaking of which, top 3 right now, we do have Infinity, FaZe, and Bacon. Really close behind it is going to be between Alter Ego and LGD. But so far, look at how the stretch between the Infinity, the most chicken dinner team, plus they got the most elimination points as well. With 54 in eliminations overall, 29 for their ranking points, with double chicken dinner, the only team with a double chicken. But the rest of the team, even the second place, FaZe, having a bit of a problem to catch up here. We're talking about 2 matches at least they need to get over with to actually catch up towards the Infinity, provided Infinity not gaining any points.
Yeah, which is, looking at their current state, it's very hard for them to drop the ball. They are very consistent. They managed to collect elimination points, rank points, everything in the bag. Basically, they're the perfect team yesterday. But for team on page 2, so we have Geek Fam with 24 points, the Xavier 21 points, at number 10, number 11, as well as number 12 is a Boom, as well as the Eagles, 19 points each, 16 points for 4 rivals, as well as SMG at number 13, 14. 15 goes to Yangon Galacticos, 11 points. BN United still with a single-digit point of 6 at number 16 at this moment. They'll be looking to eye that, at least that top 2 spot by the end of the day.
Yeah, if you guys actually notice, it's a bit different from what we showed yesterday, just in case you guys wanted a bit of an update. Nova actually being complimented with a extra 4 points due to some errors yesterday. So they'll be provided with 4 points, whilst the side of 4 rivals, they are being penalty by 3 points. Hence, they're being deducted 3 points from yesterday as well. So there might be a bit of slight of change when it comes to overalls. Just to be a bit more updated for you guys, just catching up on day number 2 here. This is a bit of a highlight. Yesterday, Infinity, since the first match of Sunhawk, they have been run and gun and be hunting all the teams out there.
Yeah, same goes for FaZe Clan as well. That's why these two teams, they're currently at the top 2 spots with a lot of eliminations in the bag for themselves. The Infinity really started to roll, especially when it came to the Myanmar match. They just ran at everyone. The Sanhok match was kind of iffy for them because the circle was kind of far, but yet they still played as if they just run and gun on everyone. The Infinity, the first team to get double chicken dinner, and this chicken dinner was amazing. Look at Godtuni climbing all the way up and securing the chicken dinner for their team. It wasn't an easy feat for the Infinity, but then again, they are the Infinity for a reason.
Yeah, same goes for sort of FaZe. They have been sort of complimenting the team how Infinity actually plays, have been trying to hunt down more points. They're actually getting themselves a rank point instead. At the same time, FaZe, there have been a lot of flushes when it comes to compound. Infinity side is not so much of flushing, but they're more towards coming in at the edge of the circle if you compare how they play. So when it comes to a lot of close quarter combats, it's more towards the side of FaZe, while Infinity always try to flush out and not really get into the compound much. But this is going to be the team to focus so far when it comes to Sunhawk. 7-9 got themselves yesterday's chicken, so they are one of the teams that actually we should watch out for when it game number 1. And FaZe, Bacon Time, and the Xavier. Now, we don't have Infinity in the zone. Maybe this is based on the Sunhawk first match yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Yesterday's Sunhawk first match wasn't the best for the Infinity, but the comeback on match number 2 onwards was exponential. So that's why they're on top. But then again, if we were to focus only on Sunhawk, yesterday's 7-9, they came all the way from Camp Alpha, going around the areas of Ruin where the final circle was. They had to fight their way through. They were even smart enough to gatekeep other teams at the Camp Alpha bridge or the Ruin bridge. So that's where they collected a couple of elimination points. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they won the fight with SMG inside of boot camp. So we may expect to see another boot camp fight. If not, it's going to be SMG giving boot camp away to FaZe Clan.
But for the players, it's going to be Tony K has been popped quite a lot, even at the end of yesterday as well when we wrap things up. And Infinity, both got Tony and Logan has been performing so well. We didn't remember about the other player. I think the Infinity, the only one that actually haven't made it when it comes to the players or MVP is going to be Logan left. But Mela, you remember how he just tossed the nade yesterday as well. That was insane. Mela, Infinity, one of the most fearless team out there. But for the side of FaZe, Tony K is one of the most important player aside from Venturis. But today we're going to start it off just like how yesterday done. Sunhawk, Mirama, and Triple Wrangle to wrap up our day for day number 2.
Yeah, and this schedule is according to +8 GMT. So if you're in a different time zone, just adjust your clock accordingly. And we'll be taking a little bit of an extended break because of the Maghrib period in Southeast Asia. So that will happen after the Mirama round. And then we will take a short break after the second Erangel. So it's going to be the same schedule as yesterday. So you can expect those certain break times to go grab your meal, grab your popcorn, come back and continue to enjoy the game. Because you don't want to miss out on all 5 of these matches today. It's going to be hard because of the top 2 spot to play the extra game tomorrow.
That's kind of true. And also, it's going to be free money in the back if they got themselves a new sub map tomorrow. And speaking of which, tomorrow will be a lot more matches for these guys. So it's going to be extra with new sub map. But you know, new sub map is very small. So it's not that much, so much. But we still have a lot of things going on. Which one of it going to be the interview? So we're going to straight head into it.
Hello, and before we begin the show, we have representatives from Geek Fam, Sem9, and 4 Rivals. How's it going, guys? So maybe we can start off with Geek Fam. Snipes is on the line. So you guys played yesterday, day one. How did it feel like playing amongst these teams and including the Chinese teams as well?
Apa soalan tadi?
Soalan dia, apa perasaan Snipe semalam dah dapat lawan dengan tim-tim yang besar, tim China dan juga tim-tim lain yang mungkin pergi kepada South Asia. Apa perasaan daripada semalam punya permainan?
Well, semalam kita orang kaji-kaji gameplay dulu, ada mekanik dulu. Lepas ni kita orang kasih data teruslah, tak nak lama-lama lah dengan orang.
All right, so he says that yesterday he was like he's still like how should I put it? Revising the gameplay of other teams, and today they're gonna go all out to take them down.
Now, speaking of revision, definitely the two coaches down there, which can be their brothers with different teams, Sem9 and also 4 Rivals. The brother or the little brother will start first. Well, we're going to start off with Sly first. So Sem9, you as a coach, same goes for Pasha, but Sem9's I'm going to answer first. Based on yesterday's performance, do you think for a Malaysian region, especially your team, have what it takes when it comes to the world later on, since you already started experimenting with against the team coming up from China region, all these South Asia teams mostly?
For me, it's kind of hard to say when you try to include the international teams, because that's the only international teams right now is like China team. So for now, all I can say or my input will be focused on just the C regions, because most of the teams competing right now for the regional clash is C, are C teams. So yeah, I think in the C region, as for the new players, such as even me, I think it all depends on our adaptation, because new players they are used to the local or their own region gameplay. It's a matter of how well can they adapt to playing with other teams comparing to the Malaysian teams.
Now, Pasha, do you agree with that, or do you have your own take for this?
I mean, playing with China, we have the chance to play with just China, and then yeah, it's something new for us. When it comes to cuts, there's a little bit of here and there, the changes, and of course, for my team, we trying to adapt with the new things that is being implemented inside the game, and hopefully today we will bounce back. And yeah, it's kind of different. You can say it's really different from C and also MYSG, because it's just like one region from China, and everything changes, it becomes a bit hectic. So it's interesting for me to play with.
Okay, cool. Okay, so today's preparation, right? So Snipes representing Geek Fam, right? So how do you guys prepare, or how are you guys going to prepare for today?
Hari ni kita orang just main dengan systematic, main macam style Geek Fam. Sebab after all, tournament ni memang kita orang untuk kenal team masing-masing kan, kenal opponent. Opponent pun yang dari C kita orang dah selalu jumpa, yang China tu susah nak jumpa kan. So kali ni kita orang ambil peluang untuk study habis-habisan style diorang, and insyaAllah boleh menang.
I'm curious. I want to add an additional question. What do you mean by style Geek Fam? What is style Geek Fam?
You're literally asking their secret.
Yeah, I want to know. Yeah.
Style Geek Fam bergerak bawah tanah, meledak jadi roket. Style Geek Fam. Itulah, kita orang tiba-tiba circle dulu, lepas tu kita orang bulldozer je team kat depan tu.
Bulldozer, I like the keyword.
But for Sem9, we're starting off with Sly and going to wrap things up, and also for 4 Rivals. Now, Sem9, Sly, and also Pasha as a coach for 4 Rivals, what do you have to say for your team right now? For Sly Didi first.
For Sem9, I think we will stick to what I've been trying to implement even before I started coaching, even as players. You always have to adapt to the situation. If you get the chance to bulldoze the people in front of you, then you go for it. But if there's time where you need to, chill out, just shoot people from the back, then just chill.
Pasha, how about for rivals?
So there's nothing much for us to change because yesterday was only our first day, and today maybe we'll change a little bit of how we play. You might see how we play in season 3, I guess. So I'm trying to implement that, and then hope for the best. Finger crossed, inshallah.
Inshallah. I thank you so much coming up from Snipes, Geek Fam, Sam Nice Lie, and also for rivals. Pasha, you guys have been awesome. Good luck, all the best for the next couple of matches. Hope you guys learn a lot and have fun. See you guys in the match later on. So yeah, speaking of the interview just now, a lot of them actually having a bit of a problem when it comes to adapting to it. Even though it's one region, just adding into the entire of South Asia teams down there, it changes so much when it comes to dynamic, when they come to approach the games, how they go to the fights. But at the same time, how do they maintain being themselves? How they used to play, fighting against such a different dynamic entirely.
Yeah, I know, right? Even though it's like only 3 teams that they're not used to seeing, it changes a lot about the gameplay. So yeah, it's a challenge for them, definitely. One day, if they want to go for the globals, they need to face off with them. But speaking about face off with them, yeah, they need to face off with these teams. So it's going to be vacant time for me and LGD for you.
Yeah, I'm looking over at LGD yesterday's performance. Like, even though it's just a one round or one match thing, but I have a feeling they will really, rise up to the occasion today, and I have a feeling that they might turn things over. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not, but yesterday's performance, they did show some sort of promising ending for day number 2. But for Bacon Time, I mean, like, they are in the top 3.
Yeah, they are in the top 3. They are the only Thai team that have yet to get a chicken dinner. So if they were to get something, let it be today, because I'm sure among the Thai teams they'll be like, hey, we already got chicken dinner, you haven't, you got to get one for yourself just for the bragging rights, right?
They're being left out by the Thais right now. Even they are from the Thai region, but they're still being left out when it comes to you know what? Who cares? They got themselves quite a number of eliminations though.
Yeah. I mean, that is the trend for the Thais. They are, well, like what the Snipes said, right? Bulldozing. Yeah. That keyword. So that I think what Geek Fam is trying to do as well, and I do hope that the other teams adapt, is that just bulldoze. You got to learn from the best, and if that's the way to do it, that's the way they should do it.
And one thing I want to actually see through today is going to be, well, some teams, including Infinity, Bacon Time, and also FaZe Clan, will actually change when it comes to their strategies and how they actually rotate, because yesterday's performance definitely will be studied by all the rest of the teams that are looking up to them today. So I have a feeling they will not having the same sort of approach when it comes to day number 2. They might actually change it up. The same goes for the other teams out there.
Yeah, so even at the top as well, although they're at the top, they're like the Infinity or any of the Thai team, they cannot be complacent, right? And when you say complacent, they cannot be doing the same thing as well. They need to change with how other teams will be changing too. So means that adaptability, game by game, or even within the game as well, every minute, it means a lot if they want to keep their top 3 spots.
But honestly, I'm loving this kind of new format where the player is being forced to fight, right?
I love it so much.
I wish we can actually have this in an upcoming season. I have a feeling it will be.
I do have a feeling as well. And well, they haven't announced the format for PMPLC. So we don't know. We don't know.
Maybe this is a good warming up for the teams actually, and maybe they sort of have an idea that this might be in the future, it will be implemented in the future. But when it comes to elimination points, I'm not sure if we're gonna go to its how PL actually been PC actually been played, or will it be same 1 elimination point for each, like how we witnessed today on the Clash of our year. But speaking of which, so far thing has been really great. I mean, like, I remember once upon a time, the chicken dinner was 25 points back then.
Oh yeah, yeah,
was
back
too much.
way back then. Yeah, that was too much. That was like if you just aim for chicken dinners, you can camp and go all the way for chicken dinners. That's it. You will be automatic champions. You don't need to shoot.
And today is just about, you need to grind for it. It's all about your survivability. It's all about your skills, how you actually, your sixth sense of coming into these crossfire, the war zone, how to fight against each other. But speaking of which, just remember that bootcamp we do have SMG yesterday, who was fighting against against
FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan, and I think FaZe Clan won that one.
Yes.
So looking over, is SMG gonna still drop themselves into bootcamp, or they start to pick somewhere else?
Yeah, so keep your eye on bootcamp, definitely. Another area to keep an eye on was Sahmi. There were a couple of teams that dropped there, but at the end of the day, they didn't really go all in clashing with each other. So somehow there was an unspoken truce of some sort. But bootcamp definitely will be the place of clashing. Let's see if it happens. Bootcamp, let's go.
We are now in our first game of the day, Sunhawk, day number 2 of PMRC, our Clash of the Year between the regions. Definitely it's going to be starting off with Sunhawk first, but one more island that we actually should be focusing on is going to be Kemalva. That's going to be one of the most saturated island there is. I remember there's going to be 3 or 4 teams down there, and none of them actually fight each other yesterday. They didn't fought there. All of them actually survived and make it out into the center of the circle, but today the circle, how will they fare?
Yeah, except for Alter Ego, yeah, because they were gate-capped by 7-9 yesterday at the bridge just above Ruins. So it depends on the circle, right? So if the circle was like yesterday, it was in the Ruins Island, then that definitely makes sense. But if it was on if it's going to be on the main peninsula, then it might not. But speaking about the bootcamp clash, looks like it's going to happen again. FaZe Clan SMG round 2.
Let's go. FaZe, can they actually win this 2-0? Or is it going to be 1-1 for both teams? SMG having another go against FaZe, while Samia only will actually taken by Bacon Time, just like how yesterday's actually been done. And Pioneer do have Nova taking over with Kicktan taking over on the side of Ruin. But the main peninsula, or the main island here, we do have quite a number of teams taking over all over the place, and the circle has not popped yet. We're still waiting. This is one of the longest per circle to pop, but it's going to be definitely feels like might ended up right on top of bootcamp.
Yeah, currently the center of the circle. So that makes bootcamp even more valuable. So both teams so far still 50-50. FaZe Clan, SMG maintaining all the full squad. But if we look at in terms of spread, SMG, they have a better spread. So they're kind of locking in FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan, they're sending one player on the outside, trying to get information. And if they can get a first knockdown onto one of the team members from SMG, that will give them a signal to try and take SMG out. And they need to, because the circle is currently in bootcamp.
But at the same time, we saw how teams actually start to respect the territories of their enemy and their own, as not many teams actually clashes quite early on, except for the side of bootcamp. But it feels like they kind of mark their invisible line in between, even though a bootcamp very small plays for the side of SMG and FaZe Clan. It's taken them a bit more time to actually start the fight, but I have a feeling now. Remember, really spotted out a couple of members coming up from FaZe, and remember, just need one pick coming up from FaZe Clan from that windows, and they start to shoot. But the thing is, FaZe being a bit more careful than they used to yesterday.
Yeah, this time I guess it's also because they're respecting their opponent, SMG. They played okay. It could have been better because they kind of like slipped down game by game. But they had like one game, I believe it was in Myanmar, which was pretty decent. So they still show that they are a team that they're able to take fights. Hence, FaZe Clan, they got to be careful with that fact. Both teams so far not letting go of bootcamp just yet, but we also have Nova.
Oh.
Jimmy overseeing 2 of these teams.
Quite early for the side of Jimmy now. Scouting on top of a rooftop, waiting for the gunfires to shoot first on the side of FaZe and SMG. They definitely know that these 2 teams will actually have a go later on, but Jimmy's waiting for the right time to start to engage as well, being the third party. Now, you guys watching at home, if you happen to be in Malaysia, don't forget to actually join in PMCC 2022, where you can actually win yourself with over 40,000 ringgit Malaysia of prize pool, and you are eligible to join. Everyone eligible to join as long as you are a student who is actually 60 years old and above, okay? And also you actually have got a chance to actually qualify to the 2023 of PMPL. So registration is now open. Just check over for the PUBG Mobile official page for more information.
Yeah, your chance to go pro, in other words. So do check it out. Hope to see you there, being one of the new faces or the new talent within PUBG Mobile. But speaking about new talent, Frozen is actually one of the newer players in Nova. Order, Powerboy, Jimmy has been around for a while, for a couple of seasons. In fact, them together, they are multiple global winners or world champions, in other words. Haven't been seeing King. I believe that he has been swapped in for Frozen at some point, probably this season.
Or maybe they're trying out this lineup with a Frozen for now, for King. Maybe there will be a time that he actually popped out. We have no clue. Maybe a new map, perhaps. Back towards a GDG IDS, taking down on LGD. One knockdown, but it just saying that there's quite a distance between them to finish off the players of LGD. So I think GDG IDS will not actually get the execution yet, but never mind. MVM finished off straight away. Booms taking it with 1 point in the back.
Oh, that's going to be first blood given to Booms and first point towards GDG IDS. The team that still can eye for the top 2 spot. Of course, they need to rank in those elimination points. If not, it's going to be given to Thailand. And we all know that Thailand's capable of doing that. And anyway, LGD, the team that you predicted, just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying.
But at the same time, it's like, you know, some teams are really good when it comes to not working as a whole. Like Infinity example, that's going to be one of it. But Geek fam starting to move against BN United for now. One knockdown. Still a distance between, but Ventura, this is really bold coming up from right in the face of 4 rivals, challenging them. It's 3v1 here. What are you thinking, Ventura?
Wow.
This is just too much for him to handle alone. I mean, like, there's nobody backing him up.
Oh, his backup is a little bit too far, but Frankie may steal this one away. Ventura, let's see who it'll go to. Oh, Voki got it. So it's going to go to 4 rivals.
Why?
Frankie failed to steal it away.
Why? I mean, like, they got themselves bootcamp affairs. I mean, like, why did Venturas left the rest of the team here? It's very questionable movement coming up for him to actually expose himself in the middle of the street. And he knows there's somebody there. He heard the footsteps just now. And Dizave is nearby too. I mean, that's giving away the position for Frankie. Just now he tried to steal it away. That kind of a track boom coming up from behind. Well, I'm not sure about FaZe. I have no clue how they actually tried to work things out for him.
Oh, but the Xavier with information that Boom is inside of the compound right below them. And they know that if they want to catch up onto the top teams, they need to rank in those elimination points. Looks like they have eyes onto Boom, but Boom nicely spread out. Hexas tries to get one to the Xavier, and Lamborghini will be the one to go down.
Hexas. That's a nice spray just now. Beautiful spray. Clicked quite exactly where it needs to be. Yummy finish off Lamborghini straight away. One of the most key players coming up from the Xaviers. We haven't seen the best of the Xaviers yet by far.
Yeah, we have not. We have not. So far, the Xavier currently at number 10. Not the Xavier that we have seen before. We've seen way, way better. But then again, 5 more games to go today. Anything can happen. They could still climb up to a top 3, top 2 finish.
That's true. We're still waiting, because sometimes they're a bit last-minute team coming up from the Xaviers. But boom, there it comes. Spot out on the Xaviers right across them. But there's so many structures in between. There's so many vegetations in between. Kind of hard for him to actually pinpoint where to shoot. But the circle just make sure that it's going to be really bootcamp this time. I mean, like, there's a possibility it's going to be in between the islands too now. Between the Camp Alpha and the bootcamp island. It's going to be really tough for the players to decide which island to go right now, since it's in the middle of a river as well.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest circles to play with, actually. So, because the teams need to be prepared, whether it's going to be on the Camp Alpha Island or the main peninsula, or maybe even a small percentage possibility on the Ruins Island. So, if they're on the wrong side, they need to swim. And if you swim at the 4th or 5th phase of the circle, that's it. There'll be too many teams close by. There'll be a lot of teams close by, and it'll be easy to get gunned down if you're swimming.
I mean, like, if it really ended up on Ruins, I mean, like, just give up. There's no way you can make it out alive there. There's so little small space. It's just little, so little. The spaces are just very limited. But in this case, Potato really kind of tried to potato himself into a rock. Max from BN United will gun him down the moment he pick himself out or try to run from the blue zone. But lucky enough, it's still the 2nd phase of the blue zone, which is going to shift over to the 3rd phase later on. He needs to move for Alter Ego. They need to climb up here.
Oh, Potato, very exposed. It's going to be an easy knockdown for Max. I mean, for Alter Ego, they don't have much of a choice, right? Because they drop around the areas of Camp Alpha, and if they're late, naturally around this area, you would have teams overseeing you, especially on the Camp Alpha Mountain. So they're kind of locked in, and they don't have a choice. If not, they'll be taken out. They'll be taken out by the blue.
That's kind of true. But Order, this is really a patient man. The perseverance, like waiting for somebody to fight in bootcamp. And this is comical almost. Like SMG versus FaZe. We saw how it ended yesterday. but they're still not going to move an inch for both teams. Same goes for Nova, who's waiting for them to fight. Well, we do have a couple of clips on the sidelines there on the one that actually not inside of a boot camp fighting each other out. Xavier is one of it versus Boom next. A lot of the utilities have been tossed over, but Boom actually being shot from afar. It's going to be coming up from their flank side. Even though they have 3 men here, but their firepower is still formidable for Xavier.
Oh, Nate from Duke did not connect. Xavier, they still have the high ground advantage, but Boom, they're coming in strong. They're moving as a trio. One person behind to give support fire. 4 rivals, they'll be fighting against the Eagles. Managed to get 2 knockdowns back-to-back, and Appy got the knockdown to Namshin, the Eagles. Looks like they won't be flying high this round.
You're crashing into 4 rivals' compound. Every single compound you can actually take, there will be somebody else already reside in it first. But for Appy, he needs to find for the side of Eagles, who is left with 2 men. Same goes for the side of 4 rivals, though. It's going to be 2v2, even though they have a bit of a problem to crash in just now for Eagles. But Tuan, and also Tuan, and it's going to be 1 trading. 1 more. It's going to be Tuan for the last one, even though he got himself a DBS, but it's not going to be enough. Eagle Esports being eliminated first for first round today.
But 2 points at least in the bag for the Eagles. That's equivalent to at least a top 10 finish if we were to take into account placement points. But anyway, 5 points dominating here for 4 rivals. The Eagles, 1 whole squad, 4 points, including Ventores from FaZe Clan. So that's how they got their 5 points. But looks like majority of the circle right now will be centered in the main peninsula. Again, boot camp is the hottest spot.
I'm loving the fact that FaZe and SMG both are not fighting yet, waiting for the teams that actually come in a bit late, since they do know that they are in the center of a boot camp. But for the side of Geek fam, now fighting against the side of a different team entirely, which is going to be Bacon Time coming out from the back line. Well, they're kind of ham between Nova. They need to cross over regardless, because boot camp will be the next few circle. They will not be in it. They're really close to it, but the bridge is where they will meet up. It's going to be a death toll there, a death bridge, if they don't play it smart.
Yeah, this is where the gatekeeping will start to happen. Teams that are forced to come into the main peninsula will face off against teams that will be the bridge trolls, as we call it. But now, speaking about trolling, the Xavier, oh no, Octa gets one of Frankie.
It's going to be Boom taking down on the Xaviers there. The Xavier down to 2 men. Duke try to actually redam for that last one. It's not going to be enough. Down to the last one. Rabies, can he make the call? Do he build? Can he build? Can he just run over and just disengage? It's okay to step down for a bit, because it's going to be the entirety of Boom right in front of him. There's 1 more team behind. Where would Rabies go? There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, there's another team that's going to be Yangon Galacticos. Oh no, Rabis is sandwiched between 2 teams now. 2 full squads, in fact, and that's not the news that he wants to hear. WT17 knows exactly where he is, but he can't find a good angle to take him down because Boom is coming in strong.
Oh, YG playing it as camouflage for now. I don't think... never mind, Boom actually spotted him out. 17 give away his position, try to be the bait, while the rest of them try to corner him from the back. For the side of YG, Boom Octa tried to loot from wherever that box just now. He actually gained 1 more team out. Not yet. It's actually still surviving for the side of a team just now. The Xavier's running for Rabies. Kind of stuck in between. Lucky enough, he got himself a couple of smokes to work with. But Infinity now start to move against YG. They need to run.
Newsy from afar spots out Sando. And Sando now pinned down. 10% of health left for Sando. The Infinity, they'll be looking to steal a couple of points there, but at the same time, we can see that 9 Noise. Fortunately, he will be gunned down. Same goes for Ice as well, taken down by the zone. Looks like Bacon Time is spending too much time on the outside.
There's too many teams right in front of them. They cannot cut across here. For BN United, they definitely try to gatekeep against the side of Bacon Time. At the same time, they will be gatekeep next if they don't try to advance as soon as possible. Same goes for the case of the teams that are actually not inside of circle yet. In this case, I did mention about the Boom just now. The moment they're being spotted out by Infinity, they'll be choked there, because there's definitely 1 more team. I'm sorry, it was YG. Boom is actually guarding YG just now, where Infinity shoot around the side of YG. So I'm not sure how will they fare for their fate, but BN United sharing the same fate as the teams that are actually not inside of a circle. it's kind of hard for them to leave this compound because there's so many eyes watching from above.
Yeah, looking at the mini-map right now, the circle definitely went to the main peninsula. That means teams like BN United, like even Sem9, who normally drops in the Camp Alpha Island, they need to move. They need to swim across, and that's not going to be good news for them. But speaking about bad news, looks like it's going to be bad news here for Cute as he goes down to Booms. And another member of LGD will be taken out.
Suki trying to shoot down on GDGIDS next. Nova, on the other hand, still being very quiet about this. BNU taking on Geek Fam on the side of another map. But LGD, Suki, he heard about the footsteps coming off GDGIDS. But the thing is, where do he pick? Bootcamp is still inside of the next circle, while we have 4 rivals coming in from the outskirts of Bootcamp on the right side with a very small hill there. GDGIDS coming up behind the hill. The one that actually really interesting is going to be Nova versus LGD.
Just look at the teams on the other side. We got Bacon Time. We got BN United. Renaure is stuck as well. Pawnbit still in the water, but not in the zone yet. The Infinity is going to come from the northern side. No one's going to challenge them, but they can take out Boom, or maybe the Xavier even if they choose to butt in.
I have a feeling LGD really having a hard time here. Left with only Suki in the roster right now. The rest of the team are going back into the lobby. Geek Fam taking advantage. It's actually Gatekeep, Bacon Time, who tried to cross over. They'll be waiting at the coastline while Bacon Time managed to finish off one of BNU players. As it's going to be the entire team eliminated, but they still have another problem. They need to cut across. They're just taking a lot more eliminations here. Well, Geek Fam just having to take back what they just took just now, which Bacon Time also being finished off quite early. This is going to give away their third position later.
And Bacon Time goes out as well. But Geek Fam's dominating with 5 elimination points, playing by the edge of Bootcamp right this moment. Now speaking about by the edge of Bootcamp, Boom on the high ground. Looks like Mela gets another knockdown to Pawnbit, and Yuhai will be got now by Beautiful from SMG. But we have Nova untouched since the start of the round.
Oh, Yummy, he got it just right on top of his crosshair now. But Potato just going to be knocked down. Going to be chipped off by the Blues and bit by bit. YG still having a go against Boom, while GDGIDS finish off LGD. That's going to be the last one. Suki will be gone, and that's going to be the 13th place for them of LGD. That's going to be my prediction in the drain as well. GDGIDS still facing against SMG, FaZe, and Nova. Nova haven't got that much aggressive. Need was huge. Again, Infinity doing it multiple times now.
Newsy the Demon, as mentioned by Zephyr. Wow. What an amazing nade there. Logan is just too far away. No way for them to pick him up. But it's going to be Newsy and Mela. The duo is going to do it for the Infinity. Looks like a decent round for them so far. But now the circle moved away. The circle goes towards Nova with that high ground in hand.
Oh my god, how did they predict this? With 4 rivals also taking the compound left inside or in center of a circle. GDGIDS taking a high ground to the side of Nova. But the ones from Bootcamp now, SMG versus FaZe. Like it or not, this has to happen. They have to cut across each other. And YG taking on Rabies. That's going to be DZ's last member down. That's going to be a long shot coming out from YG, gaining himself 2 elimination points and still 11 teams to go.
And they have a minute to pick up their teammates, so it should be okay for YG to recover. But Geek Fam is out at 11th place with 5 elimination points. Trying to find their way through Bootcamp, but unfortunately it's just too hard for them. FaZe Clan and SMG not done yet.
Oh, it feels like FaZe having the better position than SMG now. Well, we have a third party coming in. It's going to be Sem9 just saying hello to SMG, who sandwiched himself between 2 teams there. SMG, they have to pick their fight. Whether it's going to be Sem9 first, it's definitely have to be Sem9 first, but it's going to be also FaZe Clan trying to butt in, taking the advantage, sweeping off the floor clean. Sem9 slowly climbing and breaching into the side of a Bootcamp while the rest of the team want to leave them out.
Oh, Sem9 needs to fight their way through. They are not in the circle at this moment. Mela will be taken off at the zone. Looks like the Infinity. They're still on the outside of the circle. There's with a Molly onto the side of SMG. A little bit too far for him. It will not connect, but Deb is ready with a nade! Nade from Deb gets to knock down to SMG!
That's golden moment for the side of Sem9. What a huge opportunity and space just to advance forward there. Sem9 definitely giving a go against side of SMG and also FaZe taking the advantage. They're finishing off Sem9 from the back line now. Tony K trying to just backstab them and forcing them to flush out. Sem9 having a bit of a problem. They didn't have enough time to reset fighting against SMG before. And FaZe taking the advantage of this. Here comes another dick cook up by Lycan. Seems like a great Kobe.
Yeah, Sem9 will be forced to move and wants to fight against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan now they're falling back because they know they need to get into the zone. If not, they'll be gate capped by other teams. But 7-9, they do not know, they do not have the information. But we move over to Nova against GIDS. We have Alan tossing a nade onto the house, but no one's inside there. But the counter fire coming in from Frozen takes out Booms.
What a nice defense come out from Nova. Knocking on one down to try to flush, and a failed attempt coming out from the side of GIDS. Here comes another nade, but they're just so well playing around the corners there. Frozen with a micro Uzi trying to spot out the players. Alan is right on the top of a rooftop. Well, the other two are playing at the back line. Alan is trying to flush them out, but it's just really difficult when he's going it solo for the front line.
And the bad news is that these two teams are not within the circle. They need to fight their way through, especially for GIDS going up against Nova. Booms finally goes down to Frozen. That's a point for Nova. But 7-9 and FaZe Clan not done yet in bootcamp. Hard trying to get one over FaZe Clan, but not able to connect those shots. Ember 5 knocks down Putra, but the counter fire coming from the other side. Looks like it's going to be all in for FaZe Clan. Trying to take out 7-9, the last member, still alive.
FaZe Clan, when it comes to CQC, they are superior about this. But 4 rivals will actually be the third party from a fire, but Appy having a hard time to take the advantage to his side. It's not done for FaZe versus 7-9, but GIDS has been having a lot of fun fishing out in the water.
Oh, Yangon Galacticos, 2 of them went down to GIDS. 1 of them went out to the zone, in fact. Paraboy gets 1 over life, and it's going to be FaZe Clan out. 5 elimination points now dominating for GIDS. 7-9 as well. Number 7, 2 elimination points for them. Nova, they're not stopping yet.
Feels like Nova might actually get this in the bag. They might actually win this round. Now, FaZe already bowing out quite early with GIDS very consistent since yesterday. 4 rivals are having 2 men to go. Same goes for YG. But the thing is, they're not being favored by the circle. And the one that actually inside is going to be YG spotting the map and that being a problem. And Paraboy, how did he shot that? I mean, like, we can't even see they were coming, but GIDS taking on 4 rivals. There's so many teams having their eyes on 4 rivals. They can't even breathe, being choked to death just now.
All 4 rivals, they're ready to play the healing gate jumper with 16 first aids the last we saw him. But Nova right now, they have to compound, they have the circle. That's what they need to deal with. GIDS, the nade out to Alan from Jimmy. What a nade that was. Morton now trying to move into the circle, but being spotted out by GIDS. Thistle will try to take it over. Morton's behind to counterfire on the GIDS. And it looks like it's going to be GIDS out at number 4.
4 rivals with 1 man left, and all he can do, actually, never mind, he's not having enough to heal anymore. YG with Marnet alongside Sando. This is the time for them to shine. Nova having 4 men. Can they 2v4? Marnet on the ground. It's going to be Nova taking away our first match of the day. Coming in strong. What a perseverance all the way. Been waiting for the right time to open fire.
Nova in the house, ladies and gentlemen, with the first chicken dinner today. They are a team that's on the rise. They didn't start off well yesterday, but by the end of yesterday, they were on an uprise trend. And now, coming into day number 2, the first game, chicken dinner is in their hands. What did I tell you yesterday? I tell you guys, these guys, they are kings of comeback. They've done it before at PMGC. They can do it again in the PMRC.
Yep, this is what they've been waiting for. They've been revising quite a number of times, quite a number of rounds yesterday. All they need to do is just show what they studied is well worth practicing in this round as well. It just shows that they are not really that aggressive, but they do have quite a trigger discipline since the start. I mean, like, between SMG versus FaZe, nobody start to fight yet until the last round, until the last few circle where FaZe and SMG have to go out, and Nova has been waiting there for the longest time.
Oh, okay, Happy. That took him a while to shoot down Namshin. I think he was kind of reloading or trying to just compose himself with that surprise. But this was a crash in by Eagles that didn't really work out for them. They had the right referee with the DBS in hand, shotguns and all that, but it just didn't work out for them, unfortunately. 4 rivals, they were prepared for that siege down from the Eagles.
And I have to compliment also the Xavier's. Rabius solo-handedly survived the longest time, but 7-9 versus SMG, both of them lost this. And both of them lost to the side of Nova, who's been waiting on the outskirts the longest. And 4 rivals, I mean, like, he got himself quite in the open. There's nowhere there not being discovered. But this one of the best nade. Point on for Jimmy with that angle. It's just so hard to predict that.
Yeah, he definitely angled that to perfection there to get that elimination point. And now it's going to be Nova with that chicken dinner, they only spent like, what, 2 seconds within the blue not because they got the circle till the end, it's because they moved very smartly. They went from the high ground just outside boot camp to the next high ground on the other side of boot camp. So they moved fast and they went straight into the circle without spending time in the blue. And if we look at their position was hard. It was hard for them to lose their position because they managed to also secure the entire compound, the entire area of where they're at. So they made a fortress out of themselves at both of their key checkpoints outside of boot camp.
And also speaking of consistency, GIDS still make it up for the top 5. Even though they haven't landed themselves any chicken, even though they're not in the top 3, but they're always in the top 8 or the first page. And 4 Rivals having a better performance than yesterday. Same goes for YG now. These two teams definitely already try to level up their gameplay when we talk about second day here. We actually see a lot of improvement come up from the teams. If you actually compare with first and second day of Sanhok, there's such bizarre, chaotic crossfire all over the place when it comes to day number 1 on Sanhok. But today is a bit more calm, it's a bit more conservative, and a lot of teams sort of already know that the exact territory, even though they shared the same bootcamp, in this case SMG and FaZe, but didn't open fire. And instead of Nova, Jamie played such a crucial role that he actually makes sure that he scout out and being the watchman for the rest of the team, taking the highest ground that is, to know if there's anybody nearby. But for GIDS, I'm looking for their performance today.
Yeah, I mean, they did decently well, in fact, early on. I really want to know like how many elimination points did they get, but it was an okay round for them. GIDS actually one of the teams that's fairly consistent. But speaking about the points collected, now we have a confirmation. So GD has 6 elimination points in that round, but it's going to be, of course, Nova taking home the highlights here with 10 elimination points with that chicken dinner. Sorry, 9 elimination points together with that chicken dinner brings them to 19 points in this round. The team with the highest elimination points so far in Sanhok, no team gets a double digit.
Yep, I think this is one of the very few games that we actually have sort of a average eliminations for most of the team, like a 4, a 3, or 6. It's like not a single-digit average. But on the side of the Xavier and LG, this is going to hurt them quite a bit when it comes to overall rankings later. But for our play of the match, again, Tony K showed such a bizarre grenade just now. It was incredible. It opened up so much for the side of FaZe, but even though they're being eliminated quite early, but his gunfire, the way he just controls his barrels and recoils is just incredible for the side of FaZe. Tony K, again, he's one of the best players out there.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. He was a key player for FaZe, especially when they fought against the SMG as well as Sam9 in that previous round. But here, let's look at the overall rankings. Nova shooting up to number 3 after that round, that amazing round. Let's remember yesterday, they were on the second half of page 2, and first game today, they're already top 3 and eyeing that top 2 spot, but they don't really need the top 2 spot, do they? Okay, I don't remember. But then again, eyeing the top 2 spot to get that extra round tomorrow to get a chance to get that extra $1,000.
So I guess Nova and also some teams, including here GIDS. I think GIDS is still on the first page, maybe, yeah. They sort of having same sort of momentum here, where they playing it just a bit more safe, a bit more in the middle range, not the best or not the lowest performance when it comes to day number 1, but when it comes to day number 2, they slowly step up their match just to make sure that they're not showing all their trump card yet. In this case, I have a feeling that Nova has not pushed their full potential, but definitely coming up from 6th place up to the 3rd place within just 1 match. Also, Alter Ego kind of being pushed down, and a lot of them being pushed. 2 teams actually being pushed down here. We saw how Bacon Time, they took too much time to actually cross over to a side of bootcamp because of why the circle is just, there's a river in between. It was a 3-island circle since the start.
Yeah, that kind of circle is hard if you are not within the same island. So that's why teams from the Camp Alpha Island find it really, really tough. I gotta give it to Sam9 because they still managed to get onto the other side, but they had a really tough fight inside of boot camp, so they kind of stopped them there. If the boot camp teams moved away, they'll be fine. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and they did their best.
That's why they're having a bit of a stalemate between the 3 teams here, Nova, SMG, and FaZe. I'm loving how they were being so patient about that. Just to recap what really happened just now. Since the first drop, okay, we mentioned yesterday SMG versus FaZe. SMG lost to FaZe yesterday, but since the last history, both teams feels like they're having a bit of a truce, not fighting each other. Well, Nova come out from the right side of bootcamp, now going towards the southern side slowly, try to go towards the coastline to fish out a lot of elimination and going back to the right side. And 4 rivals kind of stuck in between. Like, this is way too open just now. How FaZe lost Victorious is a different story entirely. But for 4 rivals, they have no other way like out. The moment they step out, it's going to be like 3 to 4 teams directly just aiming down on them.
Yeah, I know, right? Because of how the circle is, and because the circles kind of shift away from bootcamp at some point, so that's why those high, whether it's the high ground, whether it's the compound just outside of bootcamp, they will be occupied by other teams for sure, because that became a prime position the moment the circle went to number 5 or so. And that's when Nova, they were smart to take all those prime positions. The first one was the high ground just on the outside of bootcamp. When they moved towards the right, they aimed towards to go towards the compound, which is what we see here as the final fight. So by doing that, basically they went from prime position to prime position, not letting any of those good spots go to other teams.
Yeah, and that's why every time they actually shift over for the side of Nova, they always make sure Jimmy is always on the highest point to actually be the watchman or see through everything that's going on to make sure everything being scouted by them. But you know what? For you guys watching at home, if you feel like you can take these guys down, why not join this tournament as well? As we are commencing our PMCC 2022 with over 40,000 ringgit Malaysia of prize pool. You can join in as long as you are 16 years and above. And also, this is your last time to go to PMNC 2022 and where you have a chance to have a shot to qualify for 2023 PMPL.
You know, there's a thing called like online coaches, right?
Yep.
So for those who may feel that, oh, I'm a great online coach, this is for them to show themselves, to prove it, prove the point. Like, okay, they always say, oh, this player should play that way, this player should play that way. Okay, now this is your chance to prove it. Whatever that you say, whatever that you theorize, show it to all of us. 40,800 ringgit prize pool on the line, and of course a chance to move on to PMNC.
And also, not just that, there's so many new things coming up soon. Definitely the new Ultimate set coming soon. Nobody has a clue what is this about, but just stay tuned for more information. Just make sure you follow all the pages of PUBG Mobile on any social media platform, because this is still a mystery. We do know it's something about a black hole possibly. Seems like everything's sucked into it, including the UAZ who's floating just now.
But what doesn't suck is the new Nusa map, which is currently available now. So you can log on to the game, try it out. Per round is about 5 minutes, unless you went too soon. But then again, if you go all the way for chicken dinner, it's going to be about 5 minutes. It includes new weapons such as the tactical crossbow, as well as the NS2000 shotgun, and including new vehicles as well. The quad is available inside of this map. So do try it out. Let us know what you think, whether you like it or not, whether you don't like it. You know, just put in the comment section, because we want to know what you guys think. With feedback like that, we can always make more fun stuff in the future.
Yeah, maybe even invent new maps. We did actually mention last time what kind of name we will be given to the new map. And apparently the new map is already available now. So it's going to be Nusa. Have you guys tried it? What happens if you actually play in a tournament if it's sort of a bigger Nusa version? But speaking of which, next one we're going to head over to Miramar. So yesterday's Miramar taken over by the Infinity. That's where they really get really good. Now, is it going to be the same story here?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's the Infinity inside Miramar, they were superb. Like, it wasn't an easy circle for them, but they know how to pick those important checkpoints, and that became their key towards winning the Miramar round. But let's check out the team summary from the previous round. So it was Nova being compared with Yangon Galacticos.
I mean, like, these two teams are being compared for a good reason. That's going to be the improvement coming out from yesterday progress to today. And up to date, YG, Elzon, they got their Marnet. I mean, like, Marnet really is a very good asset for the side of YG. He actually made so much plays. But side of Nova, finally they start to get into this tournament as well as the other teams. But speaking of next team to focus, it's going to be Infinity Baker Time, FaZe Allthetizer, and also SMG.
I know, right? It's again Tiger Law, right? It is Miramar, and maps like this, you know, it's dependent on map knowledge, it's dependent on your firepower, your long range, your short range, everything will be tested. So we do see that these three teams here, the three Thai teams, they are really good with that. So expect them to put on a good show. But here it is, a little bit of a recap. In case you just joined us, Nova the first Chinese team to take home the chicken dinner.
That's true, with 9 elimination points. Kind of fair enough, but we're waiting what's going to happen next Myanmar, because for the next one, also what happened yesterday, the first Myanmar, I mean, like, this is the second Myanmar of all the days that we're actually going through Myanmar. There's not much Myanmars anyway.
Yeah.
Yesterday, that's where they got 19 eliminations, the record holder for the side of the Infinity. So can they get more, or will other teams get more, or will Nova get a lot of chickens today as well?
Yeah, we don't know. Yesterday it was the Infinity getting 2 chicken dinners in a day. Well, of course, the day just started today, so there's a lot of opportunity for any of these teams to get double, triple, or maybe 4 chicken dinners back to back. So to keep your eye on. 5 maybe only for Nova. Nova has mathematically still has that opportunity, unless they drop the ball in this round. But then again, we are talking about Myanmar, so there are teams that are really, really strong. But who are the teams that we think are strong, who's going to do well inside of Myanmar? Here you go.
Wow, I want to see Bacon time, definitely. Well, they are one of the teams to focus, so not much coming up from me, but Geek Fam.
Well, I mean, Geek Fam, if you gotta think about it, yesterday they did they did one round okay. There was one of the Erangel rounds. They almost got the chicken dinner, but there was a counter coming in from Alter Ego, I believe, that made them, like, unfortunately, they lost that round. With a 3rd place finish. The 2nd place finish was because of Appy being very sneaky. But anyway, because of that kind of performance, you can see that Geek Fam, they still have it. They still have that fire. They still have the opportunity to get a chicken dinner at some point.
I mean, like, Geek Fam do actually have what it takes, but the problem is, can they adapt fast enough? Because in the interview early on, Snipes also mentioned that they have a bit of a difficulty to kind of get an idea how the game is going to go. The dynamic has been changed a lot. Even if it's just one region coming in, which is going to be the entirety of one of the strongest team out there in China. So when Nova, also LGD and SMG, it changes everything when it comes to South Asia gameplay. I mean, like, they're used to South Asia sort of rotation and strategies, but when it comes to one team just ripple out all the effects with the other teams, everything just going haywire, and they're having a bit of a tough time to do what they do best. So it's going to be calm composure coming up from the backline, finish off everybody and bulldoze them. He wants to bulldoze them today, but can they actually do it for Geek?
Yeah, I want to see them bulldoze. Yeah, I want to see them bulldoze. So that speech actually was timed well, since I put in the prediction today, right? So I want to see them do that bulldoze thing. Well, can they do it? Of course. We have seen them in the country PMPL, right? Whereby the dynamic duo of Yohai as well as Mika is just unstoppable. Whenever they come up with a graphic of, like, top eliminators, top damage, always like Yohai, Mika, and Damu. Yohai, Mika, Damu. Yohai, Mika, Damu. They're always on top of that. So they have that within them. It's just a matter of adapting and just putting aside, like, we're going up against teams that we're not familiar with, and just bulldoze everyone, like what Snipe says.
Yep, and also yesterday, I think Damroot being one of the most crucial role coming up from the back line. So there's, like, Yuhai going for the front, Damroot playing at the support at the back and try to just shoot everybody and sniping from afar. But the thing is, the other two, Snipes and Mika, really have to work things out and open up the space there and open up a wider angle for them to actually move on and work around. Because right now, Infinity feels like they got everything in the palm of their hands. Everybody being played by them, because that's what they've been doing as well, bulldozing. But in the case of FaZe and also Bacon time, I feel like Bacon and FaZe sort of more towards flushing compound to compound.
Yeah, they're more of a chill kind of gameplay as compared to the Infinity. The Infinity would just, like, bulldoze you. I think that's like the keyword here today, right? Bulldoze, not select. That's something else. But anyway, behind the scenes jokes. But anyway, she's not worried yet. But the bulldoze thing, that is like the keyword today, right?
Yeah. Is it really? Is it select?
It can be select too. I mean, we gotta give a little bit of context. You want to explain that?
I mean, like, we translate. We have something going on with the BM casters as well. Okay, so you're being too picky, so they call you selective. So in the BM slang with it, it's gonna be select. Sounds so wrong. Like, how do these people come with all the slangs?
I mean, we have Rabu Padu. Rabu Padu. So we have. How do you do it again?
Select.
Okay, I like it when you do it with the facial expression,
I'm like, what kind of... I asked them, what was that supposed to mean? Oh, it's supposed to be select and selective. Okay, I get it now. How do you come up with it? I have no clue. That's going to be English down to nobody's land now.
They got to call it, like, what? Selective. Like, the tab has to be there.
How is it again?
I don't know how.
I don't know.
Selective. Selective.
But selective or not, the one that actually we're looking out for, is it going to be Infinity Takeaway, Miramar? We're waiting for the players to get into the lobby, but you guys watching at home, don't forget to like and share, and also predict in the comment section below. Who do you think will take away number 1 when it comes to end of day number 2 here? Because also your prediction for this match as well. Because we want the top 2 to get into the new map for extra cash round.
Yeah, the top two definitely. And if it happens that the Infinity is number 1 or within the top 2 spot, the slot will go down to the next 2 teams. So do keep an eye on that as well. There are some possibilities that we may see a surprise, maybe from Nova slipping into the top 2. We don't know. They're looking so far so good today.
Nova is a team that you should really don't underestimate them, you know, even though they haven't shown up quite a lot. This is what's scary about the China region teams, where they make you feel like they're overconfident. You are overconfident and you are undermining them for a bit, and the next thing you know that they're overtaking you from you like literally playing a chess against them. They slowly like showing you like you are winning, but at the same time slowly they try to corner you and you haven't realized you're being checkmate in the end of the game.
Yeah.
They're that slow and that subtle when it comes to approaching the enemies.
Yeah, they are very different.
Yeah.
If we look at that gameplay, right? Whenever teams try to get onto them, they have a way to counter, and they are always the one to make that first move. Yeah, so you know that if you're late to making that first move, you might not get the person that you want.
True, and also they are very delicate about. They're very delicate when it comes to, you know, how they organize themselves. And then what I really respect most when it comes to these teams, yes, I mean, like, we are overestimating teams from regions that are coming up from China. But the thing is, even all the other teams out there from South Asia region, we really look out for them. There must be a reason to it. One of the main reasons, their discipline is just insane. You know, you saw how their trigger discipline just, they saw how FaZe and also SMG in bootcamp, the longest time, they saw every movement in it. But Jimmy just don't want to pull the trigger.
Yeah, they have all the information based on where they were at early on. So they definitely know when to pull the trigger, when not to pull the trigger, when just to look and see what's happening. And they don't really need to like, oh, okay, we want to force ourselves to get those elimination points. They don't need to. And they know when to do that. In fact, if we kind of think about it, they didn't really like, okay, we want to try and tap, we want to try and get that good angle, try to move left and right just to see where the opponents are at. No, they just said, okay, someone's there, let the fight happen, observe the elimination feed, and make your decision from there. So when they see that the elimination feed is not running, that means they know that 2 teams is still locked in inside. So that's where they find that it's not worthwhile for them to like charge in, because you'll be facing with 2 other teams if you're in the wrong angle.
I mean, like, we did mention about a lot of things about regarding the chicken as your priority, or is it going to be the elimination? In this case, more towards eliminations. And just now, the moment they saw the circle is on the side all the way, you know what? They're not going to just jeopardize everything just for the sake of the greediness they have in them. But also the teams that I want to look out for is going to be coming up from Vietnam region as well as Indonesia, because we do know they have been very consistent. And speaking of GIDS, one of it, they can actually just overcome any teams up there anytime now.
Yeah, they can. GIDS, I mean, they are one of those subtle teams that they're good, they're consistent, but people don't really put attention to them. Maybe because they don't have those outstanding moments yet. But subtly, they can actually climb up to the top 2. So do keep your eye on GIDS, one of those teams that will bring a threat to other teams. Now, Miramar. My goodness, this will be the round. Only one Miramar will be played. Let's see what's going to happen here. The round that the Thai teams do really, really well, especially the Infinity 19 eliminations, the record to beat. Let's go, Miramar.
Oh, wow. We have that today.
Yeah,
that was really cool. I love the sunset just now.
And it's a new one.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I'm like, thank you, production. That was really something that we look forward to. But back to the side of Miramar, one of us drop spot or the hot spot coming in for most of the team is going to be Picado, now Perzo, Montenuevo, and also the side of possibly those side. I mean, unless if they can someone to take Chumacera against Eagle Esports, it's going to be a different story. But some teams actually dropped around Los Higos yesterday because of the contest between the places that we mentioned earlier. But the flight path this time is kind of reachable for most of the team who want to drop anywhere they want.
Yeah, yesterday there weren't any real big clashes early on inside of Myanmar, so probably everyone's kind of respectful or kind of like have their own place, or they stamp enough dominance at their own area, so that's why we didn't see that yesterday. But so far, I think with this kind of flight path, we might see the same trend as well. Everyone's going to be like happy and harmony in their own regular drop spots.
Yeah, I think since yesterday where GIDS kind of gave away Mountain over to the side of Infinity, possibly, where they kind of just resort to Puerto Paraíso, so they will not try to challenge Infinity anymore. I mean, like Infinity giving out a huge statement yesterday, how they ended up things. For the side of VNU, they're taking on the side of La Probreria. Sorry for that. And back to the side of a circle. It's going to be Impala Circle. Feels like it. Feels like it. It's going to be a tough one, though.
Wow, SMG FaZe Clan from Bootcamp to Picado. Let's go. Looks like it's going to be a fight between these two teams again. This is going to be super interesting. Right smack in the middle of the map. Everyone wants this. And this area, of course, Picado, we know, comes with a lot of loot. It's a high loot area. And every team wants to get control of this. So SMG is not going to let this place go.
Feels like SMG and FaZe in Sunhawk until Myanmar, since yesterday it's going to be the same. But at the same time, I do want to know if they're going to start a fight, because last time we saw them in bootcamp, they don't really want to open fire. But in this case, Sem9, they're going to wait again. Sem9 will be the third party coming in from the side of Power Grid, going down towards the Picado if they want to, but into the business. But Vintoris, again, being the lone wolf, aside from FaZe, like stretch himself quite far apart from the rest of the team here.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to find, get as many information as, or as much information as possible, or rather that they were trying to get as many loot as possible before the real fight happens. So they don't want to stick themselves into like one single building or just like next to each other. They try to spread out as much as possible, because when they do that, they also can get more information through like the surroundings. So that's what they're doing right now. Both teams, they're working out very actively, because in a lot of fights where we see that, if you talk about like community teams or tier 2 teams, normally when that happens, everyone just like lands and then they don't move. They're waiting for the next team to make the first move. And at the end of the day, both teams lost because the zone came and both teams just, you know, went out to the zone. I'm happy to see that these teams, they are playing their best and they're actively trying to overcome each other.
For 4 rivals, we're looking over a bit of a swap here. There's not many teams actually swap based on the map this time. Not like how we actually witnessed in MY SGPH, by the way. I do love the fact that they swap your players based on the maps. Like, there are certain players that actually specialize in Miramar or Erangel. You know, it kind of gives a little less tension and also a little less pressure between the roster. But aside of Sem9, this is what I expected. They're coming down from Power Grid. Maybe we'll bump into Picado if they actually move this direction all the way.
Yeah, but looks like they're going past by, but I don't think they will like go inside of it. No big reason for them to do that. They can focus to get into the circle or right in the middle of it, either one of that. But anyway, PMCC 2022, ladies and gentlemen. So you guys out there, time to show that you are the best. With all those comments saying that, okay, players should play this, players should play that, this is your chance to prove yourself. Scan the QR code to register now for PMCC 2022. 40,800 prize pool waiting for you guys. And of course, the ticket onto PMNC as well.
Our moderator from the Facebook chat or all the other platform chats, even on TikTok and everyone else, make sure that you spot the toxic comments and make sure they actually join the PMCC.
Yes.
Just for the sake of, you know, we want to see you perform. I mean, like, that's the fun part of it, right? If you're working things out or not, it's okay as long as you actually try. I mean, like, the fact that, some of them actually give a very good point in the comment section as well. It's actually some sort of a good insight, but if you can actually see that sort of an insight more than the players or more than the coaches, it just shows that you are actually a good player. So maybe just try it out for a bit with PMCC. On Bacon Time, they spotted Alter Ego who's passing by here, who's leaving Impala. I'm surprised, actually, because they got right in the center of a circle at first.
Maybe you want to get those prime positions, for example, the high ground just outside of Impala. So some of the nice spots there. But speaking about spots, looks like it's going to be Nova getting a nice spot onto Sem9. Harman Adib's gun down. Maybe the third one with Order going onto Putra. It's going to be a 3 from Sem9. given their points to Nova.
Feels like a lot of teams are focusing towards Los Leones right now. A lot of fights on the outskirts of North and on the east side of Los Leones. While Sem9 running away the last person that with a minivan. That's going to be a tough one since, yeah, it's a bit of bulky vehicle, but it's not the fastest since you're alone. Back towards the side of Bacon Time, taking a fight against Nova, who's Jimmy, almost bleed out, but there's a couple of taps. Actually really connects on the side of Paraboy, but Ice is just a bit too far off here. They need to actually finish off. If they actually manage to get a knockdown, they still have to journey themselves quite a long distance between the two teams to finish it off straight away.
FaZe Clan and SMG not done yet though. They are within the circle, but it's very likely that the circle will move away from them. They need to be prepared for the next phase of the circle and for them to spend time, even though they're by the edge of the circle right now, spending time too long here is not a good idea.
At the same time, both teams are not having that much of a loot here. Some of them don't even have a helmet. Most of them are actually having a level 1 of gears. They definitely need more places to loot from, but like it or not, now Tony K forced the fight against Pick Feet, who's cooking up the nade when Lycan don't have the helmet. If he try to pick and the nade happens to be exploding on top of his face, it's going to be a bit of a problem. And they don't have enough when it comes to health utilities as well. So it's going to be really a huge problem to start with for the entire team if they got even chipped off a bit for the HP.
Yeah, I mean, two teams sharing Picado, the loot is divided 50-50, so it wouldn't be enough for two teams. Like Picado, it's good for one team, but two teams is a little bit too much. So the fact that we have two teams right now, it's not going to be good if they continue to stay here. They still need to loot at the second spot if they choose to just leave this and not get each other's loot.
You know what? Infinity really love to play at the rim of a circle here. We're talking about when it comes to the third phase of a circle, they start coming up from the rim of a circle, bulldoze everybody from behind. They don't mind taking the blues in for a bit for the next two phases there. But on the side of FaZe, Tony K kind of missed that for a bit. Not much of utilities anymore, but Ventura is shooting from a different angle entirely. What a nice bait from the side of Tony K to work along with Venturas. And like a not going to finish off that just yet. Maybe just try to bait out another shot from the one actually in the compound of SMG, just to fish them out to know exactly where they stand.
Oh, Big Fast will be knocked down, but then again, Beautiful tries to counterfire onto Lycan. Lycan down to 40% of health. Beautiful knows exactly where FaZe Clan is at, but can't get a good angle onto the Memory. He's looking for another angle. Memory sees where Tony K is at, but Trigger Discipline is going to be his style for now.
Pick Feet. Remember, try to actually toss the smoke just now, but finish instantaneously by Venturis. There's no way they can actually help one of their teammates just now for SMG. While Memory and also Beautiful, as well as Remember, try to spot on where is Venturis. I mean, like, Venturis playing the crucial point here. He's the most important person to make sure that he can make sure that the angle that's not being covered by FaZe can be seen just by him only. But the rest of the team are playing bait. Here comes Alter Ego, crushing into LGD warehouse, and one down, two more to go.
Oh, it's going to be Impala Circle, it seems. Alter Ego onto LGD. They managed to trade one back. And now LGD, they're preparing for the siege down coming in from Alter Ego. Alter Ego not going to be making it easy for them. They are going to move in. They're going to be making the active, proactive move against LGD.
This is going to attract a lot of team around them, including Mega Time and 4 Rivals, Sem9 as well later. But LGD really need to close these things up really fast. Both teams actually need to close and wrap it up fast because there will be a lot of teams coming over. And feels like LGD now have a bit of taste of their own medicine. And a couple of teams try to actually cook up the nade. But lucky enough, he got a huge health revival there, but Potato tried to refuse that revival coming on, but FaZe on the other hand now chugging the blue zone again with SMG. Feels like it's going to be a lose-lose for both teams. Even though SMG the first one to be eliminated, we're still having to go against LGD versus AE here.
Yeah, that might be the case for FaZe Clan as MR5 goes down to the blue, but back to LGD versus Alter Ego. Looks like it's going to be MVM getting a knockdown to Renaure, and it's going to be MVM trying to get a second one. Yes, he will be able to do so with Potato going down, and Fnatic, the last man standing for Alter Ego, will be eliminated as well. That means it's out number 15 for Alter Ego.
They need to reset now and fast because a couple of teams approaching. One of it going to be 4 Rivals and also Sem9 on the other end. And a lot of teams are actually taking the high ground, so looking down on them right now. LGD kind of being cornered, pop a couple of smoke to make sure they can actually loot himself and upgrade himself from the death boxes around him. Instead of Nova, they're going to say hello to Bacon. Time with a flying motorbike off Jimmy. FaZe taking the front line. Jimmy with an UMP trying to find the corners. And Paraboy just going to join in a bit later than usual. Order and the rest of FaZe cooking up the nade. But Bacon, time Ice being gunned down from the other end here. Ice cannot actually build this one out.
Oh, Ice with 10% health. He has a first aid though. But unfortunately, oh no, being spotted out by Frozen. He has to let it go. Yeah.
They did. It's going to be Nova. Take it down on Bacon time. 2 of them left remaining. Noise and also Shirty. And Impala going to be the circle again. I mean, like, that's why I question why Alter Ego want to leave it in the first place. But back to a set of a Sem9, now having a bit of a visitor. Eagle Esports just arrived, knocking on that door. But Sem9 quite separated amongst each other. Still managed to clutch on down one. One person only inside of the compound. But Eagle Esports easily finish off Sem9, placing themselves 14. Well, the next contender is going to be GIDS. Eagle Esports have a bit more time to reset here.
Yeah, Def, the last man standing for Sem9, unfortunately, couldn't last long enough. And now the Eagles will secure that elimination point. Just look at where FaZe Clan is at. They're trying to get into the circle. It's a little bit far for them. They are starting to split up. I guess it depends on what sort of vehicle they have, whether they have enough fuel to get into the circle. So they're just doing whatever they can to survive.
Oh, Infinity came in really late. And YG is like next to them. But hello, Eagle Esports now. Do they want to take a fight or not for Infinity? Sometimes they're playing a bit too safe here when it comes to Myanmar. But I feel like they really want to take up a challenge. And I think Eagle Esports was sort of having an idea that there's a team scouting over them. And they definitely spotted out another team. I think it was Bacon time, the opposite side. I just wish they can actually build this one out fast enough. GIDS got themselves the highest place in Impala. It's always about the mountains in Myanmar.
It is. So GIDS, now they have a prime position on the outskirts of Impala. They are gatekeeping teams who are trying to make rotations, like the Eagles, like the Infinity, for example. So with this kind of spot, it is good. It is amazing for GIDS to be in this position.
It's just perfect. But all they need right now is a bit of an airdrop, just to make sure that they can refill their resources if they actually running dry of it. These Avis take a bit of a shot against FaZe, who managed to actually get into the safe zone just in the nick of time. But the question is, it's not just going to be these Avis that are eyeing onto them. FaZe, this is not great! Why? And it's going to be a lot of teams trying to just pin them down. Oh, this is really slick coming up from the side of Venturas, and also that motorbike really plays a big part now.
It's tough here for BN United as well. Looks like they will lose another player, but Marnet goes down somewhere else. 5 elimination points now for LGD. They are dominating at this moment. Logan onto Marnet. Looks like there's a fight happening somewhere down south where the Infinity is at.
In the meantime, 4 Rivals try to get the highest vintage point there is. Nova Order try to tap down the sort of FaZe here. FaZe is just, there's never a resting time for them at all. Everywhere they go, they're always being the victim here.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Because they were one of the reasons, because they're late, they move through the middle, open position. So timing-wise, it didn't favor FaZe Clan. And Nova will be happy to get those elimination points. They just managed to get 1 out of FaZe Clan, looking to get more. But speaking about getting more, GIDS, they bought onto Mela from the Infinity somewhere else.
Infinity, this is where they start to shine here. Venturas got no clue where the shot coming out from. Feels like everywhere there's somebody. It's going to be 360 degree. You have to be extra careful for him. But there's still a couple of first aid and band-aids to work with. MR5 and Tony K got themselves barricaded by the side of this vehicle. Infinity, on the other hand, open up the smoke, take a fight, and have to cut across again Eagle Esports, who start to build this one. But GIDS is the biggest problem for them.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be tough for them. But now, we look at a team that we haven't seen yet today or in this round. It's going to be Geek Fam. They're moving from the northern side, coming into the circle. But 4 Rivals have the high ground advantage. They know exactly where Geek Fam is at. At the same time, we can see that Lamborghini gets a knockdown to MR5. Looks like MR5, FaZe Clan, they're not in a good position.
And 4 Rivals try to actually get as high as possible. But the thing is, it's not the safest spot yet because it's right at the edge of a circle. If only it hard shift towards this side, it's going to be okay. But if it's not, then it's really going to be a tough climbing down. These Xaviers having a fight against FaZe. While FaZe only clouded himself a couple of smokes here, and hopefully it's just gonna temporarily evade the vision coming out from the Xavier. But here comes a high toss nade from these guys. Tony K got pinned down by Lambo, and this time these Xaviers want to show what they're made of, taking out on Victorious, double down, and that's it for FaZe. Haven't got themselves anything. I mean, like, they got themselves a couple of nations, but it's not going to be enough to maintain the top 3 here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough now considering that Nova is still in this with a full squad and they're doing very well. Nova already has 7 elimination points and they're looking to rank in more with this kind of position.
They can just come back anytime for Nova. Here comes Order cooking up the net. Well, Geek fam just maintaining their territory with 4 rivals back-to-back here, but they just one corner away from each other. 4 rivals being taken down by these Xaviers who's trying to climb up. In the meantime, Geek fam is spinning them down also for 4 rivals. There's nowhere for them to run or hide. Voki and Pambudu try to salvage what they have left, but these Xaviers, being the top party, make it so hard for 4 rivals.
4 rivals. The good news is that they're currently in the circle, but the bad news is that all eyes onto them. Parabol tries to get one to Frankie. Frankie has a vehicle that's currently exploded, used as a barricade. Duke still onto 4 rivals, but looks like no big improvements yet, no big moves yet coming in from these 2 teams.
It's going to be a fish eat fish world out there with Nova eyeing out the Xaviers looking over to 4 rivals trying to take down on Geek fam, fighting against them. Managed to actually revive, while the others, they just barely can make it into the circle. In this case, the Xavier now taking a fight against YG. They're a bit greedy now, going against all the teams that can actually see everything that move, they'll shoot it down. Nova checking down on YG as well. Oh no, YG. Feels like they are in the FaZe boat right now.
Yeah. It is very tough for YG at this moment. Parabol has a good angle onto them. A good angle. He has a compound. It's perfect moment for Nova against YG. But now, we move to Geek fam versus 4 rivals. 4 rivals seems to have upper hand against Geek fam, but Geek fam Mika is not going to make it easy for 4 rivals to finish them off just yet. But at the same time, the zone is going to put pressure onto Geek fam and 4 rivals.
Feels like Boom actually quite spread out between themselves, but the one in Geek fam versus 4 rivals, and it feels like 4 rivals actually won that, even though they're kind of being in the handicap a bit before. It was a 2v3 at first, but they managed to turn things around. On the side of Nova, they now eyeing out towards these Xaviers. Now they will be the gatekeepers on the side of the west circle here. It's going to be southwest. YG with the Mini 14 tried to take the advantage against these Xavier as well, but Nova really pinning it so hard to the side of these Xaviers.
Well, it looks like Parabol passed on the bait and towards Jimmy. Now Jimmy has eyes on the Xavier, but Bacon time is here to steal away those eliminations. And it's going to be Shirley getting one for himself out of Frankie, but 1 more player left inside the shack, and they move in, and Bacon time gets those elimination points. But all that, Jimmy managed to steal a couple of them away.
But now they're in the shack where everybody just dig their own grave there. Lucky enough, Bacon time, not all of them actually in the same place. Noise is quite far off, and Shirley is going to be a bit hard to be revived here by the side of Noise. YG, on the other hand, 1 second actually being saved. The fact that Nova changes their target in the last minute. GIDS getting themselves the best place ever. The prime spot, the vintage point, where they can see through everything, just steal away all the eliminations from afar. But 1 second, still managed to finish off Bacon time. 1 sec. I mean, like, 1 sec's really far, though.
Yeah. Somehow we managed to get one onto Bacon time. Bacon time out at this moment. But the Infinity going up against Boom. Hexas with the long range shot to Newsy. Newsy finished off by Hexas. There's going to be another point in the back for Boom. But the Infinity, they still have other 3 players still active. Mela and Logan, they are playing the gatekeeping role against Boom.
Where did the Infinity coming out from? They were really late into the party. Suddenly they taking the prime spot out of Boom's and GIDS hand. It's going to be 2 teams going against Infinity at the same time. Boom on the other side while GIDS hamming down on the other. Logan kind of stuck in between, being knocked down with 1 nade coming up from Okta of Boom. And now can Snizzle steal it away? Snizzle wants to toss 1 Molotov and just steal it down, but he's a bit too contemplating and just a bit too hesitant about taking the steals away. Boom spotted out the rest of Infinity while Boom! That's going to be a really brutal way to go for Logan.
That is a splat there coming in. But then again, we have Okta being gunned down by Snissel from the high ground. Mela didn't manage to steal it away. I think so, waiting for the elimination feed to come up. But then again, the Infinity not only have Boom to deal with, but they have GIDS as well. Alan is coming in from the flanks. Alan maybe the one to backstab in the Infinity. He has eyes onto them. Alan is ready with N4.
Oh, Alan just snipe it away. Mela have no clue. The rest of Infinity still with a 90 degrees climb. I mean, like, come on, just shoot it down. Alan, finally, that's going to be a free one with 1 vehicle for free. Tony is down on the ground, left with only Mela. Now, Mela, does he have enough grenades to actually toss over, since he's the only person left for Infinity and they're being surrounded by GIDS and Boom. In the meantime, look at how the spread come out from GIDS, but the problem is they still got the high ground, but it's not too much in the center either.
They have the high ground, but then again, Boom is around them, so they need to be aware of that. Now, Mela is on the outside of the circle. The circle is inside of the Impala City. This kind of circle, we don't see it all the time. And look who's in it. We have Nova.
And Nova or the rest of them have been camping here the longest time. Parbo is really low right now. Eagle Esports tried to take the fight against YG at first, but the one they should focus is going to be the one actually across them. Nova having the entire team really strong there. YG have no place to go.
Looks like 4 rivals, they are in trouble. The long range coming from Chua on the side of GIDS, but nice counter fire coming in from Daemon, takes down Chua. But Namshi should be able to pick up his teammates without trouble. They are in the circle at this moment inside of Impala. It should be all right for them. They can create this as their fortress for now.
Trying to defend as long as possible with their eyes out, looking out for YG. GIDS still taking their high ground there versus Boom. Miller still climbing it slowly from behind now. That's going to be a tricky one. He's going to be backstabbing a lot of people. YG taking down on Paraboy, but try to finish it off. It's going to be a different problem entirely.
Oh, look at this. Nova, look at that area. Look at their compound. Look at their squad. They're still a full squad. They're trying to pin out Yangon Galacticos from coming across, but at the same time, we saw that 4 rivals, they somehow managed to get across the road into the compound area of Impala. That could save them a couple of placement points.
Capone playing solo against the entire team of LGD, set for QCC, has been actually eliminated quite early on. Boom still taking the high grounds, now dominating over that side. Nova still working out with their compounds. The same goes for LGD. Every corner of compound will be taken by someone. And GIDS still have 3 members with last member Alan on the high ground. Now, how can he climb down except for jumping down? I mean, like, it's going to be really painful for him to actually just jump down like that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has a vehicle, so not too sure what his backup plan is going to be like. Let's see if we can find a way down, or he still has a little bit of the circle to play with. Maybe just by the edge of it. Now, BN United, Capone, the last man standing. No circle for him, but he should be able to slip in. Nobody seems to give any attention on this side. Everyone's assuming that the behind is clear. But Capone, that could give him an opportunity to go up in terms of placements.
3 teams going in solo this time. Infinity, 4 rivals, as well as BN United with Capone just now. Definitely they are struggling to make sure they survive. As long as they're not attracted way too much attention, they're going to be fine. But the teams are actually having 4 men. It's going to be Eagle, Esports, and Nova. Now, these are going to be the teams that have a higher chance to actually take the chicken dinner away. But one slipped. That is one silly mistake that has been made in the last critical time. Is going to be really punishing for the teams there. GD and LGD. Now, both teams are quite far from each other, but the circle will shrink even furthermore. The next circle will pop. It depends on whoever's being favored by the circle. They might actually have a shot at winning this.
And because this is a compound finale, the game is going to be a little bit slower. Nova is in it. Pamburu, representing 4 rivals, is in it. Boom! From the high grounds, managed to get themselves into the city of Impala. So they'll be all right there with the circle still favoring them. But Nova has a chance to rank in elimination points with teams being forced to move in.
They don't have that luxury gears as much. I mean, like a lot of level 1 and level 2, since they've been camping here the longest time there is. I mean, like they don't really try to loot quite too much. All they need is actually get into the circle at the center of it and try to camp it out. But in this case, if they actually open fire at the right time, they might just take home another chicken for them. But instead of Capone, he needs to cross over the other side, but he don't have enough on him either. It's an open street there. It's really risky the moment he pops himself up there.
Yeah, Capone has the toughest location at this point. But the good news is that LGD is moving away, so he can kind of slip through a little bit, maybe. We'll need to see what happens to Capone, but at least because of the movement for LGD, that gave him room and opportunity for him to decide how he wants to move forward.
Oh, he needs to move now. He's just gonna climb up and just gonna cross over the street, but that just attracted LGD's attention to his side, because look at how they view over. It's just almost impossible for Capone to just squeeze in there. Well, one second being shot down by Jimmy. This is really sneaky coming out from Nova. They're just gonna open fire and just hide it out, so they have no clue where they're shooting from.
Yeah, this is where it's tough, right? If it's urban warfare, it's hard to tell where the shots are coming from. They can just shoot from a window and just go disappearing because they can just fall back inside the compound. So it's very, very hard to play inside of this kind of scenario. Now Nova is moving in. Nova, they actually have a pretty good spread here, considering that they are grouped up together. But they maximize their angles, as you can see here. Each player has a building. So with that, they are able to cover a lot of angles. They'll be able to see more movement from their opponents.
That's true. They are dominating this. Oh, that's really close. But they just know every corner so well. It's like the moment they heard the hand grenade being tossed over, the moment you heard the pin being taken off, they definitely just straight away hide into the corner. They know exactly how to hide themselves so well that it's just so hard to pin them down. Now, Order spotted out on Eagle Esports. This information will relay back to the rest of the roster. They know exactly how to actually manage them the moment they try to push in. But LGD found Capone. Oh, Suki. That's the end of the Capone, the solo rider.
Yeah, I mean, his only obstacle pretty much was LGD, and the only team that can really stop him from the angle is LGD. But anyway, it was tough. It was tough. It was tough for Capone, but it was a good try coming in from him. But now LGD, they're still on the outside of the circle though. But the team right in front of them, boom, that's the team they need to beat next.
Now LGD, how do they approach this, as they are a bit later than the rest of the other teams? 4 rivals just next to them. And VM definitely playing a bit more safe, tossing a couple of smokes, but hopefully they don't dry out their resources too early on, because they will need a lot of hand grenade, a lot of Molotov, a lot of smoke just to get into this urban warfare. Because of the compounds are way too much, there's so many buildings there, they need to have a lot of Molotov and hand grenade. Here comes the spray from Paraboy. Suki tried to steal away from the side of Nova, but he managed to actually not clip anything. But Nova is just taking the reign here.
Yeah, Nova, they're in a very good position, I would say, at this moment. But there are teams in fairly decent positions as well, especially on the higher grounds. But speaking about Nova, again, looks like WT17 will go down to Nova. Another point for them. But the long range coming in from GIDS, and that is it. The end for Yangon Galacticos. Number 8, 1 elimination point, a point given towards LGD, and 15 elimination points for Nova. They are still in the running to beat the Infinity's record of 19.
I'm not surprised they ended up with 20, but burning Papuru, no! That's going to be the end of the Here comes the spray.
Oh, wait, what?
That DBS!
Papuru!
Suki, again. What an eye you have, Suki.
That was so close. Luckily, the backup was there. And now MVM can be picked up. LGD almost losing another player. That could have opened up opportunity for Nova. We can see that Nova, they might want to take advantage of that. The nade onto Yes. And now Yes down to 50% health. He needs to fall back.
This is just a perfect organized movement coming out from the side of Nova here. They move as a 4 in unison and just in so well disciplined. Order take the front line and giving up the orders towards the rest of the team. Powerboy coming up from the flank side, trying to spot out the rest of LGD. Jimmy spotted out 2 of them while Suki kind of being cornered. Boom, taking the fight against Infinity. Miller is going to finish off here. Boom, taking on GIDS. GIDS being rushed in here. They haven't got a clue. This is going to be it. But it's going to be a head-to-head between the 2 Indonesian teams here. GIDS, they bought. Last one remaining.
Oh!
Winning this fight.
Wrong corner there for Daemon, unfortunately. That gives them number 5 with 1 elimination point, but now she's starting to move in. Now she's with the Eagles. Now she's moving on down. We have Boo Boo Hoo still alive, but here we go down as well. The Eagles, they're flying in. Twanzi, 1v1. Can Twanzi do it? Twanzi did it. And that is going to be another team eliminated.
It's going to be Nova next, wiping off the floor clean against the side of LGD. Jimmy trying to run into every corner possible, making sure that they cannot run or hide.
Jimmy!
It's going to be Nova winning. They lost 2 men along the process now. to Eagle Esports. They got themselves 4 minutes, 2v4 now. Can they finish things off for Eagles?
If Nova takes out every one of Eagles, they will get the record of 20 eliminations, but it's going to be a hard beat right now. 2v4 is the game at this moment. Now not Jimmy, frozen the last man standing over against one of the Chua. But on top, we have backup for the rest of the Eagles. So looks like it's going to be the Eagles landing this chicken dinner. But then again, Nova securing at least 16 eliminations in Miramar.
I mean, like, that's a huge one. It seems like they were very close to getting a back-to-back chicken dinner. I'm not surprised if they actually do that for tomorrow, but for Eagle Esports, welcome to PMRC. Finally, the teams coming up from Vietnam has been awakened. Finally, there's somebody trying to push themselves up there, and in Eagle Esports, they've been patiently waiting from the sidelines, and they, you know what, they don't have that much elimination, but they did secure enough to actually survive and got Nova down on their knees in the end.
Yeah, they're the first Vietnamese team to get the chicken dinner, so congratulations to Eagle Esports. Definitely wasn't easy. I mean, they had to fight against big teams, but their timing, their precision of when to go in, when to take out teams is just great. It's just on point. It's just amazing coming from Eagle Esports. They were on point, but Nova, my goodness, despite not getting the chicken dinner, I think they would have gotten more points than Eagles.
I agree. And also, it has been such a great movement from most of the team, especially Nova. You saw how they just really move in unison. It's just so synchronized when they tried to get into the fight just now. Very carefully calculated. But outside of 4 rivals versus Geek fam, I mean, like, a lot of them been falling off the chart here because they tried to get into the top high ground, but Infinity came in very late. One of the main reasons they're kind of being obliterated quite early. Bacon Time, they just sort of having a bit of a problem with that shack. You know, the moment you get into the shack where everybody dies, you're the one that's going to be trapped next.
Yeah, it's tough, right? There's not much room to play with in that shack, so if the person gets sieged down, it's either you're ready with the DBS, if not, it's going to be really, really tough. But speaking about tough, the last few moments of this game, it just went by like you blink, you miss it. Like, all the action just happened to just go at the same time, and we saw a lot of things happening, but finally we saw that the Eagles, they won that high ground fight. They also win that fight against Nova, and that's how they get their chicken dinner.
I'm not sure how Powerboy just needed himself just now. Was it something sort of accidental, or is it denying his own point? Because if he actually survived that, he might actually help the entire team. But nevertheless, still congratulations to the side of Eagle Esports, the first Vietnamese team to actually take the chicken away. But I have to give it to Nova still. They got themselves quite a number. I'm not sure if the eliminations already break the record or not, but the last time we saw them around 16. I have a feeling it might actually ended up there. Still not breaking Infinity's 19 eliminations here.
Yeah, definitely not. Because for them to break, they need to win against Eagle Esports. Then they will get 20 at some point. So it's definitely not 19, but it's 16. Ooh. And because of that, they managed to get more points than the chicken dinner winner itself.
It's just, wow. I mean, like, no chicken, no problem here. With the Eagles landing themselves at second place, LGD at third. Well, we have Boom raising, just getting better than yesterday's as well at 12 points. While SMG, Alter Ego, 79, BN United, they ended up with nada. We're talking about this is going to be painful for the side of Alter Ego, especially because they are quite in the first page too. But BN United, it's just so hard for them to actually make a play here.
Yeah, no points for them in this round. But okay, the man of the match for round number 2 today is going to be Order. To me, like what I said yesterday, right? Like, if it's not, he's just behind Paraboy. Like, in terms, he is behind Paraboy's shadow. If not because of Paraboy being like the multiple MVP at the global stage, this guy is definitely it. To me, Order is just one of a kind.
Order just now, he paved the way towards the enemy team. The way he lead off to the fight in the front line was just incredible. I mean, like, it was really bleak. Infinity still taking and the number 1 spot. The second and third place, in the other hand, swap over. This is going to be Nova within just 2 matches. Climb up from 6th place or 5th place earlier. up to the second place within a blink. That's just how scary they are. And just 1 point shy from the side of FaZe. LGD doing the same thing as well. They swap over with Bacon time. Now it's going to be Thai and China alternating between the top 5 here.
And it's only like, what, 27 points difference between Nova and the Infinity with 3 more games to go. It is still mathematically possible for them to catch up on to the Infinity. But of course, that also depends on how many points the Infinity gather from the balance 3 rounds. But anyway, Nova, yesterday they were almost nowhere. They were somewhere to page 2. But now look at them. 2 rounds, immediately number 2.
That's the reason why this team's really looking out for them, because you know what? Don't judge a book by its cover. It was just a day number 1. Yesterday they were reading out the movement coming from all the teams. But here today, LGD and Nova, I'm waiting if SMG will push themselves up there as well. I'm not surprised if that happened. And also, Sem9, the only team that actually got taken on the second page. Now, we're talking about Sem9 starting off with a boom, but later it's just, you know, going down the hill here.
Yeah, they've been missing since the Sandhawk game, unfortunately. But anyway, overall, there's still like many more games to go up until Sunday. But there's a recap of that previous round. So, of course, we're going to zoom in onto our top 4 teams. It's going to be the Eagles, Nova, LGD, and Boom. And they happen to drop around the same side of the map.
You know what? At the same time, looking at the entire jersey of LGD, it looks really cool.
Oh, okay.
It looks like a taekwondo sort of suit, right?
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like staring at it for a bit.
Taekwondo. Nice.
Yeah, it looks really cool. But back to us about our recap here. I mean, like, we saw how late Infinity came in, right? The moment Mela left out, he wants to get into Impala. The last few seconds, not really in the center of Impala. Whoever take the compound the soonest, I mean, like, how Nova just get into the center of it. Same goes for LGD. If you notice, the China teams mostly, they just try to place themselves in the center of the circle, no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, because we can see that there are a lot of prime positions, a lot of good spots here. So where Nova is at, obviously, because it's a compound straight up there. GIDS, in fact, that is a prime position as well. So I can say that within this area, these two are the hottest positions. And what I really like about Nova's positioning, just look at them. They know what kind of angles to cover. They know all those entry points. That's why Yangon Galacticos, they have a very tough moment to try to get across because of the angle that Jimmy has, that Powerboy has at some point. That kind of lock Yangon Galacticos across the road. Another thing is the fact that they can have each other back no matter how the situation is also one more thing. They're not that too far apart from each other. But the thing about GIDS previous position, it's great, but the problem they want to climb down the hill, that's going to be a bit of a problem. To jeopardize their own position later just to get into the center of the circle, it's a bit of a huge risk to take. But on the side of Eagle Esports, you know, if only they actually spread out towards the side of the other building next to them, they can actually play as well as Nova, actually. But they didn't do that. Yeah, but at the end of the day, well, it was the Eagles also taking advantage, right? Because like Nova was kind of busy on their side as well. So Eagle was like, okay, your fight just finished. We just come in and, you know, clean up everything else. So if it was a 50-50 fight, then the story could have been different. We all know the capability, the firepower of people like Order, like Paraboy, and players like that. But the Eagles, well, a good swoop coming in from them because they had a high ground advantage anyway. Yeah, they got a best timing ever to actually butt into that last LGD versus Nova in the last minute, just cleaning off everybody, and they don't have the time to reset. But at the same time, there's so many things that we can actually learn coming up from, even though the rest of South Asia are kind of familiar with each other's playstyle, but we get to learn a different gameplay entirely from the region of China. So we saw how they are synchronizing towards how to get in closing certain compound, how they spread out, how they're so confident, and how they back themselves each other. But next one, we still have a lot more. It's going to be Erangel. We're going to have the break for a bit. See you guys in Erangel after this.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital. its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so the players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 km by 1 km map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 km by 1 km map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Bulan Bay, Telepak Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into 2. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Bulan Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's-eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepak Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. when it comes to moving between areas, we added a new two-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. You're playing the wrong game? Hold up! This is still PUBG Mobile! Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Nusa map! Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. Reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Ziplines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Nusa. But Arangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Arangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, it would definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure.
Smoke! Smoke!
What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Don't go there, don't go there.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or Livik. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As Livik has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that'll affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players, and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena's shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Assalamualaikum, welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PMRC, which is going to be PUBG Mobile Region Clash of the Year, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. We'll be your casters here today. I'm Chicho, and this is Sir Cloud. Thank you for joining us on all the platforms. Don't forget to comment in the section below as well. Who do you think will take away when it comes to the first Erangel next?
Yeah, the first Erangel after a restart, after the break, so things might change. We don't know yet, but so far, things has been changing for the better, especially for people or for you viewers out there who support teams not from this region. Nova has been exceptionally well before the restart.
You know, I want to call order and ask them, can we order 20 elimination next? I want to see if there's any team getting 20 elimination this time. I'm really looking forward to that.
But what I'm really looking forward to is this new collaboration with PUBG Mobile together with Boy that will be coming soon in October 2022. Of course, we have no idea what's it going to be like. Are they going to be like new voice packs, or are they going to be like new skins and related to weapons, or maybe a whole suit altogether? Just stay tuned this October for PUBG MX Mobile Boy.
And next, definitely, we have the every Wednesday for you guys. It's going to be the Rabu Padu. Second phase already begun. So the new leaderboard is going to be launched. And keep playing PUBG Mobile to earn more points and win prizes weekly. It was already launched for the new leaderboard, by the way. And could get 2 times more points when it comes to every Wednesday, especially when you play PUBG on those days. Extra time on that. And you can have this event lasted until the 31st of October 2022.
And the new sub-map is currently available inside of PUBG Mobile. So get onto the game, and it only takes 5 minutes to get the chicken dinner. So, you know, when we have a break in between rounds, feel free to hop onto 1 or 2 rounds and help yourself. Try out this new map because there'll be new weapons, tactical crossbow, NS2000 shotgun, as well as a new vehicle called the Quad. And take your time to explore as well this new map. It's a small map, shouldn't take too much time, but also be aware of your surroundings because it's still a battle royale.
I want to shout out for Garling Nas regarding new sub map. This is what he said. New sub village makes you want to create a home, get married, have kids, and live life to its fullest. I'm sure PUBG will come to that in the future. I'm like, that's really great.
Well, it reminds me of the cheer park, right? Whenever that happened. But now we're reminded again. Yesterday was like all Thailand.
Yeah.
Right now, it's all Chinese teams, with 2 of them coming in from Nova, Order, and Jimmy at the forefront. We have Paraboy as well from the previous graphic. But the Years, well, they seem to have the same pose.
I mean, like, this is like the pro pose, okay? I do know that Order have a lot of fans out there. And yes, Nova has been holding their fortress the longest time. I see you, Chad. I hear you. But Nova definitely played it so well. You know what? Something that I learned from how Nova rotates just now is always get the prime spot first. The spot where they can secure all the exit out and the entry in. Plus, when it comes to Erangel, they are so good at it as well. So I was actually looking forward if Nova can actually have all 5 chickens today, but that will be put a hold as Eagle Esports actually get themselves in the Myanmar map. But when it comes to Erangel, can Nova do the same thing here? Securing the spot, taking the best prime spot ever, and just taking down all teams outside from that certain spot, like how they did in Myanmar.
Yeah, I think we can expect them to be playing a similar strat as well, just going into, I wouldn't say the middle, right? But it's going into somewhere that gives them that advantage, like whether it's the high ground, whether it's a compound, it depends on how the circle is, and it depends on how comfortable are they in playing that sort of area as well. So they definitely know how to move and from point A to point B as well, in case the circle moves away, and where to be at a point B. Based on what I see as well, their movement is that they don't really hesitate. They're like, okay, the moment the circle moves, they know exactly what to do from there. And this is a thing that I think most of the teams can learn from these really, really big teams. Because I work with pro teams, you know, right? The struggle is always like, how much time do you take from a point A to point B, and how much time would it take for you to decide how to go there? This is always a struggle with pro teams, but the Nova is just showing it that it comes naturally to them.
Yeah, and also it just shows that how much trust they have amongst themselves, that just one call and they immediately just take whatever they need to do. They know exactly where to stand, they know exactly how to actually give the support for their teammates, and who moved the four front line first. I mean, like, that's something that a lot of teams can actually learn from, and that's what we actually have today when it comes to the interview early on. A lot of the teams coming up from South Asia actually really looking forward to fight against teams coming up from region of China, because they get to learn so much and they want to use this advantage to gather as much experience, which is something that cannot be bought by anything at all.
Yeah.
And it's going to be something that's so valuable at this point.
Yeah, I think that was what's mentioned by Snipes as well
Yeah.
during the interview, right? That it's about getting that experience in the bag. But speaking about experience, SMG definitely a lot of experience. Yangon Galacticos as well, a lot of experience. These two teams actually, they're doing okay today.
Especially YG.
Especially
Mane.
YG.
Yeah, as long as Mane is still alive, he's going to be okay. I mean, like, the entire team at least gain a couple of points. But the thing is, I want to see if there's any team try to push more forward by the first map of Wrangle now.
Yeah, yeah. Whether any other team that can challenge, well, now the list is kind of long, right? Because of the inclusion of like Nova performing very well today. Let's not forget about Thai teams as well. They did superb yesterday. So now the list is like long. Like, what are the possibilities, or what are the teams that could possibly get a good round? The list is like maybe the first half of the charts now.
That's true. And speaking of Infinity, they're still in the #1 leaderboard, but for how much longer? Since Nova are chasing really close by now, just within two more games there, definitely it can turn the tide over. But at the same time, I want to see if there's any team out there, any team at all, including LGD and SMG, can they take down on Nova? Because right now I want to see the contest going on, but is it really Nova? The only person that can bring them down is just themselves.
Yeah, and yeah, looking at how they've been playing today, it's only themselves to beat, pretty much. The only way for themselves to, well, be beaten is that they make the wrong decisions, they whiff and
Feels
all
like
that.
impossible now.
Yeah, it looks very hard based on what's happening today. I know maybe to some of the fans that it's like, oh, you're bigging up Nova too much, like it's only 2 rounds, but hey, I mean, the 2 rounds were really, really solid. It's not like they were lucky, or it's not like they other teams made mistakes around them. It was just them making the right decisions.
That's true, and I want to see how fast the other teams learn from this kind of strat and just adapt to it and get themselves in a better position later on and get, getting better at PUBG Mobile as a whole, as a community, because every single region and learning from this experience will actually bring up forth the community's performance as well when it comes to Tier 2 or Tier 3 games later in the screens. But here comes the Wrangle, the first match of Wrangle today.
Wrangle. So it's going to be the first Wrangle for today. Let's go. We're going to play 3 Wrangles back to back. And for the benefit of our viewers as well, we're going to play 2 Wrangles back to back before we have a 5-minute break. So you kind of know when you can go grab the snack. And then we will end the day again with Wrangle before we have an interview to close out the day. But focusing on this Wrangle, it's going to be a flight path starting from the northern side of Yogopol down to military base.
This is going to be a long journey coming up from Infinity, since they will be the furthest away around Milta Path for their drop spot. But I'm not sure if they're going to change it anytime soon. But those coming up from Sonoska military base is going to be one of the Alter Ego and BNU. They're going to land there for sure. There's not going to be any problem at all. And those coming up from Ferry Pier, Primos, also within reach. But I do want to see if there's anybody want to contest Pachinki from SMG's hands. That's it.
Yeah, keep your eye on that too. So far, looking at the drop, looks like SMG may have a safe haven inside of Pachinki. What I'm interested also with this drop is look at the position of Boom on the northern side. 3 of them into Zaki, 1 of them on the outskirts of shooting range. I think his mission is just grab a vehicle, get back into Zaki, and then make their next rotation. But not many teams drop in Zarki, so this is actually rather rare.
Ooh.
But speaking about rare, this kind of circle, it is still very tough because of the river in between these 2 areas on the northern and on the main side.
Now, it's going to be, I have a feeling it favors more towards the side of Yasnaya Pliana for the circle. Last few ones, or even in the Medusa intersection, it's kind of far from the southern side there. But chances are it's going to be Yasnaya, and usually it's going to be LGD's place. But Frankie got himself a vehicle, and Tony Kid is going to ring around the rosy for these 2 guys at Splat. Tony Gay on the ground, one of the best player coming up from FaZe, already done and dusted. And FaZe losing man too early on. That's going to be the box of Tony K.
Yeah, that's savage coming in from the observers, but yeah, it's going to be a good start here for the Xavier, a team that we've been waiting for them to really perform. Now the Trobos use looks like Gotuni Mela from the Infinity. They are on top right now with 50 and 49, and Tony K just behind him with 48. But because Tony K, he got eliminated early in this round, the number is definitely not going to go up, and that also means that the two players from the Infinity can pull away in terms of a Throwbos use in total. So that will give them, well, it's not really a race. There's no like prize for it, but it's just a nice fun fact.
Well, a fact that we can actually have fun with. That's why I call fun fact. Back to his alter ego. They're showing with BN United, if I'm not mistaken, on Sonovskar military base. But I don't think that they want to stay here for longer because it's quite far from them to go over to Yasnaya. Now, the moment you got in the circle too late, we saw what happened in Murama just now. It's not really great for these guys. You will be gatekept hard by the teams that are actually just at the rim of the circle. So they have to make sure that they got themselves that vehicle, come up from the southern part of the island, just move forward. But to get around Farm or Milta, it's going to be really tricky. Either of the both bridge will be heavily guarded by a lot of teams there.
Yeah, I can expect that to happen, maybe. But nevertheless, it is still like what, many more games to go before we find out who is the real champions of the PMRC. So maybe a little bit still early. But then again, let's also not forget, despite we still have a lot more games to go before we find out who's the champion for PMRC, the top 2 spot is still being eyed for these teams because whoever who's on top 2 will play the extra Nusa match tomorrow, and because of that as well, they will stand a chance to win an extra $1,000 if they get the chicken dinner.
Especially the second and third place right now is just 1 point shy between them, especially also FaZe, who lost quite early one person, and it's one of the most important players in their roster, which is going to be Tony K. I mean, like, all the players are actually really important, but Tony K always knows where to look from in the critical situation, in the down to 3, to catch up with Nova at second place, who just show us how powerful they are. But for some teams, they're having a bit of a roster change here. For Manparang will swap in and replacing Adip for now when it comes to Wrangle.
Yeah, Mamparang. Yesterday was the same trend as well. So he swapped in with Adips at the exact same game after the extended break. So they're continuing on with that trend. However, the trend for Semna, unfortunately, is that they've been slipping down. Currently, they are the lowest among the Malaysian teams. Yesterday, they were obviously number 1 because of that first chicken dinner. But now they are behind 4 rivals and Geek Fam, 4 rivals. Slightly in front, but they share the same amount of points still.
And also don't forget to scan now for the PMCC 2022, where you guys can actually win over 40,000 ringgit of prizes, and definitely you can actually have a shot to get into the next year PMPL 2023. So you know what, just have it a try. As long as you're 16 years and above and you're still a student, you can go into PMCC, which stands for Campus Championship for PUBG Mobile. So you guys actually have a shot to be a pro player as a career in the future.
Yeah, those of you who like to comment about players' gameplay, that's your chance to prove it on stage. Well, maybe not literally, but then again, to prove it on the official tournament and possibly go on to the next phase, which I heard PMNC might be on a stage, but I'm not going to spoil that just yet. But then again, yeah, basically, it's your chance. Go do it, guys.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a Nova 2.0 team, you know? The team that can actually match or be better than Nova. But for now, Nova feels like kings, but BNU fighting BAC, which is going to be Bacon time. Capone again, the solo player for the team with a micro Uzi. Swap over to shotgun, but finish off by Noise easily. Not even breaking a sweat coming up from Noise there. Bacon time. I mean, like, I'm not sure what BN United were thinking, especially for Capone. He got the entire team to work with, but he just prefer going solo here.
Yeah, and a little bit of a miscalculation there. If he was doing his scouting work, he didn't really scout it well, if you ask me. Like, I think there was not enough information gathered before he made that decision to crash in. He could have like spent a little bit more time just to like, okay, just see what's happening there before going in. But well, at the end of the day, it is what it is, and PUBG Mobile is a very punishing game. You just need to make those little small mistakes, and at the end of the day, the punishment is waiting in the lobby for the next game.
I mean, like, if he's scouting, why didn't he use any vehicles just now? That's one of the main question I have in my mind, where he can actually just hop into a motorbike or something and just pass over, like, just ride it over the place and make sure that he circles, like, how the other players actually do. Or maybe he have something else in mind just now. Maybe he was thinking that that place was vacant, possibly. But for 4 Rivals, they do know there's Eagle Esports player here. They're going in for the charge. And now Fit is the only player trying to defend this. Singers for Chua now helping his friend, but will be a bit too late now. Definitely it gives away his position, and Vuki just couldn't quicking up the nade. The rest of Eagle Esports quite too far for them to actually giving Hannah. It feels like they were not giving any help at this point. It's a bit too late. Namchi coming up from the back line now. This is tricky.
Yeah, he is going in for the flank, so this is a very smart move coming in from Namshin because he positioned himself not only at the back of his opponent, but he has the high ground advantage as well. So they have a lot of information against 4 Rivals. Now, the two at the forefront, Chua as well as FIDMT, they just need to not get a knockdown. But then again, the moment I spoke, that's where Voki managed to get the knockdown onto him. And Chua left to fend for himself, 50-50 right now between Chua and Appy, but Appy has the upper hand.
And now Appy is going to be bringing 2 down. Last member, which is going to be Eagle Esports, Namchin at the back line. Now, feels like they will just build this one out. They want to go for a retreat. It's just too deep for them to actually dive in again. And Tuan also doing the same thing. They are parting ways with their teammates being knocked down just now. For Namshin, he's just going to run as far as he can, just try to regroup with his teammate, which is going to be Tuan, and just going to reassess the situation for now, since they're losing 2 men quite too early on.
Yeah, now with this kind of scenario, unfortunately, the Eagles will need to play for placement points from getting the chicken dinner. Now it's just going to play passive for them. But then again, WT17, wow, just driving by onto 4 Rivals, getting the knockdown onto Voki, and look at the circle. It's all the way up onto the areas of Starburst, so it's going to be tricky to play in this area because of the amount of elevation. But Nova, they are not stopping yet.
They're trying to just salvage whatever they can, and one of their members being knocked out is going to be Jimmy. They're IGL here, but the rest of Nova, you know what? Whoever can be IGL for Nova's side, they can just easily pick up Jimmy again, and they're just how strong they are when it comes to taking back their compound. But at the same time, Bacon Time really challenging, is really close to knock down here, and they're just going to shoot from afar. Shirty make it so hard for the side of Nova to have a reset, and one more team shooting up from afar as well. We're being hammed into 2 teams there for the side of Nova. Venturis on the other end coming from FaZe Clan, making sure they're being cornered in a very small shack. For the side of Nova, it's kind of really hard to get out from there.
Yeah, Nova is currently trying to reset as soon as possible. A couple of smokes that popped up, but Shirty knows that his position's been compromised. Not going to be worth it for him to continue on because he's all alone, and that gave opportunity to Nova to reset.
Oh, they still managed to survive. That's kind of a hard thing to do for Nova, but still, back to the team that's trying to get themselves a secure position. BN United spot out on Infinity. D Xavier's coming out the other end, climbing up the hill as we saw the circle just now going around Stalber, quite far off. LGD spotted out 4 Rivals. Oh, left, right, center. LGD just cleaning off the Malaysian team. 4 Rivals, nowhere to be found, and will be the first one out.
At least they take home 2 elimination points in this round, not empty-handed. LGD, on the other hand, managed to get 2 out of 4 Rivals, so that's going to be the first 2 points there for LGD. But they need to be aware about other teams starting to make that rotation. Speaking about rotation, Sem9's coming in from the top, just on the right side of Severny into the circle.
Taking their sweet time to just park their cars here for the side of Sem9. Things not working out quite well for them, though they got themselves, the only Malaysian team got themselves a chicken. They place quite far down there. They need to redeem themselves. Dap spotted out on Boom. Boom quite separated between each other. Hexar spotted out by the side of Sem9. They just cornered him down, and that's a bit of a bumpy moment, but Dap spotted out the ones actually on the high heels. Shooting them down is quite a spray coming from Dap. Knock one down, but can he finish the job here?
Oh, the long range now. Coming in from Boom, putting pressure on the Sem9. Sem9 going up against Boom. It's going to be 1v1, but then again, Sem9 seems to have the upper hand. They are going up to the high ground, but then again, it's going to be LGD having the buddy on the Sem9.
Now there it comes. Quite head on. It's going to be Boom on the ground. Sem9 really close off being knocked down from Mumbai. Still survived, but big shot from afar. They take him back to retaliating and counter fires from the side of Boom. Now they're trying to corner every way possible. 7-9 walked themselves into the trap in the center.
Boom. Right now, they need to recover quickly while their teammates currently down. They need to pick him up, but then again, it's not going to happen. Fortunately, will be finished off. Mamparang is still down at this moment. Harm is still alive. Okta together with Hexas, they're going in. Okta with about 30% health and needs to reset himself. Unfortunately, the long range shot coming from Mela stops Okta in his tracks.
Down to Hexas to actually make a play here. They're being choked to death for the start of Boom. Slowly, 7-9 managed to reset and get back up their feet here. Harm tried to finish off Okta straight away, but the smoke just making it so hard for him to finish off the job and seal the deal. But we have one more team joining in. Here comes Infinity, butting in as a third person. Entirely just gonna sweep the floor clean here. Slowly taking the steals off from the side of 7-9. They got Boom's elimination, and that's gonna be one more team out early on.
Infinity, they don't want to let go of their number one spot towards Nova. They know that Nova is currently performing. They're trying to get as many elimination points as possible. At this moment, the Infinity managed to get 3, one of them out of Boom. And now the Infinity, they are looking like a team like they've been playing yesterday. Just going around and bulldozing anyone that they can see.
Lucky enough, Suki actually didn't spot out Geek Fam the other end. I'm not sure if QTC actually spot them out. I feel like they do know exactly where Geek Fams are. And they're just going to keep on putting the pressure on that side, but LGD didn't know that there's one more team behind them watching over from the high ground. It's gonna be GIDS. They have to be extra careful now. Couldn't be too exposed with the other teams who've been watching them really close enough. On top of Savannah right now, they need to go over the other side because they're quite far, or maybe around almost at the rim of the circle. But Nissel try to just tap them down, making sure that they cannot leave the smoke for LGD.
Snissel tapping away onto LGD, putting pressure onto them. GIDS currently playing on the outskirts of Severny. And now we have a counterfire coming from Cute onto Mika from Geek Fam. Geek Fam being spotted out by LGD as well. Pombit finishes off Harm. Harm now down. Putra is down. Looks like it's going to be Mampar, the last man standing for 7-9.
Infinity fighting against LGD at the same time. Alter Ego wanting to finish 7-9 entirely. Just eliminate them from this round. 2 down, back-to-back here. Well, 7-9, I think they just left with one more person. Alter Ego got themselves extra 2 points for free. And now they walk themselves in a trap. If they don't leave it now, Infinity might be their next contenders there.
Alter Ego still on the outside of the circle. Same goes for the Infinity. The Infinity, we know their play style. They like to play from the outside of the circle. They like to play from their end because they know that they can bulldoze teams. And Alter Ego happen to be in front of them. Alter Ego needs to be careful. The Infinity, they're starting to move.
I don't want to see the circle so bad right now and see who's actually in the center. Infinity is outside of it. Same goes for some certain teams. I think there's only a number of them. Nova actually getting the center again. They got themselves the compound to work with. They got themselves an open road as well. Really risky. But 7-9 at the same time have to face all the odds against the world. That the last member remaining for 7-9 just striving to survive. LGD on that end still having a go against Geek Fam here. These Xaviers happen to be passing towards the side of another team just next to them. I'm not sure. It's going to be Eagle Esports. And they're just taking the corner fight within the cliff.
Oh, Tuanzi out on the outside of this compound. Namshin in the compound. The Xavier, they're focusing on the compound though. Not too sure if they know that Namshin is there or Tuanzi is there. Tuanzi still waiting for the right moment to show himself. Looks like the Xavier putting focus onto Namshin, but Tuanzi just below Lamborghini. He doesn't know. Tuanzi's waiting with the micro Uzi. Now switching over to M249. Can he be the one to take them both down?
Oh, there goes the hop, and he just exploit himself that position. Lamborghini definitely knows him there. Dirk tried to give the support fire from behind, but Lamborghini being shot down by the side of Shunos from afar, actually. And they're just going to finish him off straight away, but couldn't because there's so many vegetations in between blocking his vision to where the fight's going on for the Xaviers. BNU now going to push into the rest of the team, and now they're going to butt into Eagle Esports versus the Xaviers. It's going to be 3-4.
Ooh, silence. Oh no, that will give you a little bit of a damage and a little bit of a time to reset, but unfortunately time's not on his side and he immediately goes down. Zuno's coming in from behind. Namshin in the compound. Namshin down to 20% of health, and Duke is there to finish him off.
And Duke tried to get more eliminations there. Definitely secured that 2 eliminations on the spot, but These Xavier's losing Lamborghini. They tried to reset at the back line. What Rabies got stuck in between, being cornered by the rest of BN United and Eagle Esports. BN United is kind of a failed attempt to rush in the last minute just now, and they might regret it. Heavy toll towards them. Max cooking up the nade, but being chipped down quite a lot. A lot of the shots connected, and Rabies coming up from behind. It's going crazy. It's gonna go for the later. Oh, SMG is there as well. Wait, what?
Yeah, SMG happened to butt in from the high ground, and now it's going to be SMG coming in, but they need to pick up Pig Feet first. But before that, remember, he needs to reset quickly. Remember, finish off Duke. At the same time, we can see that Leica goes down to Loki, but remember, will be remembered for his attempt, but Logan will be the one to get him down.
5 teams happen to be at the same place here. 5 to 4 teams. Definitely, there's going to be a lot of teams will put themselves a graveyard area in this right side of the circle. But the ones coming out from the south is going to be only YG and FaZe. But the circle shifted again. Geek Fam happens to be in the center, almost the center. Same goes for Bacon Time. Nova will start to bulldoze everybody in the way.
Oh, but check out the northern side. There are at least like 3 teams there that may fight with each other on the right side as well. It's going to be the same kind of scenario, and looks like BN United is starting to lose this plot. But before that, 1Z goes down. So that's going to be DZ. We have the high ground. They could clean up BN United.
BN United have 2 more men left. I'm not sure they have enough or not. Never mind. There's going to be wiping off the floor clean. These Xaviers won that fight just now, but left with only Frankie here. Is it worth it for the team? Left with 1 man, got a couple of elimination, yes, but the rest of them, how can they survive for the next couple of seconds?
Well, that will be the question for the Infinity with no time is not on their side. The zone will start to close in. The Xavier, they are still in this game. Now, FaZe Clan is moving in as well. They're trying to get the prime position where Yangon Galacticos is currently at. But at the same time, we can see that LGD may lose another player.
Now, Alter Ego moving to the side of LGD. A good explosion in between that, chipping quite a number. Infinity now taking the fight for the other side. Alter Ego, now they can actually just butt in on everybody's business here for Infinity. YG taking it on FaZe. Ventora's on his knees. LGD still not managed to pick up on YZZZ. And Fnatic over there almost shredded his best and maybe not done, but Infinity here being such a nuisance, a hindrance for the rest of the teams out there.
Oh, and GDZ, yes, just got eliminated at 12 place, 1 elimination point. LGD is still in this, but they're fighting against Alter Ego. And now LGD, 1 player left, but then again, Alter Ego has something to say about that. LGD out at number 11.
Now, Infinity have a lot to say as well. They got themselves 9 eliminations right now, showing off they're so good at Wrangle. Now want to take a fight against Alter Ego. Geek Fam have Damroot the other side, but Geek Fam have still 4 men well alive, but the high ground always taken by Infinity, but they're not right in the center of the circle. Now, Potato slowly being close by the side of Infinity. Gottini and Miller trying to put the pressure on that side, while the rest of the team, Logan going to be the supporting fire from the flank. Spot it out on Alter Ego, Fnatic on the ground, and now that's left. Potato try to revive him, but do they have enough smoke now?
Oh, they need to do this quickly now. Time is not on their side. The zone is starting to close in. Going to put pressure onto the Infinity. At the same time, we can see that Paraboy gets 1 for himself. Geek Fam, Mika is still alive, but Yuhai is currently down. Needs to be picked up. Mika having eyes onto Nova. That's right below them. Newsy with the long range. Nice! Coming in from Newsy onto 9 Noise.
Bacon Time having a bit of a problem here, while Infinity slowly just creeping in and just making sure that everybody's down. Everything that moved, they will shoot at Mika or Mika. Have been shot down from afar. 10 elimination, unstoppable for the side of Infinity. While Alter Ego still having a go against Geek Fam. Infinity's taking the advantage on the other end. Alter Ego have to switch their attention toward the left side because right now Infinity is just having the rain here.
And Mika will be finished off. That gives 5 elimination points towards Alter Ego. They're currently dominating this. Now Geek Fam, they need to reset quickly because Nova is just right around the corner. But at the same time, the next circle will reveal itself. Jamie is coming in. Jamie at the forefront against Geek Fam.
With a Scott Earl, swap over with the smoke, try to build the bridge so he can actually enter towards the side of Geek Fam, slowly try to cook up the nade here.
Oh,
took a bit too long for Snipes, already needed Jimmy first, and now can they actually save it? Nova coming in with the rest of the roster, trying to help Jimmy on the front line, but Damroot spots it out, the other two of Nova, having a bit problem to actually rush in, and Damroot being the crucial player again shooting from the flank.
But Alter Ego is going to shoot from afar as well, putting pressure onto Geek Fam. But at the same time, they need to be aware of the Infinity just right on top of them. Alter Ego down to the last two men, played by the rim of the blue. At the same time, Alter Ego left, right, left, right, left, right. Look at the spread coming in from the Infinity. But Geek Fam onto God 30. Damn Root is the one.
And now Infinity kind of stuck between Alter Ego, but I'm not sure what happened to Snipes. He just naded himself, maybe, possibly. But Alter Ego take the advantage and take down on UI on his knees. Well, on the side of Danbro, there's nothing much he can help from this sort of standpoint. We have one more team coming from behind. It's going to be Alter Ego in between. Oh, so close to Danbro.
Oh, the knock coming in from Renauri onto Damroot. That means that Geek Fam is out at number 3 elimination point. Order is starting to go in onto Alter Ego now. Now that Geek Fam is not around, and it's going to be the Infinity taking out Alter Ego.
My God, what a view just now. Back to the side of Nova. They tried to fight themselves into it. They're down to only Order and Paraboy. Now, this is the two best players that we have on the side of Nova. Definitely try one of the best combo out there. But on the side of Infinity, they are not stopping at all. They got themselves to elimination with 3 men, even though they lost Logan a bit earlier. But also Nova trying to eliminate a lot of players and try to dominate the elimination points as well.
Oh, Bacon Time still a full squad together with Yangon Galacticos. In fact, the Infinity playing as a trio, Nova as a duo, FaZe Clan as a trio. So looking at the numbers right now, Bacon Time as well as Yangon Galacticos, they have a good chance of securing the chicken dinner. But then again, Yangon Galacticos, they need to be aware. Multiple teams around them. They're currently sandwiched between at least 2 teams.
Oh no, FaZe Clan don't have enough utilities to actually drag this match anymore. We're talking about with a lot of band-aids, only a couple of nades. Even MR5 don't have any first aid. Bandit's not going to work well when it comes to 6 or 7 face of the circle. It's just not going to work. But for Order and Paraboy, duo or not, look how bold these guys go. They're just going to open up the smoke and move forward, while Infinity slowly waiting for them to start the fire first, because there will be the third party again.
Oh, Nova just next to Yangon Galacticos. 2v4 may happen. Nova is trying to find a good angle. They currently should be in the circle, but then again, the teams just in front of them, they need to be aware of. Paraboy together with Order, the duo is going to do it for Nova till the end.
I'm not sure how much YG actually do have on their side though. We don't see a lot of actions coming out from YG. But on the side of Infinity, they don't have hand grenades anymore. No more smokes for Mela, especially Nates. He's really needed this time. And they're just hogging over the slope of the hill. Spotted out all this hat just now running around the corner. But FaZe just gonna play as low as possible. Like, these guys don't have enough.
Nova, they did spot out Nova. The Infinity, maybe they saw, maybe they didn't, not too sure. But FaZe Clan still playing by the rim of the circle. Yangon Galacticos playing by the rim of it as well. Everyone's playing the patient game at this moment. Yangon Galacticos, they know they have a full squad. They're trying to cover as much ground as possible. They're trying to spread out just to see if they can gather as much information as possible for them to make their next decision.
At the moment, the circle pops, everybody start to move. Bacon Time straight away take a vehicle and make a bit of a rotation in the front to make sure there's nobody there. Nobody seems to be spraying over him for now. But they need to get into the circle. But the thing is, it's an open field right in front of them. It's an open street as well. Almside got clipped quite a bit, but lucky enough they got themselves first aid to work with. But instead of FaZe, they don't have anything. They can't even peek right now.
Shirley still on the outside of the circle. Now the blue will put pressure onto teams on the outside, including Bacon Time. Bacon Time playing a 2-2 formation, but where will they go in? How will they go in? They need to deal with at least one of the teams. Maybe the Infinity they need to give focus onto. Got Tuni putting pressure onto Ice. Ice immediately turns away.
And Bacon caught in between Mela, knocked down on Ice. Amsel trying to finish off the job, but Mela just making sure it's almost impossible for Baker to move forward there. United entry towards the circle, and 17 finish off one of our Bacon players. Same goes for Newsy. He got himself a kill for Newsy as well. And Bacon left with the last player here, and it's really hard for him to actually survive. Start to move against Infinity as well.
Almost getting one to Mela. Mela down to 30% health. Paraboy gets the high guard advantage at this moment against the Infinity. Paraboy at the forefront, Order at the behind. But Order needs to deal with Yangon Galacticos as well as FaZe Clan. But it's going to be number 5-4, Bacon Time. Paraboy gunned down by Mela.
It's going to be Infinity retaliating on the other side. Mela tried to go for the flank side, and Nuzi going in. At the same time, down to only last person order. Can he clutch this? Infinity's on rampage with 15 eliminations. Nuzi caught that side on order. Order, where can you run? He never runs. He takes a fight. He's going to go for the challenge. But that's dead. And that's a run for nobody. Plays at 4th. Infinity down to 2. But YG still have a 4.
And Infinity, they still stand a chance to break their own record at number 16 now. As in 16 eliminations, they still have a chance to get more than 20 eliminations. But let's see what's going to happen there as MR5 goes in onto Loki. Loki jumping around MR5, not pulling the trigger yet. WT17 spraying onto the other side. They're currently in the circle, but the team that's not in the circle looks like it's going to be FaZe Clan.
A lot of Molotov and also grenade on the side of YG. They can use it at their disposal here. They got the most resources. FaZe on the other hand still not making any move. They're waiting for the right time to peek out and show themselves. Infinity on the other hand is on the hunt here, even though it's just Nuzi and Mela. But these guys just never whiffed it when it comes to the sprays. YG, they got the most man here. They shouldn't be worried too much.
Oh, but they need to be worried because they're going up against FaZe Clan as well as the Infinity, the top teams in the tournament so far. The Infinity, they're waiting for the right moment, trying to find a good angle. Loki being spotted on. Loki got down by Nuzi!
They didn't secure the knockdown just now. They didn't get Mela. And now Lycan trying to move forward. Loki off the ground. Finish off. Mela even got reset for himself. And that's more 17 elimination. Are they breaking the 19 elimination? We're only duo working for the side of Infinity.
Oh, now the Infinity, they managed to climb up to the high ground. One side will be gunned down by Lycan. This could be it for Yangon Galacticos if they're continuing to be sandwiched by two teams, two Thai teams in fact. Barnet waiting behind, WT70 at the forefront, all of them currently in the circle.
It's going to be 2v2v2. They had 4 before for YG. They had the upper hand. They lost it. They lost the chance there. Marnet with a mini 14, 2 grenade, couple of first aids. Can he spot FaZe first? Now, that's going to be 2 eliminations secured by him. Seems like he knows the right angle, but is it enough distance to toss out that hand grenade just now? Bit quite a bit on MR5 and the rest of FaZe, but at the same time giving away YG's position.
WT17 now knows exactly where FaZe Clan is at. Look at where the Infinity are at as well. They are on the other side of the road. Nobody's going to give attention onto them for now. As MR5 tosses his nade onto WT17, they will not connect. FaZe Clan still playing as a duo. Yangon Galacticos as well. The Infinity as well. 2v2v2.
I'm not sure if Lycan managed to actually loot out a couple of first aids. You know, he actually did. He got himself first aids. 1 hand grenade, 1 Molotov. And a couple of smokes just not being popped, if I'm not mistaken. Back towards the side of Nuzi. Oh, he's just a bit. Oh, just tiny bit towards the left side. He's going to be securing 2 eliminations there. FaZe slowly burn off by the blue zone, but slowly creeping into the side of YG. They're just head-to-head here. Infinity is the furthest from the blue zone. This is to their advantage, but they're right in the middle of the street.
Oh, like Nuzi goes down. Everything's going to go haywire right now. Looks like the Infinity, they're still in this with Mela. Now with the AUG, the Infinity, 1v1 WT17 against the Infinity. Mela going to it. No! No, so close for the Infinity. But then again, it's going to be Yangon Galacticos with the chicken dinner.
Oh, they almost lost it when they left with 2 men just now. But it's still the circle. Oh my god, that was so close. What a game by all 3 teams, YG, Infinity. And definitely that was one of the best ending ever. But Infinity, did they break their own record just now?
I don't think so. At most, they would have gotten like 17 or 18. Definitely not a 20 for sure. For them to get a 20, they need to eliminate everyone at the final moment. So yeah, I mean, they're again very, very close to their own record of 19 at this moment. But the Infinity, well, I mean, they're back. Welcome back, the Infinity. Where have you been? Hello.
Oh, they are scary. And now back to the highlight. In case you guys missed that for a bit, just going to be a bit of a recap. A lot of early team fights. I mean, like, when it was the 5th circle, we have, like, less than 10 teams.
Yeah, it was hard and fast in this round as well. Considering that this kind of circle kind of forces teams to fight because of that river just on top of Yastaya, they kind of cut off a lot of a section of the play area, so that's why teams tend to meet with each other faster.
And it's just really hard to actually call out the spot that what you really want, because the circle is really hard shifting all the way here just now. When it comes to the fifth circle, we're down to just 8 teams there. And look at how the teams just really struggle to get themselves the best point of view. It's just so hard because there's always somebody else behind your back. But Infinity, with just Mela and Nuzi, and just all the way as a duo.
Yeah,
it was insane.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, if we talk about the Infinity, like what I see yesterday, each individual is like a full squad by itself. And even if they play as a duo, it's not a problem for them. Just look at Nuzi, he's at the forefront. Nobody's able to stop him, and he's like a one-man army.
It feels bad for FaZe. They don't have enough utilities. They don't have that much for first aid. They just manage to last-minute looting those death boxes around them. And the circle happened to be, the Blues happened to be shrinking on their side first. Just so hard for them to get themselves in a better placement. But nevertheless, congratulations, sort of YG, their first ever chicken dinner. And it's going to be coming up from the side of Myanmar. The only team coming up from representative of Myanmar finally got themselves the chicken that they need. But Infinity, FaZe and Nova, these teams slowly really grinding so hard that it's almost impossible to call out who's getting the top 2 here.
Yeah, with that kind of amount of throwables as well, they will definitely place themselves up very, very high in terms of the amount of throwables used. Considering that Tony K got eliminated fairly early. But even with an early elimination for Tony K for FaZe Clan, they still managed to climb themselves up to a top 3 finish. So gotta give it to FaZe Clan as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's really true. I mean, like, it was really hard for them to fight against a whole team of YG at first. And also FaZe the other end. And there's so many alter egos in between. But 24 points with 18 elimination, closing off. Last time the highest, they got 19. They just pulling off the record of all the games here. I mean, like, so far, it's still in the hands of Infinity for the best record. But on the side of YG, not too shabby with 6 elimination points, with the chicken dinner plays himself at second.
Yeah, so 2 teams at least managed to get like a double digit in terms of total points collected. Yangon Galacticos, the first team, well, they are the only team representing Myanmar, so they managed to get the chicken dinner, so good. Congratulations. That means that all countries, as of now, managed to get at least 1 chicken dinner in this tournament.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, like, we did have Sam 9 for Malaysia. Infinity many times.
Yeah, too many.
Too many times for ties. Alter Ego for Indonesia, FaZe again. And then now we have Nova finally starting to get chickens a lot today. But you know what? This is one of the best players. I personally, of all Infinity players, I prefer Mela of all everybody else. Because one, he knows where to definitely toss around a grenade. Every single time his nades are just golden.
Yeah, I love Mela as well. But I have a different reason why I love Mela. Because when I met him during the C thing, I was like, hey, Mela, I want to buy a jersey, can you sell one to me? They did bring some stocks. Yeah, they did bring some stocks. It wasn't for sale. And then he was like, oh, I'm not going to sell it to you. I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, okay, thanks, man.
Now
hey, so shout out to the Infinity.
Boy.
Well, I'm also saying that I'm a big fanboy of the Infinity.
I mean, like, that's a big reason too. Infinity just cracked themselves a triple-digit points just now, 117. That's quite far. With side of Nova and FaZe, who almost really close to each other, 75 and 72 on their respective second and third place. But this is where the gap kind of opens up, right? 4th and 5th place is just 2 points shy, but there's 20 points all whatsoever, and like 18 points in between. But look at the first placement, the gap though.
Yeah, it's 40. Let's see, my math is running. 42 point gap between Infinity and Nova.
If you compare it with the 16th place now, how far is
well,
we need to add another one at BN United right now.
Yeah, that's easy to count. It's 107 points difference between them and BN United. So that will take a lot of games for BN United to catch up. A lot.
I mean, like, even the first page of the 8th place was 40-ish, and the first place is 100 and something. That's like around 60 points of difference. More than 60 points of a difference between first and the 8th place. Imagine that for the first page.
Yep. I know, right? I know, right? They're just like way far off right now.
And also, the chicken dinner is 10 points only.
Yeah. So for teams to really catch up, it's super hard. Like how many times you can get like 15, 16, 17 eliminations? Even in a regular format, it's hard. What else in this kind of format with this sort of teams? It is superbly hard.
And also, since the start of Infinity, it's kind of hard for them to reach around Military Power. So they still found themselves a couple of vehicles to just drive into Military Power. The usual drop spot came in a bit late while FaZe actually take Yasnaya. At first, everybody thought it's going to be Yasnaya, but a lot of them kind of being choked in around Ross Hawk at first. And then that's where everybody put it a halt for now. There's so many teams. You know what? Infinity, they are not going through all the kerfuffle that going on top of Ross Hawk here. They just making sure they take all the pathway that can actually negate themselves from the team fight, so they don't waste too much of their resources.
Just look at the position for the Infinity. Like, they focus on trying to get to the high ground, which is up on top of Stauber, and then they come back down. It's a lot easier. I know that Yangon Galacticos actually got the chicken dinner, but we're talking so much about the Infinity. But we gotta give it to like how they move from that area down. They know which are the prime positions, and in Stauber, of course, the higher you go, the better.
I know. I just hope YG actually spread. Like, they actually did spread, but they're just too hesitant to make a move here. One of the main reasons because they saw Bacon Time right across them in front of the compound, and they don't have that much compound to work with, except for a couple of vegetations. But looking up for them that they don't have to actually work themselves into the compound, since the circle hot shift to the outside of the building itself and right into the open area of the street. And I think 17 definitely knows about FaZe. Same goes for Monet. If you look at how they're actually looking over the side of FaZe. Now the problem is Infinity on the other hand might have to give them pressure. That's how YG just kind of being separated when it comes to their objective in the last minute there.
Yeah, so that's that for that round. FaZe Clan definitely played very well as well, considering they played as a trio from the start. Let's not forget about them. Gotta give them credit too. Yeah, but then again, out of the 3 teams at the end, again 2 teams are from Thai, so they are still the Titanics. It's hard to disregard them.
Where are the other regions now?
I know, right? And then you have Nova in between, and that's it.
Like,
and then everyone's like
Nova and the Titans.
Yeah, Nova and the Titans. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. But what else is in store for you guys is, of course, the PMCC, the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship that will be happening really, really soon. So for those of you eyeing a slot onto PMNC, sign up for this and stand a chance to win 40,800 ringgit worth of prize pool. And of course, the opportunity to play on the PMNC stage this year. That will be happening. Not going to spoil it. I'll keep it a secret for now.
But also, if you actually won yourself and winning in PMNC, you have a chance to actually qualify to 2023 PMPL. We do know how hard to get into the PMPL these days.
Yeah, so that's one of the routes there for you guys to play. But besides that as well, a new Ultimate set will be coming really, really soon. And this kind of teaser, you know, it's like really teasing. This is like the level, the Dragon Ball level of teasing. It's like
the Dragon Ball was worse.
The Dragon Ball was probably the worst teaser of all.
There's nothing.
Yeah, it's like you just like, you know, no point putting it out. It's like it's not helpful.
Now this is the map that one of you said where you can build family in.
The
new
yeah.
map where you can actually, it's actually true, you can pick up a couple of friends in Love Island, and then you go to the Pink Beach, and you go to Sunset Street to start a family. Then you go to the Bulan Bay for your honeymoon, and then you get kids, and then you get into the Science Center to let your kids get educated, and then you go to the Flame Village to actually have a bit of a war there. That's actually the storyline of it.
Okay. I thought that going to the Flame Village to get a baptism of fire might sound a little bit more relevant. But anyway, that's like figurative of speech, right? But yeah, do check it out as well. And let us know where you can have kids and send them inside of New South. Isn't that the storyline?
Oh yeah, it was still in the story. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I was phasing towards the end of the storyline.
You know what? Nisa is really fun map. It's the smallest map, but it's definitely one of the most satisfying to play because it's less than 10 minutes to actually finish off, precisely to be a 5 minutes chicken dinner. And also, I'm looking forward to the show match, which is going to be tomorrow for the top 2 to play in New Summit for the players.
Yep, it's going to be played for the first time on a competitive setting. So you don't want to miss out on that. The top teams from today will head on to tomorrow. But
wow.
Head-to-head, so it's going to be, wow, it's good. So we're comparing countries now.
Oh, wow. I mean, like, when it comes to the average, for the eliminations, there's a bit of a gap. But for the average time in the blue, now we did mention most of the China team regions, like the China region teams, they prefer to be in the center of the circle, right? If you compare to the Malaysia, some of them playing very late. But when it comes to the others, it's almost like not too different.
Yeah, well, I guess that's why statistically we do see that China, they spend lesser time in the blue. But anyway, but that was the numbers, right? So the numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
I believe in that. I'm a very data person. Mela Newsy currently at the number 1, number 2 for the most damage dealt out. Loki was one of the star men for Yangon Galacticos, but look at the gap between them in terms of damage dealt. Obviously, the Infinity, just by having 2 players up there, that just shows that, okay, they are still here to stay with that kind of firepower.
And for today's matches so far, with those actually got themselves chicken in, and just to recap, Nova, Eagle Esports and YG, a lot of 9s with inverted 9 in the last one.
Oh yeah.
Next one is going to be...
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, are we looking over a record-breaking Erangel today? We're waiting for anybody to hit the 20 eliminations.
Yeah, I know, right? So today's record is 18, but of course the overall record for now is 19, and both of them happen to be the same team. I think at some point they're going to be like, like how we talk about Geek Fam at some point during the PMPL.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Infinity is probably going to be that. Like, when it reaches like day 3 or maybe like the start of day 4, it's like, the Infinity again.
And you know what really, I mean, like, it's so hard to, match up the Infinity for the teams, including Nova, because of the gap in between here. Like, they have to take that. It's so rare to see Infinity goes down first.
Yeah, it's hard.
Except for Sunhawk, there's a possibility there. But when it comes to Marama and Erangel, especially Erangel, they're just so patient when it comes to making their rotation, not too hasty about calling the shots of where to go in which compound. They're taking their own sweet time. They think it really through to which spot they want to get next.
Yeah, they definitely put a lot of thought there. So that's why they know like what kind of prime positions for them that they're comfortable to play with. It's actually the same theory as Nova, right? Nova has the same thing. When they move from area to area, is that they know that there's a prime position. That's number 1. Second is that they don't hesitate their movements. The moment the circle moves, they go in. In terms of that, it's the same. But of course, overall play style, Nova and the Infinity likes to play a little bit longer on the outside of the circle. Nova likes to play a little bit faster in the circle. But the essence of it is that they both don't hesitate in their decisions.
That's true. And also, we can see how they just move without, some teams are making a bit of a U-turn sometimes when they try to do something, the rest of the team don't follow. That kind of mistakes really not be made by these 2 teams. Now, I really want to see if Infinity happen to be clashing with Nova early on. What's going to happen then?
Yeah, that will be interesting. So far, we haven't seen like a real head-to-head between the both of them, right? So, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see that.
Can we get that for the next head-to-head, though?
Well...
Can we get that?
You got to tell the person on the other side of our...
Telling you the other side.
Yeah.
Can we get that head-to-head? I really want to see now because...
No, I saw it. Yeah, they shook their head. It's like, no.
No.
They were like, no, you're not going to get it.
I want to see because right now, do you think by the end of today, Nova can overtake the number 1 spot or not?
With 2 more rounds, no.
Realistically speaking.
Mathematically as well.
Yeah.
Well, mathematically you can, but realistically, no. Yeah. But it's because of course, we need to consider that Infinity will also gather points as they go, right? And then they don't look like they're stopping. But for the next round, let's check this out. So I'm interested to hear your answer now.
I mean, like, I want to see what they have to offer this time for the teams. We heard their coaches just now. I'm like, we are more towards rooting them instead of predict them.
I know, right? This is talent rooting.
Talent rooting for who today?
Talent rooting.
We want to push all the teams as a whole, as the entire scene here, to match up each other. You know what? To catch up when it comes to adapting to their playstyle.
To catch up, to chili sauce, to, I don't know, ketchup, tomato ketchup, black pepper, and everything else.
Barbecue, wow, that's great.
At least GD, GIDS, not too bad of a pick, right?
No,
I mean, they are kind of consistent.
But the only time that the last round was the only time that I actually see them kind of eliminated too soon. They got themselves a no point at all, no eliminations, and I think it was the first or second team to actually go down early. So that was a rare sight from GIDS.
Yeah.
The same goes for Infinity and Bacon, FaZe, and also the side of Nova.
It is. They
never go down early.
Yeah. Even if they did, we won't remember because everything else is covered back with their super performance.
True.
Yeah. So, but as far as I remember as well, the Infinity they never went out early. Maybe FaZe Clan 1 or 2 rounds, but at the end of the day, the overall performance is what matters, right?
I think one of the many reasons because Infinity love to drop where there's not many contenders too early on. They always want to secure their loot first. In this case, but for the side of FaZe, I mean, like, they love to drop in the middle of everybody else. Like Bacon, they love to drop around Jogopool, north Jogopool, so it's quite far off, except for, you know, Zaki now do have some talent there. So I'm not sure if they want to challenge Bacon for those dropping in Zaki, so they have to wait and see. But for the side of Infinity, nobody's actually tried to contest them or try to just take it over around Milta.
I think that kind of makes sense why they do that, and that kind of that there's a link there between how they play as well. They like to play on the outside, they come in a little bit later. So based on that kind of play style, it makes sense that they like to drop at the edges. Like in Sanhao, they like to drop up north, and like in Erangel, they like to drop on the right side around the areas of Milta Power, that kind of area. At some point, they like to drop in Novo as well.
Yeah.
So it fits their play style wherever they drop. So it's not like, okay, you must always drop in the middle. Like if that kind of play style works for you, you like to play it a little bit late, it's okay to drop at the side. And the risk of actually going out early is easier, is lesser. But of course, the risk of going up by the zone is higher because you need to chase the circle. So that's a trade-off there. But they really, because they know that their play style is as such, they're comfortable with it. So hence their setup is that way.
And like in the end of the day, when you drop from your flight path, the first primary objective, the foremost that you should be doing is just loot up yourself, right? If you don't have anything to work with, how can you actually fight if there's a rush coming out? So that's going to be one of the main objectives they actually plant in their mind for the sort of Infinity. Same goes for Nova. Then the second part, which is going to be where's the best spot. Do you want to take the fight now or later? Do you want to get more eliminations? Do you want to jeopardize the entire team's survivability, or you're willing to risk it? There's not many teams that are willing to risk it. One of them is actually FaZe.
Yeah. We can see that from the multiple rounds where they clash with SMG.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter for them, right? Like, yes, they win most of the rounds, but it's still not fun to be clashing very, very early, especially with a team like SMG. But they still like, okay, let's stay true to our play style. Let's just go down there. And plus, technically they do have the upper hand against SMG. So the ball is on SMG's court to like whether they want to drop it or whether they still want to go in for a FaZe Clan.
I mean, that's usually on Sunhawk and also Mirama. In this Erangel case, well, quite far. Like sometimes they do drop around Rostock, sometimes they do drop around Hospital or southern Jogopur, but SMG still inside of Pochinki. Pochinki is a very luxury place to loot from. There's a lot of places, right? And I'm just a bit surprised that, you know, the Zave is not contested there because they used to love Pochinki a lot. And whoever back then in the ancient days, whoever being the kings of Pochinki usually be the kings of Erangel. But these days, not so much anymore.
Yeah, not so much because of how the playstyle has changed. That's why the Infinity is an example of like you don't need to like bulldoze your way at the middle. You can still play by the sides, but of course you need to adapt. You need to be able to change the way you play, whatever that you're comfortable with. But it's also the opposite, right? If you're not comfortable playing late, right? If you're like a Nova, for example, right? You're not comfortable playing late. You like to play smack in the middle straight. You like to play those prime positions very, very early on. Then playing by the sides as a start may not be that your cup of tea. Maybe it's better to start somewhere closer to the middle of the map.
That's kind of true. It's all down to how they want to play the game for the teams.
Yeah.
Because every single team will not actually copy-paste every sort of strategy between the other teams because it just don't gel well with them. It's all down to how they want to, the most confident play for themselves and amongst the team. But while we're waiting for the players getting into the lobby, be patient. Don't forget to check out all the best exclusive during this particular tournament where we have the first time ever the Clash of the Year. And if you guys just joined us just now, we have a lot of C teams today, so the Asia teams, plus one region which coming up from China, one of the best in the world joining in to see how well the Southeast Asia players actually prepared themselves to fight one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I know, right? This is like a teaser. It's like a
Yeah.
teaser to what's going to happen next week. And next week is going to be the big one, of course. There's prize money involved. It's going to be a long format. It's going to be a 3-week league and then a finals at the end of it. And then not only that, it's also going to be the ticket towards a PMGC as well. That's going to be happening at the end of the year. So definitely the teams don't want to miss out on this. If any of the teams do not make it past this stage to PMGC, basically their season is over and it's going to be like what, a 3, 4, 5-month holiday.
It's going to be next year.
Yeah, it's going to be next year.
Totally next year for them. I'm
Absolutely.
like, 2022 is done for them if they cannot make it out alive towards PMGC for this year. It's almost at the end of the year. We're almost done for 2022. Oh my god, do we have flying cars already? Not yet.
Well, in game we got plenty of it. We got plenty of it. We saw a flying bike early on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's one.
Was it Nova just now?
Yes. It was, I think it was Jimmy.
I think it was Jimmy as well. He came in a bit late than the rest of the team. But
Yeah.
you know what? It was really, I mean, like, even the circles are so unpredictable with the latest patch just now. We saw the circles like we've never seen Zaki ever. We've never seen Zaki ever. Nowadays, we've seen a lot, when it comes to Erangel, a lot of Stalber, a lot of Impala. I mean, like, since yesterday, we had a couple of Impala, including today.
Yeah, it was an Impala today. Yesterday was somewhere down south, around the areas of Chumasera, high grounds of Chumasera.
That was Mirama. But for Erangel, I think it's around Lipovka. I think it was around Lipovka.
Yesterday's Erangel was Ferry Pier was one, and then it was Milta. Yeah, that was the second one at Tampoila.
The last one we had around Lipovka, if I remember that correctly, but I think somewhere between there.
Right. Okay. I don't recall Lipovka, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Was it Gatka?
It was.
Feels like Gatka, right?
Yes, it was.
Because we had so many. But yeah.
we're not going to go through that again.
Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully. Now, speaking of Erangel circles that we mentioned just now, not many that is too generous in the center today. Like even today, right? So are we having a chance? Like, I do want to see if there's, like, one time we ended up right on top of Sonovska military base as a start here.
Yeah, of course. As a viewer, we love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a viewer, we love that. So hopefully that happens. Alter Ego will be very happy because they like to drop into a military base. And the Infinity is not too far away as well. They like to drop around Milta. So it's not too far away. They can cut through Novo using a boat or whether using the bridge if they do a quick move. So yeah, those are some of the teams that will be fairly happy if we get a South Circle.
Because I want to see a bridge camp and also, okay, fine, bridge
Troll.
stand or bridge hold. Okay, you guys, I see you, chat. But I do want to see they block with the vehicles. Is that going to happen? That's really crafty from the players back in the ancient days. But even these days, it's the vehicles are so scarce, right? Hardly get to, get a grasp about any vehicles out there. It's just almost impossible for them to actually block the entire road or the bridges in this southern island. But we're still waiting for the players to actually have a go. Do you think, in your prediction for tomorrow, right? Okay, I have a feeling that Infinity definitely goes for the show match, right?
Yeah.
They're definitely already there.
Yeah, for sure.
So
for sure.
who else that left actually not in the... Do you remember?
You're testing my memory now.
I do remember SMG up there.
Yeah.
The Infinity SMG. So I don't think there's vacant time. I don't think there's space.
Yeah, because you can only have one Thai team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think in between those two, like, Nova possibly might be squeezing in last minute.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah. Looking at the condition right now, they will be the ones who squeeze in later on. But of course, they're still not in a comfortable spot yet because the points are still kind of close between the number 2, number 3, number 4. So they still need to work their way up with the final 2 rounds going to be happening right after this. And of course, what we're hoping for again is going to be a military base circle.
Oh, so demanding. But it has been a hectic circle, like, the past few days. I'm looking forward for this. I have a feeling it's going to be a very entertaining circle for us. Not so much for the players. But in the 20 seconds left, who do you think will take the biggest eliminations there, Cloud? Infinity again?
Yeah, I would. if I were to put my money on, it would be definitely on Infinity again. I mean, again, no explanation needed. Let's just get into the game.
The blue skies of Erangel. Here we go again, coming up from the right side, eastern side of a flight path, cutting across towards the west. And it's going to be quite in the center, if I'm not mistaken, splitting the map evenly into two, coming up from Prison, Lipovka, down towards the southern part of Hospital, or just, you know, all the way towards the left side. But this is going to be a really nice, generous flight path. The problem is, will the circle be generous as well?
Yeah, that will be the bigger factor, I would say, as compared to this flight. But this flight obviously is pretty nice. Everyone can go to their regular drop spot. But going to Zaki is going to be a bit tough though. So not too sure if there's going to be a Zaki land again for Boom this time, or are they going to change their plans? I would expect them to do so, considering that there's still a lot of room to play. But keep your eye around the areas of Rozok, School. There seem to be two teams going there. FaZe Clan together with the Eagles, in case they do bump into each other, especially while grabbing vehicles. That may be the only clash for now. Everything else is left on the left side of the map, whether anything happens.
Feels like a regular day for most of the teams here. Dropping the same spot where they used to be, but for the side of 7-9. Now, that's definitely going to be just dropping around farm here. But there goes the... Oh, wow.
That's a regular one.
This is the most normal game we're going to have.
Yeah, finally, after so many rounds, right, this is going to be like, okay, this is going to be the chill circle.
Are you sure it's going to be chill, though?
Well, chill is in Brunei right now, but relaxed circle, probably.
Or maybe a more hunting circle for the teams that really want to get for elimination, since they have a lot of space to work with. And coming up from BN United, they're definitely going around Sonov's community, both joining in with Alter Ego to just loot out from wherever they can at this point. And maybe they're going to come in very late when it comes to the circle, since they are just playing a bit of a yo-yo. But for the sort of BN United, they are so far to just catch up, you know, just to, even on this, I'm like 10 plays onwards, the 30s and the 20s and the 10s. They just barely make it with the double digit for BN United.
I know, right? It's only like 10 points. Even between them and number 15 SMG. SMG, actually, they're slipping down. If it's not because of BN United, they will be at number 16. 11 points difference between them and SMG. That's like, what, one chicken dinner together with one elimination. So it's still a fair bit, actually, even though it's like 11 points.
But still can actually cut off. I mean, like, be in the top 10 if they want to. Like, as long as they got themselves a lot of eliminations with double digits later. But the one that actually tried to catch up, even Nova really have to play the heck out of them to catching up to Infinity. We're talking about 40-ish point, 42 to be exact, to be matching up to number 1 spot. But for Infinity, it's not a time for them to be complacent. There's no such thing as relaxed for a bit for them, because we do know when it comes to Wrangle, they try to hunt as much elimination as possible. For you guys, you should be hunting them for PMCC and this barcode. Just don't forget to scan this QR code, because you might actually be one of the pro players one day to represent your own region to play in the Worlds. Who knows?
Yeah, you never know.
It's a start.
Yeah, because there's a career path as mentioned earlier onto PMNC and possibly onto PMPL as well. So from PMPL, then you guys know how it goes, right? From PMPL to PMRC to PMGC and so on and so forth, and maybe even the next PMRC as well. So yeah, do sign up, and maybe that's your starting path and to make history for yourself.
And just make sure you're 16 years and above, though. But if you're not 16 years old, you have the passion to be a professional esports player, particularly on PUBG Mobile, you can start to train yourself. I mean, like, we heard a lot of a very young players starting, like, I think it was Lung.
Yeah.
Starting from 13 years old, right? He actually trained for 3 years before he can actually legitimately get himself into the PMPL.
Yeah, and under the guidance of Biu. And it was like, you know, no one really have heard about him until obviously he came onto with Genexus. But it feels like it was like Biu's secret project. It's like, okay, this is my secret project.
My prodigy.
Yeah, my prodigy / secret project / everything else. It's like, I'm not going to expose him to the world until the time is right. He went to, like, you know, like he brings Long into the forest, and then underneath of the waterfall, and Long has to sit there under the waterfall meditating for like 10 years, not allowed to eat.
Feels like a Shaolin movie for me.
Yeah, exactly, right. And when he comes out, it's like he becomes a Shaolin master.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty fun. I mean, like, if you actually do that in real life, I mean, like, I have respect for these guys who really love to meditate. I mean, like, they actually do have and did that. But you know what? For the veteran players, they start to select their own prodigies these days. They start to scout out for the new players, the young ones. Those are actually in their 15, their 14s. Before they actually can play when they're 16, they start to train them within that the same year. I mean, like, if you're 20-ish, it's still not too late for you to play.
Oh yeah, of course. We even got like I forgot who it was, but we got players like in their 30s playing at PMPC. It was in another region. But here is a Voki, a fairly young player. Unfortunately, he will not see the rest of this round. He'll be waiting in the lobby. But a veteran player, who else? I remember FaZe Clan had one before.
I think it's was it Ventores?
Yeah,
MR5.
one of the
between Ventores and MR5. Personally, I feel like.
One of the OGs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Infinity, they are. I mean, like, Ernie is just gonna be a sub for now.
Yeah.
Ernie is gonna be subbing for now.
I mean, how are you going to remove anyone from the Infinity? There's no way. There's no way.
But at the same time, like, do you know Ernie is being an actor now?
Oh yeah, I heard.
Yeah, he's actually an actor for Ernie. So if you guys have the time, just watch what he's doing. I'm not sure what that's the movie about. But definitely, he's a very busy player.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's nice to see like those OG players. They have careers after playing, right?
Hey, true. Like the case of D2 and G9 you mentioned.
Yeah, G9 has a Mukata restaurant. And Ernie is like an actor. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I gotta learn Thai.
I mean, like, I'm not surprised. Like, some of our players actually do have, example back then, like, they have been a lawyer before. That was YTK, I think.
Yeah.
They have different sort of career entirely. So education is really important, boys and girls and gentlemen and ladies out there. Back to us, our total damage output, the most for the players. Newsy definitely is the #1. And second is going to be Mela from all of them, actually, Infinity.
I wouldn't.
It's only Logan left there.
Yeah, I was really wondering like whether the graphic is specifically only for the Infinity or was that an overall graphic. I wouldn't be surprised even if they said, oh, actually that's an overall graphic. Oh yeah, cool. I mean, the Infinity, just look at how many eliminations they have racked in. It's a no-brainer that they would be dominating those kind of charts.
True. I mean, like, yes, we are not surprised, but that was, the previous match was just a so superior performance coming out from the side of Infinity. Fingers for yesterday. I mean, like, every single time, they just have one round of craziness to play with and just really going amok and being a monster, bulldozing everybody. Everything that moved, they just shoot it so perfectly well. But for Yuha, it seems like you're having too much fun here.
Well, I wonder if he'll be disappointed though. It doesn't seem like any team or even Alter Ego is going to come through here. Okay, so now based on the minimap, the circle moved away. So if any team were to pass by, this will be pretty much the moment. If by this circle, nobody comes by, then okay, so Alter Ego is there. I think maybe they spot out the Geek fam, so that's why they're kind of like chilling. For the moment, yeah.
Worth waiting if that happens. I mean, like, if they suddenly got a vote, then Geek are gonna be really frustrated with their waiting time there. Back to the start of SMG, they're fighting against SM9 right now in the middle of the circle. FaZe got there as well, but for SMG, it feels like they are losing 2 men. It's a bit of a trade between these two teams. SM9 saying goes for them, but SMG feels like they're winning the CQC.
SMG jump shot. He's the last man standing though, remember it. So it's going to be 1v1 against Dap. Can he do it? But Dap turned his back behind, remember. But D Xavier is there as a third party. They're going to come in to mop up everyone else.
Oh man, that's FaZe around the corner too. I'm not sure if FaZe is going to just swooping in last minute, but Pigfit definitely bleeding out. Down to remember the last player of SMG. They miscalculated, they thought it was only one team. But remember, just naded on Lamborghini on his knees. Raby's gonna follow up with the rest of the team, but still finish off on one. Remember, still gain points there. Remember, now got the other nade. Can he exploit the right time? Remember, corner himself in a very small room with no exit out. He still can actually just drop himself down the window, and he did.
Oh, look at the movement here coming from Remember. 50% of health left. Remember, now winning at the corner. He's super duper low, but still managed to get one knockdown. But Duke coming in from behind. Remember, finally finish off, but before he goes off, he managed to get 2 elimination points out of that fight. 6 elimination points in total.
Geek fam, the wait is worthwhile for them. Look at them having their fun time all together as a team here. Yuhai waiting for the last play of Alter Ego just dropping around the corner. Rinalre, now this is really crucial for him to stay alive. He definitely made a big U-turn just now back towards in the blue zone. He just needs to survive. He got himself a 4 first 8. He got 4 first 8 and a couple 10 band-aids. Definitely he will survive longer and a lot of boosters as well. So he needs to figure out the other way around to get to the other side of the island.
Yeah, that's the result. His full boost. He's waiting for the right moment to go on to the other side, but unfortunately for Alter Ego, it's only one player left, and Geek Fam with 3 eliminations in the bag. It's going to be a worthwhile wait for them, like what you mentioned. And on top of getting the points, they managed to get a couple of loot boxes together with them. So yeah, I mean, it's all in for Geek Fam.
That was almost a clutch by Remember, by the way. He will not be forgotten so soon. Like, That was a really great clutch. 1v3.
You mean the Remember?
Yeah, SMG. It was incredible. It was just one more person. That's it.
Yeah. But Xavier had to come in very, very strongly though. But anyway, it was a good one for Remember. He would have been remembered for it, but the clutch didn't happen. But it was close enough.
Very close. On the other side, we have a Boom versus Bacon. So Armstyle actually just gonna scout it out for the rest of the team. The others are waiting in the compound to make sure that they have more information before they make a move. Boom start to migrate towards the side of Rosshawk. On the upper hand, it's gonna be where the circle actually go. I mean, like, it's not like on top of Pachinki, but the Pachinki is still inside of it. So it's maybe comprised of inside of a Mount Galka, which I just mentioned and happened to be there. Bacon Time take the high grounds, and YG will be punished if they don't try to fight back.
Oh, Nine Noise have eyes over Yangon Galacticos. They just got that chicken dinner before this. Don't want to be the team to go out early, but looks like the circle doesn't favor the mountains of Galka. Bacon Time needs to move, and I believe Yangon Galacticos needs to do the same.
Sit on top of ruins now. For 4 rivals, spotted out on Boom with very high ground. Watching out April, 4 rivals just spotted out all 4 members of Boom just now. Appy is quite far off from April. There's a penguin. Loving the penguin, by the way.
Yeah, that's his name is called Pengu.
Pengu, yeah.
Yeah, he's from the what's the anime again? I forgot.
It's Pingu.
Yeah. Pingu.
Yeah, Pingu.
Pingu, right? Yeah. Okay, what's the anime called again?
This one is. Oh, that was so many seasons away.
It was from that anime.
I forgot.
Yeah, I forgot what's it called.
We love that Pengu. It's Pengu. Pingu is a different animation.
I got it right.
Yeah, you got it right.
Thank you.
And now remember, because we actually mentioned it during our cast that time.
Yeah. Evangelion, yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Now Bacon Time, make a move against FaZe. Almost knocked the entire down. It's going to be Ventoris on the ground first. The rest of the team is too far off to actually help him Ice finish off straight away. And an easy elimination for Armstyle. Shirty. Bacon Time spot out MR5. Both of them using DP28 now with Pizza Gun MR5. Lycan being extra careful. YG is on the other end. We do have one more team on top of them though.
I'm interested to see Alter Ego as well. They're the last man standing, but now putting focus on the Appy, getting one onto Boom. Gonna be Hexas going down. Boboku now caught out in the open. His vehicle, it's just right in front. He's still out there, and if it's exploded, he will be gunned down. But speaking of gunning down, Chua gets one for himself.
He got himself quite a beautiful place to play with. While Boom spotted out on April, who being knocked down here. Here comes the next circle. I mentioned before, it's going to be on top of ruins. But never mind, it's going to be shrinking furthermore. Whoever got himself in the high terrains of ruins definitely will be worth it, because YG coming in very late. Same goes for Alter Ego, who have only Renal Rare. We're actually fighting against the entire demo of LGD.
And look at the movement out of Nova. Despite them being in the circle already, they still move to another location that gives them a prime spot. So they're not worried about, okay, whether they're in the circle or not. They are more focused on, like, okay, we want this spot, we will be there. Whoever who's there will be taken down. So that's a different playstyle, as you can see them deploying themselves as compared to other teams.
Is it going to happen here? Infinity versus Nova next. They're very close though.
Okay, the reason why they don't always clash, right, is because
Yeah.
Nova likes to go in the circle quickly,
Yeah.
and the Infinity likes to play it slow. So that's why they don't always clash. It's hard for them to clash, basically.
Feels like this might be it. This might actually be the chance since they are very next to each other. But sort of Geek fam, remember to step out from here. These Xaviers will just go crazy on them. They're still holding on towards the warehouse. The apartment taken by the side of the Xaviers. Geek fam, spot out Renore. They're gonna shot down Frankie first. The Xaviers try to rotate themselves, transition into the circle, and Frankie in the crossfire. Whoever tried to transition now, it's not a really good idea. LGD managed to take down on Frankie. And now Duke managed to survive, but not
Oh
much.
no! That's it. That's it. They're able to run into bacon time, and there goes the Xavier with 3 elimination points, and that's about it. Number 14 will not give them any placement points at all. But what an ending that was, unfortunately, for them. But bacon time, they were ready for it. This is a prime position in this kind of circle, so gotta give it to bacon time.
It's really risky for the sort of Geek family. They're kind of in the middle of everything else. Boom, spotted out Nova. They want to fight against Nova. Yummy is quite too far from the side of his partner here. Now, Nova definitely want to take a fight against Boom. Razy. Go straight head on with Nova. Just next to it. Just sharing the same compound here.
Yeah, they're just next to Nova, so... but this area is kind of tricky to play, right?
He got a lot of hand grenade though.
Okay,
If he tossed one, it actually might be right on the spot.
okay.
Back towards GIDS, taking on BNU, who tried to transition himself in the circle. Infinity taking the advantage, just rack up their volume of eliminations there.
Oh, the long range here coming from Daybot, and he spots out Silence. Silence will be gunned down by Daybot. And Silence will be finished off by Logan, so that's a steal there for the Infinity. 1 nade to get Capone as well. 2 points in the back of the Infinity, just like that.
Not done yet. Alter Ego still survive no matter what. Infinity now start to rush him, but Mela at what cost? Max finish him off straight away, even though he's alone here. BN United will not go down easily. GIDS want to take part of this as well, but there's smoke in between, but he got a shot from afar. It's going to be Nova from Paraboy. All the way downtown, just taking the shot from quite a distance.
We have the Infinity now, trying to find where GIDS is at, tapping away as Gatuni, but nobody will be in his crosshair. The Infinity playing by the edge of the circle, just like how they always like to do it. And now the circle will reveal itself. Nova is in it. The Infinity, as usual, they don't have the circle, but not a problem for them. They will take this to their advantage. They would bulldoze anyone who's in front of them.
And boom, it will be the next contender for Nova. For the rest of the team coming up from the southern part, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Eagle Esports, on the other hand, have a very clear day to get into the circle. 4 rivals now try to fight down towards the side of Eagle Esports, plus there's also Nova and Boom in between them. So they need to make sure that they are not being the main attraction for all the teams that's going for the hunt here.
For the Infinity now, planning for the next move. But at the same time, BN United number 13, 0 elimination points. The Infinity may need to deal with a team that's currently on the high ground, just right in front of them. But now we move over to LGD, going up against Geek Fam.
Geek Fam pulled out LGD. Wise as a big spray.
Oh,
what a
nice.
perfect spray. Now, can he finish the job?
Oh, beautiful coming in there for Damroot. And now LGD, 1 man down. Sukik is still alive with 10% of health. He needs to recover himself quickly. Snipes with the spray coming in from the side of Geek Fam. Snipes will not be able to take down anyone just yet. Yuhai needs to be picked up, but that Damroot, so rude towards LGD.
Double down, all he needs to do is just clean the map now. All of them actually on their knees. Only left with 1 more member of LGD running. No, never mind, it's actually 2. Suki and QCC just gonna build this one out, but walking straight into Nova's lair. LGD nowhere to run nor hide.
Nova netting those points in the bag by Paraboy. He's currently down, he needs to be picked up. Jimmy is on the way, tossing a couple of smokes. At the same time, we can see that LGD is out, number 12, 1 elimination point, but Tony K spots out Geek Fam. Geek Fam, 5 elimination points, but can they get out of this mess?
FaZe tried to push forward, but at the same time have to cut across so many teams. Geek Fam, one of them. Smoke's been popped here. Tony K quite far off. Nova still in the center with the most strategic places to play with. The ground will hurt them for a bit more, but for Boom, they're playing this very safe. Infinity start to make a move. Now, this is where we should keep our eyes open. Eagle Esports take a YG, Baby Loki on the ground, while Infinity now going for the hunt.
Yeah, the Infinity playing by the ring of the circle, as always, trying to find their next target. It could be Yummy from Boom. The closest to Yummy at the same time, Nova could be looking over at them. Godtuni going into the circle, getting closer towards Nova, but still quite a distance between the both of them.
But here comes Eagle Esports, taking on YG from the high ground of Ruins, now stepping down and just go towards the center of the circle. One more team out eliminated. It's going to be YG with down to only 9 teams left. And Eagle Esports, they can have it another go here if they want to. They're coming this very late, but they still have a huge upgrade of loot just now.
It's going to be the Eagles right now, being the Kings of Ruins at this moment. They managed to clear off their opponent. Now they need to find their next move into the circle. Geek Fam is still active right in front of them. We have top 9 teams now. The nade coming from Lycan on the side of Geek Fam. Will it reach? Looks like it's going to be a bit tough, but Nova still in the middle of the circle.
Holding their grounds, just to make sure whoever crossed by, they actually will take that as their victims. And Bacon is too busy to fighting against Geek Fam. Same goes for FaZe. The one they didn't notice is actually Nova in the center. Bacon time start to move toward the center. 4 rivals doing the same thing with the duo, while Geek Fam come out from the left side. Eagle Esports trying to dominate on the left side of the circle, fighting against FaZe, but Nova starts to butt in here. They're taking a fight against Boom, but the shots coming out from the Infinity. This is what I've waited. The 2 Titans, the Nova and versus Infinity fighting against each other. Who will win this fight?
Well, you need to wait a little longer as we get focused onto the Eagles. FaZe Clan just beside them. Order taking one to Godtuni. And that's going to be Order. Jimmy has been picked up, so it looks like Nova can reset. The Infinity cannot push forward as Godtuni is currently down, but Order is going out towards them.
Yeah, Order's going to go for the push. Order definitely goes for the push to finish off Tony. And that's a ball move coming up from Nova. And Order just finished off. Order, this guy's insane. He don't have a care in the world. The entirety of Infinity's down, bowing down to the side of Nova. Bacon time taking out on Geek Fam. FaZe having a bit of a problem there, but trying to butt into Bacon's time. Geek Fam taking out on Eagle Esports. Down to only Twansy left.
Yo, Twansy still there, but Snice will be gunned down from afar by Bacon time. That means Geek Fam is out at number 8, 5 elimination points. But at the same time, we can see that the Infinity have been eliminated by Nova.
There's going to be Frozen helping out with Order. What a guy. That was a scary guy. I mean, like, Order is so fearless to push forward alone and bulldoze the entirety of Infinity just now. Now probably taking on 4 rivals as well. Bacon fighting against FaZe, and Ice having a bit of a problem to just pinpoint where the shots coming out from.
Oh, Jimmy Paraboy gunned down by Alan for GIDS. And looks like Snissil will be gunned down by 9 Noise. Bacon time indirectly helping Nova. And now Bacon time. They're trying to take out the rest of the team members of GIDS. Alan still active on the left. 9 Noise know exactly where his opponents are at, but need to be careful because other teams are starting to come in. FaZe Clan fighting their way through.
Tony K getting on Namshin. Tony K tried to push another nade towards the side of Eagle Esports. But it's a bit too late here as FID getting the nade onto the side of Tony K first. Pamburu retaliating to the side of Nova. Eagle Esports just facing against FaZe, Bacon, Noise, MR5 left. Tony K is bleeding now as well. Eagle Esports taking on the other side of Tony K. This is just so hot for FaZe.
Oh, MR5 only has 1 first aid to play with. Looks like it's not going to last long outside in the blue. He's going to give himself away, denying the point towards other teams. MR5 stood up, sees where Eagle is at, but not enough time for him to pull the trigger. MR5 will give himself up.
Now, we're going to deny the points against all the teams out there, but Eagle Esports slowly advancing to the side of Bacon. Now, there's a hill in between all the teams there. GIDS taken down by the side of Noise. That tap! What a nice tap coming up from Noise. The perfect one, but he has to make sure that nobody coming up from behind. It's going to be Eagle Esports. Backstab him. Bacon time.
Oh, the Eagles right now, they have a lot to deal with. They have 4 rivals on one side, Bacon time on the other side. Bacon time starting to move in. Twansy with the long range, putting pressure back onto 4 rivals. 4 rivals not able to do much.
Fit, trying to find a perfect spot here to just see through whatever going from the back line. Pamburu spotted out Yummy possibly from Boom. Now Boom with left, only 1 man there. And 4 hours going for a duo. Eagle Esports have 4 men, same goes for Bacon time, but Nova down to 2 here. Back to the side of Bacon Time. How can they close this match? Well, they're taking a fight with the most player team. It's going to be head-to-head for Eagle Esports versus Bacon Time.
Oh, nade after nade after nade here by Style. And Chua goes down to Nine Noise. Nine Noise with the high ground advantage. Gets 2 knockdowns back-to-back. Only 1 more left. Now she's 10% health. And it's going to be Bacon Time, baking them out.
And now all they need is a bit of a reset and get themselves replenished for the resources here from all the death boxes coming up from Eagle Esports. We're down to only 5 teams, and Nova with 2. Before of Bacon's time, GIDS with 2. Boom! 1! 4 hours with another 2 players, Nova and Frozen. Nova, Order and Frozen being in the center. Right now, really close. Yami! Oh, spotted out 1 of 4 hours members, down to 1. Pampuru gone in an instant.
Surprise towards Mamburu. Unfortunately for him, he'll be taken out by Yummy, but Order gets another one for himself. It's going to be GIDS out at number 5. 3 elimination points. Appy's not done yet. Appy gets 1, but Nine Noise with the high ground knows exactly where Appy is at. He's going to counter fire onto Appy. Appy is still alive, 50% health. Almstar in front of him.
I'm not sure he has got any more smokes left. Definitely got
Order.
1 or 2, but Almstar! Order from that distance! And now Appy taking advantage to the side of Nova. Almstar finished off by the side of Appy just now, but down to 1 person. Shirty's on the ground as well. Eyes and Noise is too far to help him. And Appy's right across of Shirty.
Oh, we have Yummy still alive, the representative from Boom. There are 3 elimination points at this moment. Shirty will be finished off by Appy. Looks like it's going to be Bacon Time out. Not yet, 2 more players left, but it's going to be 5 eliminations now for 4 rivals.
Now Frozen and Order still hold their grounds here. Uncontested, where they have been waited for a long time to just Bacon Time start to move first. Boom on the other hand, playing this as quiet as possible. The circle will shrink in 5 more seconds. Whoever not being favored by circle, they have to think the hell out of them. But Order, there's going to be Molotov tossed over by the side of Bacon's Time, who start the move first. While Yummy's put out Appy, there's no more smoke on Appy's side. This is going to be a bit of a problem for Appy.
Oh, it's a nade down to Appy by Yummy. And Yummy, yum, taking out Appy. It's going to be number 4 for 4 rivals with 5 elimination points. Bacon Time on the other hand, they're busy together with Nova. Nova starting to move. Nova playing as a duo against Bacon Time. Duo as well. Boom, only the last player left.
Order tried to confuse Bacon Time with a bit of a movement there, but definitely land another nade to the side of Order. Order trying to ring around the roses just to confuse Bacon Time's player. Frozen trying to just find himself a better spot, while Yummy just finished off a Yummy elimination just now. Might be the third party backstabbing 2 teams at the same time.
Yeah, he could be the kingmakers at this moment. Let's see what happens as Nine Noise has a high ground advantage over Frozen. Frozen will be got down Order, the last man standing now for Nova. Yummy will toss the nade onto the other side. Will it land onto Frozen? Will he secure the elimination point? Frozen is still alive. Frozen can still be picked up by Order. Prepping his own nade onto the side of Bacon Time. His nade onto Bacon Time will not connect.
Order tried to toss another nade here, cooking it up. Feels like a bit too high there. But still hitting on ice, almost a Kirby entirely, chipped quite a number of HP. Yummy on the other hand, tried to see what's happened on the other side of the hill. Kind of hard and kind of far, but he's still in the center of it. But Noise on the other hand, want to just pin down Order, the last member of Nova remaining.
And Order, he doesn't want to get himself sandwiched. He immediately moves towards the side of the circle. And in fact, this is an elevation for Order. What a smart move. This is ingenious coming for Order. This move is made in such a high pressure moment.
Oh, here comes the golden nade. This is it. If he got this is just a great clutch coming up from Order. Really seems like a perfect nade. Chip a bit on ice. And that's it. He needs to spray from here forth. And Ice got himself clouded in the smoke while Yummy waiting for the right time to peek over. Noise and Ice. It's 1 person.
Oh!
Nice finish off for the longest time. Bacon Time want to just seal the deal, but Yummy is just not being spotted by them.
I mean, the movement from Order is commendable. For him to this move in that moment, that was insane coming from Order, but now focusing onto the last 2 teams, Bacon Time as well as Yummy from Boom. Whether it's Indonesia, whether it's Thailand to take up this chicken dinner, and Bacon Time can do it. Bacon Time will complete the trinity of Thailand teams to get their own chicken dinner.
Now Yummy, all that's left is just the time here to finish off by the blue, and also being pressured by the sprays coming from Ice and Noise. At the same time, there goes the first person perspective from the side of Noise to finish.
Oh!
Yeah, that one is mono to mono now. What a turn-off event here. Ice, get it!
Oh! Clutch! 1v2 by Oh my goodness, my Yummy 1v2 clutch, that was crazy! Boom! Got it! And he stopped Thailand from completing their chicken dinner! Trio! My goodness! Oh my god! How? Yummy! That was just
So
yummy! Oh my god!
Too yummy to be true. I mean, like, what the heck? That was 2v1. They could have rushed in together for eyes and now bacon time. I mean, like, they lost it. They let it slip through their fingers for that chicken dinner. That was 10 points. And maybe just 1 point, a couple of points different, but still, a big fat chicken being slipped down like that. I mean, boom! Solo play all the way for Yummy, no problem.
Yeah, that was like Yummy wasn't supposed to get it, you know. Yummy was like
it was against the odds.
It was against the odds. Absolutely. It was 2v1 and then I don't know. What just happened there? What just happened?
Oh, we're gonna relive the moment
Oh,
for a
man.
bit here. I mean, like SMG always the one of the first few team that always start the fight here, definitely against M9. And just to relive the moment. Now, the Saviors haven't been performing as we expected them to be in this tournament.
Wow. Now, I'm still at the Yummy thing, you know.
Yeah.
At first it was like the order thing and I thought that was super genius. If we clutched it, it was like, okay, really, really good. But Yummy, he was at the disadvantage 1v2 and everything else not on his side, but he still managed to get that clutch. But you had the question of like, okay, if Nova were to go head-to-head against Infinity, like on a fair fight, looks like we got our answer. Nova won.
Yeah, they definitely know better when it comes to the placement and where to pick the fight. Just now, even Order, even solo-handedly, almost outplayed two players of Bacon Time by himself. He's really bold when it comes to making a call here, especially when it comes against Infinity. Order just now was going bulldozing solo-handedly. He's a monster, a different type of monster entirely in this game. Like, I'm not sure where he got his bravery from, but on the side of Ice and also Noise, they could have done it. I mean, like, Yummy, it's just 1v2. Not really just, but I'm like, Yummy didn't butt in this moment.
Yeah.
He even didn't try to do anything, but
Look at that. He's actually low. He's actually at 40% of health, but he managed to get like 2 knockdowns back to back without recovering himself. Wow, that was crazy. And look at this. Boom didn't spend a single second in the blue. Like, and they traveled a lot. Like, they had the most travel distance among all of the top 4.
it's a boom ending. A really booming one for Yummy. Too yummy for boom.
It was a yummy ending.
It's just too yummy and
It was
too
a
boom.
boomy yummy.
What a boom.
What a boom.
What a boom.
A boomer towards Bacon Time. They could have like completed like every Thai team has their own chicken dinner, but looks like that's gonna wait. But anyway, Bacon Time with 13 eliminations, they're still at the top of the charts.
Yeah, without the chicken, but because of the point system right now, the format is a bit different than the usual. But Nova still consistently get themselves in the top 3. This time, Infinity plays himself first ever, like really below that. I'm like 9th place. It's so hard for us to see that. Same goes for FaZe. So this might be the chance for the side of Nova to just slowly catching up to Infinity, but still it's not going to be enough by the end of today.
Yeah, with one more round, it's definitely not enough. It's already out of the picture. So, but there's still like 2 days more to go after this. But anyway, 9 Noise. So 9 Noise is actually a young talent. I think he is like maybe it's like 16, 17, 18, that sort of age group. So one of the newer faces for Bacon Time. He actually made his debut for Bacon Time within this year.
Oh, it's actually very new then.
Yeah, he's very new.
But I have a feeling that he actually wants one of the veteran players prodigy, possibly. Like, maybe they train him beforehand.
Maybe.
Possibly. But the overall
send
rank.
him to the temple and meditate for 10 years.
Under the waterfall.
Under the waterfall. Yeah, that sort of thing.
But there's a number of chickens on the board right now, but the most it's going to be Infinity, definitely Nova, and the rest of the others. We even have the second page chickens. It's just not consistent enough for these guys to place themselves first page. But the scores right now, Nova slowly catching up, but it's still a bit too far-fetched to buy today. I mean, like, finishing today to get number 1 is kind of hard.
Yeah, we kind of made that assumption before this round started, that there's no way that the Infinity could be caught. And it's now pretty much confirmed based on that round. The gap is like, what, 36 points gap. So we haven't really seen like a 30-point haul from any of the teams, because if that were to happen, It has to be like 20 eliminations above, plus the chicken dinner. So obviously we haven't seen any of that yet because the most is like 19 for
Still
now.
19.
Still
Still under Infinity's banner for the record holder. I'm waiting for somebody else to break it, but so far we haven't got a clue who will be. Nova really close enough, but I have to say, Order, that was really bold. We're going to recap a bit what really happened for the top 4 teams just now. Back to the side of Boom. That was a really great ending for them. Yummy played just superb. I'm like, so brilliant that there's no word for it. On the side of early on, remember the Geek fam tried to wait for Alter Ego on the bridge, and that in the end of the day they just came in very late. But for Nova though, look at how they rotate. Same goes for 4 rivals, who I think that was like what the last 2 men actually survived to the end of it.
Yeah, because they play a 2-2 strat. So if you keep your eye on Nova, right, they're always paired up. This is where they've done with the loot. Just look at how they pair, and this is always their movement, even towards the end. Even like you're like the 5th or 6th phase of circle, they always play in pairs. That is how they back up each other. In case one gets knocked, the other covers and they recover. Just look at this. Up until now, they still play as a pair. This is different as compared to the other teams who normally likes to group up.
That's true. But the circle just not favoring the Capcom Mountain, which making it a bit hard for Bacon Time to just insert themselves in. And it's a bit of a cold or stalemate between 4 rivals and Boom for a bit on top of Rostock. That's where a lot of players of Boom actually being eliminated, then left with only Yummy left. Geek fam got himself not really a great spot either because it's a warehouse. We know if it's a warehouse that you're holding on to, the moment you step out from it, it's going to be in an open field. Definitely you'll be exposed to everything that's going on in front of you. But for 4 rivals, not really easy task either. And like Pambura really having a hard time to go against all the teams, and Happy actually the last one survived. But Yummy though, he's alone since like there's 5 teams left.
Yeah, he's been alone for quite a while. In fact, yeah. So frankly speaking, Boom hasn't really been performing in this tournament since yesterday. But this is the best performance, obviously, because of that clutch from Yummy coming up from Boom. So they could be another team on the rise. So do keep an eye on Boom as well. One of the teams that we don't really talk about, but maybe they could be the one to show up as of now until the end.
Yes, this is surprising for me why Bacon Time didn't push 2 people at a time when they actually had that choice to do so. They just, you know, maybe because of the smoke in between, kind of confused them for a bit. But at the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be so clear for Yummy to just be at their backline. Just they didn't see that in the blind spot. But it's still, that was the greatest clutch so far, I think, for a chicken dinner coming up from Yummy.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. I think as of now for PMRC, that could probably be the biggest clutch. Yeah, I mean the rest of it is like, yes, they win fights, but it was like, okay, they still had like a decent amount of odds again onto them. But for Yummy, it was like a 1v2 and it was going up against a big team, Bacon Time. We talk about Bacon Time, yeah, not your regular average Joe team. And still managed to win a 1v2 fight. So I think that this definitely is one of the best clutches so far. But you know what else is best? Is that we're going on for a break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back for the final round after this.
It's here! The long-awaited new Noosa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Noosa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Noosa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and Crates in the Wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Noosa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
This is the last game for today, of course, before we find out who's going to be the top two that moves on onto the special show match that's going to happen tomorrow. This is the PMRC PUBG Mobile Regional Clash brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. Can't wait to see who will be the final top two that will get that special spot tomorrow.
I'm joking when you actually say last game. Hopefully it's a smooth sailing. Hopefully. I mean, like, today has been a surprising day for us, especially the last match just now. What a flashy way to end things up from Yummy, you know?
Yeah, it's a flashy way.
The yummiest way.
The yummiest way
ever, with a boom ending. What a game. But today has been really incredible so far for the last match. Erangel, back to its Erangel. Now, the circle plays a big part, also the flight pop, definitely. But we saw how the game is actually not that not that slow if you compare like the unusual circle, even though it was quite a generous circle in the center just now. It was really fast.
Yeah, it was, and there was a lot of action, and there was very good fights as well. We finally get to see a really nice head-to-head between Nova as well as the Infinity, and we all know the result after that. But what we don't know yet is what's gonna happen here.
Boy.
Yeah, no, you have to say it in the boy. Yeah.
Oh, you remember? I don't remember the tune though.
It's in my head, right now. Like I can't tune it out, but yeah, the starting is like boy.
This is gonna be the first local animation collaboration, which already announced coming soon in next month. But this is the map where everybody loves to go to.
Yeah, it's gonna well, especially our viewer friend there. What's his name again? Gotta give it a shout.
I think it was Galang Nuga or something.
Yeah, there you go. Shouting out to you. Thank you for leaving the very interesting comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do try it out as well. Of course, inside of Nusa, there's a new weapon, the NS2000 shotgun, together with the tactical crossbow as well as the quad, and it's happening live right now. And this will be played in an official show match that's going to happen tomorrow, so you don't want to miss out on how our top teams are going to play in this kind of map.
That's going to be the first match of the day for tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So make sure you stay tuned and don't miss out, because it's going to be a really fast game since we're talking about Nusa map. But back to it. The last match, or the fourth match, and the second last arena of the day, Noise really did what a number of damage. But you know what? Even though we don't have Yummy here, I mean, like, still Yummy's game. I can't see anybody else now.
Yeah, it is definitely Yummy's game. It's like, okay, so we have 9 Noise, Appy, F1, and pretty much that's about it. But it's Yummy's game. Okay, still no Yummy.
No
okay.
Yummy.
It's okay. You have a special place in our heart.
But Eagle Esports actually really cares of getting that game as well. But it's just, they don't have the high grounds. And like they have, I think it was FaZe fighting against them.
Yeah.
Was it FaZe? Yeah. They got into the high grounds in the last minute, right? So Eagle Esports, they had a lot of men just now. They got 4, but they just didn't get the position that they need to.
Yeah. Well, I wish that Yummy would have showed up. He definitely deserves it. But anyway, his team shows up here. Oh, 9966.
It is actually happening here.
Is it going to be another 9? Like to the end?
99666 or
99666?
99669?
99669? Yeah. Let's not break it, okay? So teams, you know what what to do. If you get a chicken dinner, make sure it's not. It must be a 6 or a 9.
This is a conspiracy theory for us today.
Yeah.
9 and 6s.
The aluminium.
Well, it's going to be our last Eranga. Whoever needs to get themselves in the top 3, this is definitely it. They need to get themselves for the extra cash Nusa show match tomorrow.
Yeah. So the last run for the teams that want to eye for that Nusa show match, and why is it important is that whoever wins the chicken dinner in that show match, normally show matches you don't get any prizes, right?
Yeah.
You get the rubber chicken.
It's like a warm-up session.
Or the rubber chicken that nobody wants to win.
The cursed rubber chicken.
But this time you get $1,000, so definitely all out. Why not?
And I'm like, if it converted to our currency, it's gonna be 1,000 ringgit Malaysia for each of the players.
Yeah, for each player. Yeah, that's how much our currency has. Never mind. But anyway, what we do mind is, of course, we're not going to call this a talent prediction. This is the talent support thing. Talent support.
Talent support.
There you go.
Talent morale support for the teams. For me, it's going to be GIDS, but Eagle Esports really close. I mean, like, they got themselves a second match chicken today.
I'm a bit late.
Yeah, a bit late. So I'm not sure if for GIDS, if they're going to land any chicken. They have been consistent, like in the 4th, 5th, 6th place usually, but never a chicken yet.
You know, they remind me of like back then we talk about like R2K. Not R2K. DVD.
Yeah.
Like they're so like consistent, but they can't get the chicken until that one point they got the chicken.
It's different, so because right now for GIDS, they didn't get any eliminations too.
Oh, that's a party pooper. I was about to like be happy for them, like give them some hope. And it was your prediction.
I think DVD is more towards like bacon time right now. They don't get any chicken.
Okay, yeah, that's
they almost got it.
Oh yeah, okay. I think that's a nicer comparison.
I mean, like the frustration.
Yummy had to exist.
The only team with no chickens up there.
The only Thai team. The other 2 Thai teams will be looking down and it's like, hey, you, why you like that? Why?
They got boomed by Yummy.
Yeah, why like that? You like
that? And it wasn't not even a nade though. It's just a spray.
Yeah, it was a normal fight. Like straight up.
Oh,
and they still lost it.
Oh, the feeling.
Yeah.
I feel it in the guts right now. But nevertheless, it's going to be one more match. That's it. And I think for PMRC, this is my last day. It is yours as well.
Yeah.
So this is going to be, hopefully, it's going to be a really good ending for Erangel.
Military base circle.
Oh, we haven't got that.
Yeah.
Of all the days, all the wonky circles today.
Yeah, let
Yesterday,
it
no one landed in Sonos community base like for the last circle.
Because tomorrow you guys will be joined in by Sis Jenny and
Yeah.
Keith, and then it will be Contra and Sis Jenny on Sunday. Yeah, so show them some love as well.
Yes.
But don't forget our wish list for that military base circle.
Every single time that we wanted the Sonos community base, it's always them getting it. And we
Yeah.
get nothing out of it.
I know, right? Our favorite circle of all. Like, give it to us, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, you remember that time that we cast PMPL?
Yeah.
We wished for all the circles, everything, all our wish came true that day.
Yeah.
Will that be today when it comes to the last match here?
Well, only the circle gods can answer. I haven't gave my offering yet today. I only have a bottle of water for the circle god. Hopefully that's good enough.
I got love.
Oh, you got love.
I'm offering my love.
She's
I just want Son of Community Base once because I never get to cast the Son of Community Base ever. And hopefully we get to see that today because we had like Northern Circle, we had Stalber earlier today, we got Milta Power yesterday, we got Gutpa definitely, and we got as well, where was it? We didn't never get Zaki as well, right?
No, Zaki is never part of the circle.
We got Ruins.
RNG.
We got Ruins today. Where else? That's it, I think mostly. Like we got Primos. Primos is one of the things, and Ferropier. Like Primos and Ferropier actually did get those circles. So the only place that we haven't landed ourselves, like it used to be a classical circle, right? So those community.
Yeah, there used to be a lot of that. At some point then, I don't know, maybe the teams just complain. It's like, enough of military base circle, like give us a regular circle, and then at some point we get a lot of that.
Hopefully, because I want to see how the team's actually fighting, moving towards one direction. That's going to be all down towards the southern part of the map entirely. Like, how do Alter Ego and also BN United try to hold their grounds when it comes to Oscar? I just wish it happens. I mean, like sometimes we had too much good circles yesterday and today, though.
You know what? Every time you say One Direction, like,
no, don't.
Immediately the song goes in my head. Like,
What?
baby, you lie, da 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 da.
I thought what is the song like Move Along? It's also this song.
Okay, I'm such a boomer, you know.
I'm like, did I get the right band?
I don't know. Yeah, but I can verify if it's like, you know, Michael Jackson, or if it's like Elvis Presley.
Okay, you know what? We're done with our chit chat and let's jump straight into our last Erangel.
She said it. The last Erangel.
Oh man.
Yeah,
So,
now you're worried, right?
I'm really nervous right
Yeah.
now. I'm looking over the teams that, guys.
I'm looking over.
Give us a thumbs up.
I'm looking over at the big
Good day.
screen, you know. If the big screen is like, okay, I can see it from my angle, it's fine.
That's a beautiful flight path. Generous one for the teams. Come out from Novo, splitting the map into equally two north and southern part. More towards southeast and southwest northeast, and it's up towards Jogopur. A good game, hopefully. It's gonna be Ed. Still waiting for the team to drop in this circle.
You can continue to drag the conversation because
I'm
it's not
just
going to be that.
hoping it's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a good day.
Okay, yeah, we
It's
got a
gonna be a
thumbs
good
up from production, all right?
Okay.
We got a thumbs up.
We got a thumbs up.
We like that. Shout out to Iqbal. He's here for us today. Yeah, he hears us. He hears us.
There's a
he
wiggle
hears
wiggle.
us. Yeah, Iqbal has been like everywhere, you know, like from
Everywhere.
yeah, like everywhere, like
The roadside, the street, and everywhere.
yeah, from the roadside, from Puchong to the middle of KL, now in PJ. You know, he's like everywhere.
We got great production crew. These guys are
amazing.
awesome. And also thank you so much for the observers. Always give us the best scene.
Wow.
See
Okay.
the fight go. Oh!
Okay, I'll take this.
Not so bad. I mean, look at the circle. It's like only like 60% to play with.
Yeah, I know, right? If it goes all the way up, it'll be nice. It'll be cool. It'll be fun.
What the heck? There's nothing up there.
Yeah, well, I'll give a little bit of Severny, and that's about it.
That's mean. I mean, like, that's on a different map entirely. That's on Nusa map.
Yeah, why not? I'll take that. Let's go Nusa right now.
Oh, this is going to be really tough for the players, especially those coming up from the southern part. Alter Ego, BN United. It's going to be a long journey. Hopefully, GeekFam is not waiting at the bridge again. GIDS seems like this is a Boom as a person, not as a team. Booms! Spot out Nova. I don't think Frozen have anything to work with yet.
You know, speaking about Iqbal, right? He's here together with us today. By the way, Iqbal is our producer for the day, behind the scenes. He has done so many PUBG Mobile shows at the highest level. He has done like PMWL, PMGC, and obviously now together with us, PMPL as well, multiple seasons, and today he's with us, PMRC. So I think that if you give him like badges, right, of like the big PM shows, right, the PUBG Mobile shows, right, it's like a whole new list there. Yeah,
he's gonna buy you dinner now.
Yeah, thank you. That was what I was hoping.
He's gonna buy you dinner now. Only him? Really?
Yeah.
Only him? Really?
He can't buy
really? I'm just kidding, but he's really nice.
He can't buy you dinner, you know. Someone will get jealous.
No.
Yeah.
But
he can buy me dinner. I'm single.
He's really fun people. Like the production crew as a whole, I mean, like they're really fun people. Like they should have had their batch, right? So we do know the production crew that actually wear the most batch. Like, oh, these are the seniors.
Yeah, actually Iqbal is actually
one of the most senior.
The most PM badges. Yeah.
PUBG Mobile
even Lulu doesn't have that many badges.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
But back towards the game, LGD on quite in a fast spot there. I'm not sure what's happening for the teams, but it seems like, oh, okay, a bit of a effort to open the door for Adips. Who's swapping over with Myanmar? He's going to be out to rest. And this going to be, last game was his last game for Myanmar. And 7-9 just switching over Adips again. But the other teams, they don't have a lot of swap for the players, right?
I think there were like maybe one or two, but not significant.
You high. You high.
Oh, okay.
And there goes Geek Fam.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh boy.
He went booming.
Booms. Thinking about Boom today. It's a Boom day.
You know, Boom should join Boom.
And then what you call it is Boom Boom getting a Boom Boom nade.
Yeah, a Boom getting a Boom Boom nade. You know, that's the reason why Boom is like on top of GD, right? Because they sent a spy down there. They're like, yeah, we implant a spy.
Wow.
And now that's why they're like on top.
I never think it that way, but kind of makes sense now.
Yeah. Kind of sus, right? Kind of sus. Gotta kick him out of the airship.
But what's not sus?
Spaceship.
You guys just kind of a PMCC. I do want to see new teams coming out, new blood, because we saw a lot of potential for young players who has been guided by the veterans. Hopefully we have more. Like imagine like a whole team of veterans, right? Just choose your own prodigy. Just be the entire new line of a certain team.
So it's like you have one old man, and then you have like kids.
No, you have 4 old men, four young kids.
Oh, 4 old men and 4 young kids. So
Yeah.
you have Kuza, Boyka, Mosgoku. Who's the 4th one again? You had it in your list.
Kuza, Mampa.
Manpa, yeah, there you go. So
Mampa is actually one of the veteran players in here.
he is.
Yeah.
But actually, in real life, he's not,
not
that
that
old.
old.
Yeah, he looks old. He feels old. But actually, he's like, what, 23
He's
or
mature.
something?
He's very mature player.
Yeah, he has like, what, 2 kids by now?
Yeah.
I know, right? I'm so
Imagine
late.
if he's training his kids. Like some of the players do have families on their own now. And imagine if they train their kids since like their birth, right? And then just look at PUBG Mobile. Like
Yeah,
even
look
though
at
you
that.
don't have anything, you can't even say a word. Just look at PUBG Mobile and be a star player one day. Like how are they just being counted fired by Zhu Nos? A long shot.
7-9 again. I mean, it's a struggle for them. Day 2 again hasn't been a good day. So, yeah, that's all I can say. I mean, Adips, he swapped in for Manpa, but he didn't last like past 7 minutes in the game.
That's a brutal way to say it. Thank you.
Well, I'm just putting out
Adip,
facts.
you get to play now. Oh, less than like 7 minutes. Oh, I'm done.
Yeah, and you have to minus the time where like he's in the plane and they're jumping down. So that's like 2 minutes. So basically he's been playing for 5 minutes.
A nice try by the side of 7-9. Always one of a few teams like 7-9 and SMG the teams that really love early fights here. I'm talking about really early fights. First phase of a circle, sometimes less than 5 minutes into the match, they already force themselves to get the fights on. And the teams that actually are always winning are the teams that actually really waiting for the right time to start the fight. So we're talking about like the fourth phase of a circle.
It doesn't really matter for the Infinity, right? like
that's a different story.
Like everyone else plays by that rule except for Infinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a
Order
special.
and the Infinities.
Yeah, Order and the Infinities.
He was going monster against the entire Infinity in the last game. That was really scary. I'm like, this guy, he goes in like it's nobody's business.
Now we know that he's their kryptonite.
Just order.
Just order. Just
toss
low,
order around, and they're gonna be settled with.
Well, it's gonna be 7-9 now. Taking this fight against D Xavier 3v4, but they are so up for fighting. Wow. It's going to be interesting here coming from 7-9, considering that they're only a 3-0, but they are going up against not your average Joe team. It's going to be D Xavier.
But again, 7-9 will start the fights early on. Rabi's on the top floor, on the rooftop to be precise. Putra climbing himself long flight of stairs, a lot of flight of stairs to actually go towards the rooftop. SMG, like we mentioned, SMG 7-9 will always start the fight here. If SMG try to actually negate themselves away from a fight, the fight always chooses, it's their fate to fight early, you know. Seeing as for 7-9, they are forcing this fight quite a lot.
Yeah, let's see how far can Rabbids goes. Like, he's just buying time for himself, but looks like he's going in for the fight, and Rabbids almost gunned down 1% of health left, but they can't finish him off. But finally, Rabbids jumps, and he still survived. What? Rabbids, what? Is he a rabbit or is he a spider?
This is a different sort of a spider. I think entirely a mutant.
What?
It's like 4 rivals on there. They're forced to fight. SMG don't want to get into the fight this time, but the fight chooses them. There's no way out for SMG. They have to embrace the fate. It's 7-9 and SMG being forced to fight every single time. Same goes for Xavier, slowly losing men there.
And where do you want to be? You want to be on top, you want to be on bottom?
There's more people on top. Not so shabby coming up from the bottom side.
That sounded wrong, but never mind.
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
I know. That was not intentional, ladies and gentlemen. No, it's genuinely whether you want to be on the northern side or the southern side.
Thanks,
yes,
guys.
thank you.
Thank you. Baby Loki's playing around for rivals.
I'm going to get cancelled.
Just going to pick up the vehicle. I'm so sorry, audience. I didn't think it through to say that. But back towards the side of YG. They're splitting into duos on a different angle entirely. 4 rivals. Can you stop? 4 rivals ducking themselves in the track where there's 2 teams eyeing onto them and try to pressure them as much as they can.
My editor is going to have a lot of fun editing this.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Please no.
My goodness. Do you like the banana story?
Can you not?
Okay, never mind.
Can you not? I tried to forget the piece.
It's like we can have a compilation of it sounded wrong.
Please no. I swear, guys, I never think it that way. My intentions are always very innocent and pure.
I'm innocent.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, back to our GIDS. They're playing this slow as well. We have a couple of teams already in the blue zone, including Alter Ego. So I'm waiting if Infinity will actually take a bit of a blue zone for a bit, like how they always used to. But BN United seems that they're struggling to actually get out from the comfort zone where they used to be in Sonovska, but now it's really up north. How do they actually try to pick up a fight here? It's going to be Infinity versus BN United. I do want to see BN United take up a fight, challenge Infinity for once.
Oh, wow. Wow. I'll be worried. Yeah, it's like...
Sometimes it surprises you, these teams.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. It's like you have the mindset of like, I got nothing to lose, right? Like, how low can I go? I'm already at number 16, might as well. And
how low can I go?
Yeah, I mean, how low can you go? You're at number 16, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can't be number 17. So if you're going up against the Infinity, might as well.
Like, that's very demanding to get. I want 17. I don't care.
Yeah, well, not too sure how I'm gonna help with that.
I'm like, because sometimes, you know, BN United, what they need is just an opportunity to have the perfect position there, more comfortable to start the fight. I'm waiting for that to happen. On the other side of GIDS, Alan spotted on Bacon time. Oh, it's a sardine can of Daisy. It's going to be a vehicle full of people. One vehicle, but Alan is just alone. If only the entire team, there's going to be more fun. Back towards the circle. Feels like Savannah on the southern part. We have Eagle Esports versus Bacon Time. GIDS fighting against Boom. You know what? The airdrop is not supposed to be dropping there in the first place.
I know, right? That's like, I want to give it to you, but I don't want to give it to you. Yeah. And yeah, you know. But then again,
that's a hateful airdrop.
It's a very hateful airdrop. At least like the left airdrop, if it's in the water, it's like still acceptable.
Yeah.
But if it's there, in the water, in the blue, it's like, bruh, you might as well.
GIDS taking the blue zone. They are forcing this, committed to this for the longest time. Boom, got themselves their first chicken just now. GIDS losing Snizzle along the process here, but definitely Boom tries to chase down on Daybot because right now that's going to be the only member that's inside the safe zone of GIDS. Boom passing by. Oh, Daybot, that's really close. One Nova start to move quite early this time. BN United fighting against LGD. Boom, finish off. There's going to be Daybot on the ground. The rest of GIDS is still alive, but not so well while they're being burned off by the blue zone.
Looks like Daybot's not going to see the light of day now that he's been taken out. But can his teammates at least trade it back? Booms will get one back for himself, but it's going to be BN United. Well, you asked for it.
I mean, like, they were fighting LGD before, okay? And this is Infinity butting in the process. Like, give them a space, Infinity. But it's Infinity. They got the opportunity. Like, why not? Yeah, that's it.
Right, so you wanted the fight? Yeah, there you go. And that's the result. Yeah.
Oh, BN United.
Yeah. Happy? You're happy now? Like, BN United will be like, choo-choo, you asked us to fight the Infinity. What happened?
They actually knocked down on one LGD player. Infinity just happened to like, hey, they start a fight now, and like, let's butt into this business too, like put our nose in there. But on the side of Suki, the pizza gun definitely tried to pin down on Infinity. GIDS is still playing around the blue zone, swimming around it.
Yeah, swimming in the blue, but it's going to be Razy finishing off Booms and Snizzle, and that's going to be number 15 for GIDS. 2 elimination points. Well, at least BN United has one, but not from the Infinity.
It's from LGD.
From LGD.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least they tried.
Okay, fine.
You know what? The entire day they're starting off with 10 points, right?
Oh, wait, what? Oh, I didn't realize that. From the start? That means in 5 games, they only got like 1 point.
Feels like it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember it was like 10 by the start of the day.
That's 0.2 points.
Per round.
Yeah.
Yeah. You asked them to fight the Infinity.
At least they tried. They tried. What really matters in life is you tried. That's what's the most important thing. You fail, get back up and fight again and try and fail and try.
Just do it.
There you go.
I'm going to do the Shia LaBeouf now.
Oh, Hom. Frankie take it out on Hom. The Xaviers. They lost Rabies earlier. 7-9 now. Just gonna reap what they saw earlier. It's gonna be them drinking back taste back their own medicine where they chased down Rabies early on for 7-9. Now, the rest of these Xaviers having a bit of a revenge. Sweet revenge of Rabies'. But.
Yep, it's gonna be very sweet right now. Putra been taken out. That means 7-9 is out. Number 14, 1 elimination point. Number 14 now for Sem9 actually, and SMG, they still have a chance to overtake them, meaning that Sem9 could be pushed to number 15 by the end of the day.
Now, is the battle of 15?
Yeah, for SMG and Sem9. Both orange logos. Both with a tiger, in fact.
But for FaZe, still can actually catching up to Nova. Same goes for Bacon Time. They can actually still have the 3 high teams up there. Bacon Time, I almost got that chicken last one. Now this is the game or the round they want to go for the redemption. And we have Yummy. Yummy is a scary person now for Bacon Time.
I know, right? They're like, okay, nope. I ain't want any of that. No. But the nade coming in from Ventores will land onto Bacon Time. It will clip a little bit of the 9 noise, but not enough to take him down. He's still all right.
Now, this is interesting. Most of the team are actually on the top 3 or top 5, basically in the same corner here. We're talking about Nova, Bacon Time, FaZe at the same corner. I'm not sure where Infinity, I think it's the other end of the corner, which is going to be the opposite or on the east side. But Ventores definitely have a bit of a upgrade with the Gillies to Infinity now fighting against Alter Ego or Eagle Esports. Having a free way to go whichever they want to go, whether it's left or right side.
Yeah, they have the best position for now. I think just right in front of them is like some level of high ground. So if they just move up to the high ground, they'll be fine. But anyway, they don't really need to move. They can stay chill. They can stay put for now. But other than that, we can see that team starting to come into the circle. The Xaviers are still on the outside. But if they move forward, it's going to be LGD in front.
Back towards the center of circle. YG, Yangon Galacticos plays himself quite early in the center. But SMG is not done with their fights yet. We're talking about a team sliding over to the slope of a hill, slowly being chipped down by the side of SMG. And Infinity forcing the fight towards the side of Alter Ego. They're forcing it really strong. Geek fam having got SMG on the southern part. 4 rivals, YG still having it safe. But Infinity and Alter Ego really kind of lost in sense of where to go next, because really being chased by closely behind Infinity. Tapping also on the other end. And SMG slowly wiping off Geek fam. Last HP down rate is quite far. Really far down. This feels like a newsy placement before, right?
Yeah, at this angle is actually what Damroot normally does.
Yeah.
So it's his thing to like stay behind and do that long range. But Mela not giving any opportunity to Lamborghini, knocking him down. Remember, it's going to be the last man standing for SMG. He's going towards his teammates. Can he make it in time? It's going to be Damroot versus Remember.
Remember, almost clutched the last match here. Damroot spraying over and finish off with an execution towards Beautiful. Down to 1 versus 1 for SMG, cooking up the nade. They try to pick up. It's going to be a perfect one. Geek fam. Ooh, a bit short there. One more time. Remember, the miniature actually reset. They managed to revive.
Oh yeah, and they managed to move away up onto the high ground, so they're no longer behind the tree. Remember, doesn't know that, so that's opportunity for Geek fan to reset themselves. Mika is now back up on his feet. Damroot as well, but the Infinity against LGD. Let's go.
Infinity cornered himself from the outside of compound.
Oh,
got Tani. YG, how? It's going to be a long one, Legend. Sorry, LGD taking it on that big nade, by the way. It's third party coming across with YG helping LGD in this process. Infinity down to only Newsy left there. What a big nade just now coming out from LGD.
Oh, Newsy has a nade in hand. Can his one nade rule them all out? A nade from Newsy. Beautiful, getting one knockdown. But he needs to get more. 3 more still active for the side of LGD. Newsy is all alone on the outside of this compound, but at the same time, Alter Ego is out, taken out by the Eagles.
Here comes another nade. The left side, and VM can actually see through Newsy. The smoke will dissipate soon. Picking up another nade, going into Newsy's really bold. But the Xavier's Duke taking the advantage. Still always Suki underneath the nose of Infinity at the same time. But Newsy! That nade! Finish off LGD on the ground. But Frankie and his Xavier's going to be 3-way war here.
Oh, they're not done yet. Actually, MVM is still alive though, but MVM spots out one from the side of the Xavier. Backstabbing them and eliminating Nuke. Now it's going to be 1v1. Newsy versus MVM. Can he actually pull off a clutcher? 1v4 clutch. MVM and Newsy! Newsy clutch! What did I tell you? One-man army. Newsy!
LGD wiped out entirely by the hands of Newsy. These Xavier, they were not necessarily need to go in just now.
Not
they
at
were
all.
too greedy about that. 2 teams out in an instant.
Wow, I mean, Newsy, idol level, okay? This is idol level. This is idol level.
Idol.
My good, idola level.
Idol level.
He's always like that guy that's like the one-man army. He's proving it again that he still has it.
Oh, back to us. I'm like, it's so hard to just, you know, get over it. But now, looking over FaZe, trying to take down on Boom. Yummy finally will be bowing out earlier this time. But Nova will be targeting FaZe for the next one, as they actually have their shot earlier against Yummy. Now FaZe have to force the fight against Nova since they exploited their own position early on. But how eager Esports spreading out towards the northern side of the circle now, that's going to be interesting. Geek fam! Four Rivals happy.
Damn. Oh, it's going to be Yangon Galacticos on the high ground there, taking out the last team member for Geek Fam, and that's going to be Damroot out at 9th place, 1 elimination point. Now move over to 4 rounds. Doozy is still in this. He's taking out the Eagles.
Nova taking on FaZe, and there's going to be Order tossing out the net to finish off the job. And Guru just spraying over on the side of SMG. FaZe versus Nova next. But there's so many teams being the third party here. Infinity still with Newsy racking up more kills, more elimination with 10 eliminations in their hands. But FaZe finish off Frozen. Noyes might be just knocked down. Order trying to reposition himself in a better way. They're all both 3v3, but Lycan next on the ground.
Jimmy.
And 1-5 on his knees as well. Down to 1 more person for
Torres.
FaZe.
Oh! Jimmy had to come in from behind, finish off of Torres, and that's going to be number 8, 4 elimination points for FaZe Clan. Nova managed to get 4 elimination points so far, and now they can reset without a problem.
They don't have any contenders next, but Bacon Times close by in the center. YG having Romeo Boy on top of the roof.
Finally out.
Oh, SMG, remember. Last one. Quite a long time he survived solo.
And Newsy actually lasted quite a long time, but despite them out at number 7, they get 10 elimination points in this round, but now it's going to be Big Feet, 1v1, the shotgun will not connect. Big Feet needs to reset himself quickly from Buru at the forefront with DBS in the face of Big Feet.
Now, it's going to be YG just stealing the kills, or stealing the eliminations from the sidelines, yeah? Holding their fortress. Eagle Esports now taking a fight against Noise. Bacon Time is being knocked down. Now, 4 Rivals in the center of everything. Just pop up the smoke. YG a bit busy on the other end. But Buri just going to distract them for a bit while he's buying a bit more space for the others to actually be revived and reset themselves. We're down to 5 team here. Nova still there. Eagle Esports again with 4 men. And YG, might this be it again for them to get another chicken dinner of the day?
Well, Nova right now, they have a compound. They're currently in the circle, and Ice representing Bacon Time right smack in the middle of it. Just behind the stone, just in between a couple of stones, and that's about it. This kind of cover may last him long enough.
Oh, the bug, you could have busted him there. There's no way anybody, like, they definitely knew there's somebody there the moment they saw that bug in the center of the circle. Eagle Esports gonna take over the northern side of the circle, while YG and 4 Rivals still having it a go. Marnet spotted out Appy possibly, and also randomly spraying the smoke with a Scar L, hoping it will connect to somebody, but just didn't clip yet any of that. Nova still playing this quietly. I'm surprised actually Nova, they tried to, you know, take this as their business. Now, never mind, they are actually doing the same thing here.
Oh yeah, they are doing it. Jimmy is now moving towards his opponent, but now we keep focus on the Yangon Galacticos. Loki managed to get a knockdown to Apo through an explosion of a vehicle. WT-17 tries to get one for himself as well. WT-17 with the vector in hand, moving further forward. Pamburu currently in trouble, 1% of health. Pamburu, the last man standing, will be taken out by Nova.
That a long shot coming all the way downtown. What the heck was that? Back to us, YG taking on Bacon. 5 elimination on Nova. They are dominating. We're down to 3 here. YG with the most men. Eagle Esports as well. But Nova, this is Nova what we're speaking of. A trio or not. There as well as like one man, like literally entire team.
I know, right? It's like a one-man army right now. But now, Nova, could they get in another chicken dinner today?
Oh.
Winning up with the Infinity, but then again the Order goes down. He needs to be picked up by his teammates. Paraboy is a little bit far, and they need to be careful of the Eagles just behind of Order.
Loki gonna finish off Order. That's really important for the side of Eagle Esports. It's actually F1 DMG and finish them off. Nova Jimmy retaliating, counter fights on the other side. YG, one man knock there, but Nova, they start to just transition themselves in the center. Eagle Esports taking the fight against YG. YG is being the victim of everybody here.
In fact, our top 3 teams, all of them got on their own chicken dinners today, so definitely we'll see a double chicken dinner with any of these teams. Now, Paraboy tosses out Molly on the side of Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos fighting up against Nova. Loki on the right side. Paraboy down to 50% of health. Jimmy needs to fend Loki off while Paraboy resets himself.
Jimmy, Paraboy feels like he just reset himself and just might toss a couple of smokes in between here, but YG going wild here. They want to finish things off early, but the thing is Eagle Esports behind them, just gonna break their necks and slowly choking them to death. Jimmy on that, they have to push forward. The Blue Zone is not giving them too much space to move forward, but Jimmy forced it. Jimmy goes forward.
Whoa.
He got one. Not enough. Paraboy trying to do a bit of damage control, trying to save Jimmy on the other hand, but it's gonna be...
Oh!
What a spray from Paraboy! Paraboy.
Beautiful pixel shot as well coming in for Jimmy, but now the Eagles, they're starting to move it on to Paraboy. Paraboy will not be able to take down the Eagles. Too much for him to handle. Anyway, Paraboy together with Nova managed to get a second place finish. The Eagles will be the second team to receive a double chicken dinner in the PMRC.
Well, the only Vietnam region that actually secured chickens in a day with a double at it as well. Would have thought Eagle Esports really have it going, but the chicken dinner was really close. It was anybody's game because at 3 teams just now, Eagle Esports had the most men.
Yeah, Eagle Esports had the most men. Towards the end, they were pretty much untouched. So the fight was between, it was between Nova and the other team. So that's why they were like, okay, we need to wait until the fight's over before they're able to reset. We moved in. So the timing for Eagles was perfect to secure that chicken dinner.
But what if so many fights all over the place for this last match, and it feels like a lot of players like having it whatever they have, put it on the table and just do their best and having fun. For Infinity, there's so many fights. Actually, I'm not sure how many they secured for the elimination just now. I didn't have actually the time to look over. Was it really more than 10 or just now? I think 10. It's just 10, right? Finish up. But Doozy though, he was taking a lot of eliminations by himself. Yeah, I mean, he eliminated the entire LGD by himself pretty much. Okay, he had a little bit of a distraction from Xavier, but then again, I don't think it was that super significant. I think Doozy definitely did a lot of work there to get that elimination. But YG, this is really a good improvement compared with day number 1. You know, who would have thought like the YG can actually improve this much within a short amount of time, within a day? Yeah. So different with their first day. Their first day, I think they were at the bottom of everything as well, like 15, 16, you know? Yeah. And even before the PMRC started, there was a lot of question mark about YG's involvement in the PMRC because of certain placements. But then again, they are showing why they deserve to be here. They are showing that, okay, day 2, they're starting to rise up a lot and even get themselves a chicken dinner today. And true, for the sort of Xavier, I'm a bit, you know, there's a lot of questionable moments. Like, we were expecting a lot coming up from them. They didn't have anything to show us yet for now. It's still the second day, though. Like a 4th day, it's going to be a different story entirely. Maybe they're waiting for the last minute to actually make something out of it. But I hope it's not going to be too late, because right now, I have a feeling that Infinity really scratched the gap between the first and second place. Even though Nova really survived consistently, but because of their first day performance, Infinity just keep it rolling. Yeah, they see me rolling, they hating. Yeah, look at this. Infinity only got like one placement point, and the rest of it is like double digit. They're the only team to get the double digit elimination points. That brings them up to 11. 1 point for rank. That's yeah, and look at how much difference it makes based on this format. Like, placement points are like secondary. Elimination points is still the main priority. Yeah, that's true. It's just imagine if they actually survive to the top 3 just now. Definitely it's going to be a very different outcome. But still, congratulations for Eagle Esports. Managed to secure that last chicken dinner, got themselves a double chicken. But this is well deserved. Out of the 10, 4 by himself. I mean, like, Newsy alone clocked in the last minute, fighting the entire team of LGD. Now that's something. This one my idol. His eyes is just your idol. Yeah, he is my idol. Seriously. When I met, but the only thing that when I met him is that his English isn't as, you know. Yeah. But who was it again? Mela was with him. It was Mela or Gottini, I forgot. Was with him. So his teammate became the translator. But all in all, with that short interaction that I had with him, it's like he's so shy. You know, a typical Thai, right? Shy. Yeah, very shy and all that. But in the game, it's like, oh my god. I mean, like, even his posts look intimidating. Yeah. But when you speak to him, he's like, Sawadika. Yeah, it's very nice. It's so different. But you know what? This is our top 3 eliminators. It's going to be Newsy, Mela, and Tony K. But I'm not sure if this is going to be the same for tomorrow. Yeah. Because the rise of Nova. Yeah, I have a feeling Order might be at 4th right now. Oh, possibly. Yeah. Okay, but it's still dominated by the Thais today. The MVP race. Newsy, Mela, Gottuni. 3 of them from the Infinities up there. The only person that's not there, again, Logan. Yeah, he's like the best support in the team. Yeah, that's why he's like, okay, he lets his teammates do all the fun stuff. Yeah, he does the not fun stuff. But FaZe also, Tony K is squeezing in at 4th. Also, Bacon Time. Amstar always pop his name when it comes to elimination feed, but definitely We're looking forward if they can maintain their consistency when it comes to the performance for tomorrow as well. Infinity sitting at number 1 spot. Oh, Nova almost one more point away from getting the triple digit on the scoreboard.
I know, right? It's like now because of that, the Infinity, they can still brag to be like the only team in 2 days to get triple digit.
And that's a new
no,
format.
not 2 days. Okay, today.
It's the new format, by the way. To get that triple digit is really hard.
It is. It's an average of 61, not 61 points, 76 points in a day. Is it not? 66 points in a day. Yeah, that's
I feel like a bit OCD on myself just to want to add 1 point.
Well,
yeah, just one.
Well, you can hope that we get a text in the group tomorrow. That's probably the only way.
Unfortunately for BN United, there's not much progress coming up from them. I mean, like, we saw how big of a gap, like how big of a progress coming from YG within a day. I was hoping the same goes for BN United because Vietnam, we do know this region is supposedly to be very aggressive.
I'll be honest. My opinion is that Vietnam is Xavier and everyone else.
It's true, but today is Eagle Esports.
Yeah.
And the rest of them. Xavier is not popping anywhere soon.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different there, which is great, right? It's nice to see other teams as well starting to step up, especially the teams that didn't really perform yesterday, like the Eagles, like even Nova as well. Nova
has been
we kind of expect them to boom at some point.
Yeah, Nova is just, I'm waiting for the right time.
Yeah, it's like, y'all have your fun, and then by the end of day 4, I wouldn't be surprised if they even take over the Infinity for the number 1 spot.
It all depends on tomorrow's performance, but still, for the show match, still gonna happen for the top 2 teams there.
Oh yeah!
Congratulations for the news. I'm at 5 minutes for one grand. I mean, like $1,000 US just within 5 minutes.
I know, right?
That's the fastest.
That's the most expensive 5 minutes.
Yes, in your life.
Yeah.
Right now.
Wow.
The fastest way to earn your some good cash is gonna be playing New Map for 5 minutes.
Can we play the show match as well? But I want to be with the Infinity, like, you know, I'll be like the guy who just passes the first hit and everything.
It's always for the cash.
Yeah, for the money, of course.
I think we're gonna head over to the interview later on, right? So
yeah,
you know, do you have any there's so many questions that we want to ask. Like for I think we might gonna interview the Malaysian teams possibly.
I think it's going to be 4 rivals because they were the highest performing Malaysian team out of all. So it's likely to be 4 rivals. Maybe we're going to see Pasha again.
Possibly. I mean, unless if the players want to actually talk about it, but they really, instead of really focusing, so usually it's the manager or the coaches who would take over, right?
You know, that one player from 4 Rivals that I'd like to hear him talk a bit more is actually Apo.
Oh.
Yeah, he's actually a fun guy, but when it comes to camera, you know,
he's
they kind of get a bit shy. Yeah,
camera
but
shy.
With off camera, he's actually one of the funner guys. Fun.
I do know Pambura and Voki is not the most shy. I mean, like, Jumper is the most serious when you have a talk.
Yeah.
Jumper is like so serious.
Yeah.
April, we rarely get him because I think he's camera shy all the way.
He is. Him, Epi, they're like super camera shy.
Okay.
They're like, no.
But I mean, like, I like, especially when it comes to 7-9, the most that we got out is going to be Jason. I mean, like, he's really good when it comes to giving the feedback from the team, though.
Yep.
And I'm not sure about the Geek fam. I mean, like, Geek fam, you love to roast people.
Yeah.
I love that part.
Yeah, that's fun. Oh, what am I hearing from Joker as well? Joker is very insightful. Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Because it's always been Pasha doing the interview, so we haven't seen much of Joker.
That's true.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Joker.
It has been a year since I last actually talked in an interview with him, but I mean, like, there's a chance. I do hope there's also a chance for us to actually get the international teams as well, if we could actually have a shot at that. But a high chance we're going to get the local teams coming up from Malaysia teams. But you guys watching out there, don't forget, tomorrow is going to be the show match. Don't be late, because that's going to be the fastest 5 minute of $1 grand or $1,000 game. And it's going to be the first one.
Yeah, and we want to see how, like, the pro players actually played that map. Like, there's only, like, what, 8 teams? Yeah, there's only, like, 8 teams that's going to play.
I want to see the monster truck.
Yeah, how are they going
to play?
Yeah, are they going to, like, use it to squash everyone or something like that? And especially the new weapons as well. I'd like to see a crossbow being used.
Oh,
like
yeah.
even on the regular game, we don't see a crossbow.
It's so hard.
It's so hard. Let's do it in the.
But there's no sound coming out from it. That's the nice part about it. It can actually sneakily just shoot people from behind. But that crossbow, you won't see that in action. I mean, like, that's the case if the players can't actually lend themselves any weapons. That's the only thing they can work with. It might be actually happening. Also, I want to see the introduction of the back cave. Like, is there any teams want to go into the back cave?
Yeah, the cave, the Ferris wheel, yeah, Ferris wheel, the science center,
and
the love.
I kind of wonder about the circle and the blue zone when it comes to Nusa, you know.
Because
when it comes to show match.
Yeah, in an official tournament, right? So, well, let's see. Tomorrow's going to be the first one, so hopefully more to come. I wouldn't mind this kind of show matches whereby it features a new map.
Yeah.
So at least it's something refreshing.
But I'm still hoping for a map that's big enough to get all the players playing, you know. So far we have all the new maps
then
are very small ones.
Then a Vikendi show match, like the return of Vikendi, but for
a reborn Vikendi map.
Yeah.
But don't lose out the maze and the Dino Park. If you guys actually know what Vikendi is. If you don't know, it means like you're quite new. If you do know, I love the maze fight and also the Dino Park.
Yeah, like the circle, right? The final zone inside.
On the left side all the way.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
And if you're in the maze and then you happen to be surrounded by the zone, you're gonna come out.
Especially fighting these guys. It would be so cool if we actually have sort of a maze map for the player to play in the Clash of the Year, which is going to be a PMRC.
Yeah, it's almost bizarre. But anyway, what's not bizarre is our interview. Let's head on to it.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back with us, Pasha, coming up from 4 Rivals as a coach today. Are you satisfied with your team's performance? That's my first question.
I mean, my team's getting a hang of it, of what's happening inside the game. And we're trying our best to adapt to it. And yeah, I'm quite kind of satisfied, but I think we could do better. We could do better.
What do you think was the gap between 4 Rivals and everyone else?
The gap, I mean, there is not so much when it comes to mechanical wise, but then depends because I don't know what people are thinking, how the coach are thinking, how the players are thinking, but I think overall is the differences in between of adaptability with the lobby itself and how the game is being played.
I mean, like, I noticed one thing about 4 Rivals, which I mentioned quite a lot when it comes to the casting side, that a lot of 4 Rivals players actually love to go 1-1-1-1 drop, or they always like do something solo all the way and cause the entire team to have a bit of a problem since the start here. Is it something that you guys are experimenting, or is it just something that team communications need to work with?
I mean, it's like some games are forced us to do that because we actually prioritize the compound itself. But then when the circle shift towards us, there's nothing we could do. It becomes a 50-50 games. So yeah, might as well, if the circle went to the other side, that the guy went alone, and we just can regroup there because we have the confirmation of the compound is not being occupied. So why not? We have 0 risk. But then if getting contested with like a little miss, unfortunate event, so yeah, we just need to take the risk because, you know, if you are playing no risk game, might as well you play Guli.
Oh, I like that.
RNG.
I like that answer.
I love that.
I love it so much. Pasha, very insightful. But okay, last question before we send you off to get dinner. What's going to be the target or goal for 4 Rivals, and how do you plan to achieve it for the last 2 days?
I mean, for the last 2 days, I'm expecting my teams are getting better in every match. And then tomorrow, I think I'm going to set the target a bit higher because the team's slowly, digesting what needs to be done. And I believe that my team can do it. So yeah, I'm aiming at least top 5 for tomorrow. And then for the last hurdle, for the last day, it's going to be top 3.
Wow, I like it. Top 3.
There's a huge one coming up from these guys. But thank you so much for 4 Rivals, Pasha. It's been wonderful getting your insights again. Hopefully, all the best for tomorrow for you guys. We are hoping you guys to improve as well. Thank you so much for the interview. Have a nice rest for today. Now, that's a lot of pressure for those boys, but he got so much trust for these guys to actually carry out what they need to do tomorrow. But at the same time, I love the fact that he mentioned if you don't want to take a risk, might as well just play some marble balls behind the scene.
Yeah, I like that. That's like the punchline coming in from him, right? If you don't want to take risks, go play marbles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys take risks whenever you play your games, but we're going to have a little bit of a recap of whatever happened earlier on. So obviously we're going to talk about the top 4 teams. Eagles, the second team in the PMRC to get a double chicken dinner.
That's true, aside for Infinity, definitely, but a lot of teams actually working out quite right, especially Nova today has been really superb. What a sublime performance. But back to us on YG, their progress is great as well. When it comes to the circle and also the fight path, a lot of teams are actually inside the circle. 3 of them out of the 4 actually already in it. It's all about the timing here. Do you want to get into unnecessary fights, or do you want to get elimination points all the way? It's quite a big risk, but if you're willing to take it, it's going to be fruitful.
Yeah. If not, you're going to go, you just go play marbles or something. Yeah, that's going to be our theme now, right? You're not going to take risks, go play marbles. Yeah, and these teams definitely take a lot of risks, especially teams like Nova. They've been taking a lot of risks, the Thai teams as well. That's why they're not worried about going all guns blazing or bulldozing people. We have like 2 punchlines now, so it's going to be like bulldozing it, and if you don't do it, go play marbles. And that's exactly what they're doing, and it's giving them the benefit of the game.
Right, but the slope of the hill inside of the Geek just making it really hard for them to have that hard time. But that happened before with Infinity, and they actually made it. Nova actually have a very good, strong compound. FaZe is too busy with Nova, while the rest of the team, like 4 Rivals, just being distracted by YG. Now, this is where YG having a bit of a problem there. 2 teams eyeing out onto them. It's going to be 4 of us and Eagle Esports pinning them down. But Bacon Time actually been secured by, say, Eagle Esports as well. But YG, because of the scuffle between, they just have to, retreat for a bit just to make sure they got to reset. That's why they're not being the center of attention. But in the end, they still got a top 3 for YG. And Eagle Esports, double chicken in a day, that's a huge progress and improvement within a day.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy. Nova as well, it is crazy.
Nova has always been crazy. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay. Yesterday, the start day, to be fair, it was quiet for them, but they ramped up, and today was like the best that we have seen out of Nova so far.
It's orders. Orders show all the way.
Order
the monster.
As well.
Newsy is another one. Those monsters, I want to have like mano-to-mano fight. But I think that's it for us. And this is our last day for PMRC. But tomorrow, don't forget to support all casters here. It's going to be Sis Jenny and Keith. They are going to be more fun than us. I promise you.
No.
Then that's it for us. Thank you so much, everybody. We are sorry for our shortcomings. You guys have been awesome. Don't forget to just shout it up for Tencent Games, PUBG Corporate like SPN and Quantum Studios. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you so much, Sir Clap, for always sharing the dash with you. It's always a pleasure.
Yes, and we'll see you guys in the next show. Bye.